folks. It is March 31st, 2023, last episode of March before we start up in April. And it has gotten busy. This week has been very busy. We had opening day. We have WrestleMania coming up on the weekend. Did a couple of things. Did a video last night and put it up on the channel. And apparently, our good friends at Beckett, Eric's personal favorite, decided to have some fun. So I included Mint Collective. In it, so we'll definitely talk about that. I was gonna kind of shift it around and format things a little bit differently, but since Beckett stuff kept shifting around a little bit, we're gonna see fun. We're gonna see how we're gonna have a little fun with this one off the top. Plus, we got the trailer for the Goldin Touch. I'm excited about that. I'll play it and we'll talk about that one a little bit. And then also at the same time, we've got the Fanatics generational announcement. So I was like. And then I thought I missed it. And then I saw some people say, this is generational announcement. I'm like, that's the generational. You guys know what generational means, right? Like, it means revolutionary. It means like changing. It's not a patch. Anyway, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that a little bit. We'll start off with the other stuff first. No, nothing to talk about it. Nothing. Nothing at all, man. Nothing. That's right. We'll see.
I think we should just wrap it up now and just say goodnight. And
I was gonna say, like, this is slow news week. Slow news week. It's terrible. Yeah. Works out. Okay, so let's go. Hockey 99. Carlos, what are your thoughts on EDI shooting hard on AIH once again? I don't know what the deal is with that from the perspective of EDI being particularly interested. Personally, I don't care one way or the other. I will say, now is a good time to add, though. Eric already knows this, so I'll share that with you guys. I've been having obviously my thing going back and forth with IH for a bit, but at the same time, there was really no end game to it, and we've been going around in circles for a while. So I'm going to say I did reach out to IH, and I said, hey, we've been going back and forth on this. There's really no end game. So do you want to keep going, or do you want to just like we'll call it and you do your thing, I'll do mine. So we had a quick back and forth, and he agreed. It made no sense just to keep feuding indefinitely for no reason. Obviously, like I don't take the stuff that goes on here too seriously, but at the same time, there was no direction to it. So I was like, all right, I got other people to feud with and we can have some fun doing that. And obviously now he's got EDI, so I'm a spectator like the rest of you guys for it. So my thoughts on it are, I don't care. I get to sit back and I get to just watch. It'll be like a tennis match. I'll just do this. And then those guys can figure it out amongst themselves. But if SCR and Sasha T can have peace in her time, there is hope for us all. I'll just put it like that.
I have very little interest in adult men having drama between each other.
Yeah, there you go. So that's what I say. Like for me, I got other fish to fry right now. Right now, we got the Goldin Touch. We got this Mint Collective stuff. So for me, it's like it wasn't serving any further purpose. And he agreed. He was in the same as like feuding just didn't make any sense for us. But I guess EDI wants to feud. So let those boys have at it. So we'll talk about the BGS one here in a second. And BGS has made clarifications, and they botched the original landing. Like, it's glorious. It's magnificent. I'm enjoying it. All right, so Dave, good evening. Absolutely. Philly Joe, good evening. Absolutely. Hi, Jets. Have my BGS 9.5 ready to send into Reslab 10, but then what do I do with the BGS 10s and all the other 9.5s that are still 9.5? I know. Exactly. It's confusing. There's a lot going on. So let's take a look here. Go-Kart Mozart. I'm guessing this is Kamikaze because from the logo here. Where's Baby? I'm guessing you mean Bobby Burrell. He comes and goes. He's working on his app and stuff, so he'll pop in whenever he wants to. Whenever he's available and he wants to reach out, I have no problem sending him a link.
He's always welcome.
That's right. Door's always open if he wants to pop in. So let me go here. Michael Ham, good evening. Absolutely, Michael Ham. Braves won the opener. Bold prediction. Braves go undefeated in 2023. That is a bold prediction. Yes, I agree. Jeff, good evening. Absolutely. It's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos Live. Thank you, Josh. Hit the like button. Thank you, Michael Ham. All the cool kids at Mint. I feel like a loser hanging out with Eric. I know.
And you should.
That's right.
You should.
That's right. This shows the only adult drama worthy of more drama. Thank you, Card Obvious. Appreciate that. Carlos, what do you think of Ziggy wanting to cancel Greg here? I genuinely don't pay attention to what Ziggy's doing, but I'm sure he does. He wants to cancel a lot of people. All hail the BGS 11 overload. Exactly. That's right. I'm just getting caught up on the comments. Thank you guys for the comments off the top. I appreciate it. BGS black labels must be easier to get now with the new scale. There you go. I like that.
They're now purple. That would be the new thing. So.
Yeah, Josh and the Eric fan club meeting. Love it. Thank you, Bob Jackson. I miss the days of landlines where you could use excuses, not home. Now these days, always home with the home phone. That's true. That is true. Where's our president name? He's probably hiding in the shadows, lurking. Okay.
Name, just to let people know, name.
Do it quick. We got Beckett slander to do. We got some serious Beckett
because
slander.
of his major popularity at Upper Deck, creating those cards. He continues to be on his world tour of trying to promote the indigenous cards that he had a hand in making. And I believe this week he is somewhere in Egypt, somewhere near the pyramids, the Great Pyramids. I think he's on top of them, waving his cards around and trying to get people to purchase them.
That is exciting times.
He is in Egypt.
And now to the Beckett slander portion of our program. So initially, the part that I was having fun with the whole Beckett thing is because the first thing that we were seeing was the images that were coming out that was showing the Beckett display. And the Beckett display was showing a BGS 10, like a makeshift label. And the BGS 10 makeshift label was showing the subgrades. And it showed 4 subgrades of 9.5 and then a Gem Mint 10. So that's basically what we were seeing initially. So people were kind of looking at it going like, now to be clear, this is why I want to make sure I lay this out before I then give Beckett's rebuttal, because they had 2 different rebuttals. So I want to make sure I cover both. So first, this is what people saw. They saw this at the Mint Collective. They took pictures of it. It circulated on social media. People started speculating, what the hell is this? And then Beckett at first started kind of backtracking and saying, well, that's not what we mean. Just to be clear, this is a company that has already had problems with showing something at a card show or an industry event or whatever, and then having to explain it, backtrack it, and say, well, that's not what we actually meant. So my question is, then why did you approve it for the display? Why did you let people see it? Why did you put a tarp over it or something? And by the way, in the end, they what they ended up saying when they finally clarified everything and gave us an image, a graphic to be able to explain it, they literally contradicted it. So now they're going to have to like fix the sign. So I'm like, wait, what? Huh? Okay, sure. So anyway, let me quickly grab the first kind of response, and then I'll give you the bigger one, and then we'll go into it. So initially, this was the sign. Let me show the sign that was the whole beginning to this conversation that got everybody going. So this is one. There's a lot of places where you saw the picture, but basically it was a Beckett image, and I've seen a bigger version of this, but just to give you the short one. So you got this image here, and on the image, you've got the new Gem Mint is here, updated grading scale, same world class standards. So you see 495 subgrades and a Gem Mint 10. So you're just looking at this on the surface going like, well, that's not how a Gem Mint 10 worked before. What the hell is that? So obviously that's circulated, and people were asking like, what the hell is that? And, understandably so, fair enough. So then people started kind of questioning it, like, what is going on? So then when people took a closer look at it, there was a response. And let me see if I can find it here. So this was the first response. So I'm giving you the first response, and then I'm going to give you the second response. So the first response was Beckett was in one of these panels, again, Mint Collective. So credit to the breaks at Watch the Breaks on Twitter for this one. So I'll credit them for it. Beckett leadership confirms they're updating a small piece of their grading scale. Black labels are not changing or safe. The leaked images last night are not our exact new grading scale. Here's the thing. Those are not leaked images. It was their booth. They hadn't obviously started working yet, but somebody took a picture of the booth. That's not a leaked image. That's somebody took a picture of what you put out there. You did this. This was you. And all somebody had to do was walk by and take a picture. Like, that's all that happened. And after that, and I'll leave a link to this last piece for you guys in the description for people to check out the replay. I have the graphic that Beckett themselves has provided with the supposed explanation, which has the breakdown. I'm going to go over it here. I'm going to do it. Here we go. All right. So I'll show it and then I'll read it so we can all look at it. And I know you guys have a bunch of comments. I'll get to them in just a second. Bear with me. Okay. Here we go. So this is from Beckett. This is the Beckett Collect Instagram page. Okay. Straight from the horse's mouth. So here we go. So originally they had 495s that showed as a Gem Mint 10. That is actually going to be a Mint Plus 9.5. So 495 subgrades. If you look over to the right side of the graphic, those are the subgrades. Okay. So that's a 9.5. So multiple subgrade combinations can exist to achieve the designation Mint Plus. The highest combination will be 495s. So 495s is now is 9.5, which is what it was before. Okay. So that's the Mint Plus now. Gem Mint 10. By the way, 9.5 was Gem Mint before. Now it's Mint Plus. So Gem Mint 10 is a card with 110 subgrade and 3 9.5s in any combination. So if there's a 10 in there, now it's a Gem Mint 10 for Beckett. Another version of Gem Mint 10 is with 2 10s. The gold label pristine, which is also a 10, is 3 10s out of 4. And then if you have 4 10s, then it's a black label pristine 10. Clear as mud? We got it? That's the combination. That's the graphic. That has the pieces. So now you have 5 different versions here, 4 of which are Gem Mint Plus, 2 pristines, 2 Gem Mints, and a Mint Plus. All right, got it? Clear as mud? We're good? All right. This company, so Eric, before you respond fully, I want to quickly summarize this. This company of morons goes to an industry networking event and botches it to a level that is beyond my capacity to understand. They took their own thing, their own launch, and they made it into this. It's already difficult to comp out the differences, but just imagine. And by the way, one other quick point I want to make before we get to the rest of it and totally forget about it. When CSG changed their scale, we gave them credit. And the reason we gave them credit is because they had been around less than a year. So they had the ability to make a switch. They switched to more of an SGC scale. Beckett has been around more than 20 years with their grading. There's so many cards already in the slabs that are in these various combinations of subgrades that in theory, in order to get updated, you'd have to send it in. And I'm sure they'll charge you for the privilege of this. But now try to comp this. Put this shit on eBay and be like, okay, it's a Gem Mint 10. Which one? The gold label pristine 10? The Gem Mint 10 with this version of subgrades? The Gem Mint 10 with this version of subgrades? Or the Mint Plus 9.5, which was previously a Gem Mint 10. And there's literally millions of slabs with a 9.5 that says Gem Mint on it. All right. Eric, I'll let you rant in a second. Let me read the comments. I'll get caught up because there's a bunch of comments. So apologies, guys. I needed to get through that before I read anything here. Oh, wow, a lot of comments. Okay, hold on. Why is Eric at the Mint not defending BGS? Because he needed extra strength aspirin. What are your thoughts on newly rookie DB patch? We'll talk about it here in a bit. We'll get to it. I promise it's on the agenda. Global, good day. Absolutely. I heard PSA will be coming out with a 9.8 rating. They don't have to do a damn thing. They're sitting there toasting to their success by doing nothing. It took me 45 minutes to change my name. Hey, do what you got to do, man. It will get pushed back and they will backflip. Right now, I think they're pretty much committed. They made this stupid graphic that's supposed to explain it and make it better. By the way, for folks on the replay, I will link to this. I will send a link so that you can check out this post and look at the graphic. It also looks like BGS changed its label, also font, whatever. It still looks better than last year's Bosch logo change. Yeah. Look, from the logo part, font, whatever, I'm fine with it. I don't care. You want to do that. But changing the structure of the labeling to do this, 20 years in, is a terrible idea. It's confusing. I've been in this hobby for now 33 years. I have a pretty good grasp on this shit. But this is confusing. Imagine trying to explain this to somebody who doesn't get it, who hasn't been around, who hasn't seen this shit. And you got these subgrades, and it's like, wait, because it's got one more 10, it's this one. Yes. But if it had one less 10, it would be this one. Yes. Okay. Great. Good to know. Eric, what's your favorite hobby soundtrack? We'll get to that later. I don't care about that right now. Good day. Absolutely. Let me scroll through. James Hunt, good evening. Absolutely. They did the same last year with the label change. It's not a label change. Yeah, that's the point I'm getting at. Like they did something to themselves and then had to immediately explain it away and be like, well, that isn't what we meant. It's like, well, then why did you approve it for the booth? That's what people are going to see and they're going to ask you questions. That's the point here. So basically, cards and Beckett slabs just became cheaper. Yeah, basically. That's kind of the argument we were having back and forth on the Discord offline, well, online, but separately, is that, yeah, not so great. I thought Beckett did it because of praise the content gods. We can only hope. That's not how average works. Yes, correct. Correct defects. Will this save BGS? God, no. 1 + 1 = 2.5 at BGS. Yes. Shouldn't BGS Eric be explaining this firsthand? I don't think he can. Yeah, watch the Final Four. Enjoy it. Hashtag Untapped gods. Yes, 4 10s. It's a shame. Sell go crowd Comsi. Fair enough. You do your thing. What is a 95999? Lord knows. I love solving hobby Sudoku. There you go. Neo, when you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Sir, Eric's got a headache. He may never recover fully. How are you doing?
What's up?
Not too much. Not too much. So,
is there anything to discuss tonight, or are we just like showing off some cards and
I wanted to show. Here's the thing. I got some cards in today. I'd love to show them off, but I was sharing a chart with everybody, having a good time with it.
boy.
It's special, man. So okay, high level. First initial thought. Obviously, it's moronic. That's kind of my stance on it. But more specifically, what's your first initial thought on this?
The only winners here are PSA and us as content creators.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely.
So just macro level before Eric's head explodes.
Yep.
I don't mind them switching gem mint to a 10 overall. I like, that's fine. If you want to do that, cool. I think that actually makes a ton of sense. Standardize it with everyone else's gem mint 10.
Mm-hmm.
The issue I have, and I think where they really messed this up, is the division of how they split the current population of gem mint cards.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to do this, everything that was labeled a gem mint today that's in the wild should still be a gem mint card, regardless of subgrades. If it's labeled gem mint, whether it's min gem plus, min gem plus, whatever, all the nonsense, that should still be a gem mint card. Just make it a gem mint 10. I'm not going to get into the weeds of the 495s don't equal a 10. It doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. If it was a gem mint yesterday, it should still be a gem mint today.
Yep. Now, can I ask a question? So let's talk about this from two angles. Just two different kind of thoughts on this. I want to give Eric a moment before he turns to drinking, which would actually make the live stream more fun. But just from a practical standpoint, they're 20 years in. Like this kind of forcing like a seismic, folks that have been used to the subgrades a certain way, it will mess with a number of them. And some folks will just actively refuse to get swapped out. They're like, no, I'm not sending it back into you or doing whatever to get you to swap this out just because you decided to change your thing mid-flight. So that's one thing. But here's the other aspect of it. You go to a lot of shows, you go to trade nights, you do all that. Okay, cool. It was always a little bit difficult to kind of explain how we broke the subgrades down, min gems and all that. It was already complicated. Now are you going to bring the chart with you? Like how do you want to, but because let's say you want to buy a card. Let's say you want to buy a gem mint card in a Beckett. It's like, okay, so which one? You mean like the pristine 10 or do you mean like the gem mint 10 or do you mean like the mint plus thing that's a 9.5? It was already complicated before. And now I'm going to need a chart and a board just to explain to somebody.
I think if you were going to shake the snow globe, I think you just get rid of 9.5 completely. Everything that was a 9.5 is now a gem mint 10. You still have pristine 10. You still have black label 10. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're going to do it, I think that's what you do.
Okay. But from a selling or trading standpoint, how are you comping this?
I have no idea. I have no idea what the secondary market's going to do with all this. I really don't.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a mess.
I don't think complexity. I don't think market likes complexity. And I think you've just introduced it.
No. Yeah, for sure. And it's just like, I just posted my video and I said at the end of it, like I have min gem slabs. I have min gem plus slabs. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to run to the pliers and crack right away. Mm-hmm. I'm not in a hurry to sell anything that I have slabbed in Beckett slabs. So I'm going to kind of let things play out before I run and play, the PSA roulette wheel with them. Mm-hmm. But
I already said you're Giannis. You asked the right question. It's like, I don't know where my Giannis is. And my response was a PSA card.
Yeah, for sure. Because I don't know that it makes sense depending on what the secondary market does, which I think we kind of know what it's going to do, but I don't, until it does it, like I feel like true gems are going to trend closer to PSA 9 prices than PSA 10 prices. You know what I mean? So if it gets pretty close, then you might as well crack and roll the dice, and maybe you lose a little bit on the grading fees. But I just think so. When this was going down, I reached out to Gemrate, and I talked about this in the video that I just posted.
Okay. Yep.
I had him pull a bunch of data. So, of BGS 9.5s, so all BGS 9.5s, regardless of subgrades.
Okay.
What percentage do you think is min gem?
Min gem.
So 3 9.5s and a 9.
30%?
40.
That wasn't too far off. Just on a blind guess, that wasn't too bad.
How many true gems?
Ooh, 15%?
It is 15.
Oh, hey, I didn't even have the data. I just went intuitively on that one.
Yeah.
Not bad.
How many true gem plus and plus pluses?
Oh, Jesus. Plus pluses. 5%?
15.
Oh, so 15 as well? Okay.
Yeah. And then 30% is anything not a min gem but has a 9. So 110 and a 9, or 2 10s and a 9 and a 9.5. So like a min gem plus plus or a min gem plus.
Yeah. Since Bob is asking, I'll just put this back on the screen here, just so we have it while we're talking. So this, for anybody getting caught up, you're like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again. If you're getting caught up, feel free to rewind. Feel free to rewind about 15 minutes, and then you can kind of fast forward through. So you'll learn 2 things. You'll learn about peace in our time. I've made peace with people I'm feuding with. You'll learn that, and then you'll also learn that Eric has been in silent mode since we started talking about this complex web of of Beckett making adjustments. Also, by the way, separate from the conversation, and this kind of plays into the comping thing too, Neil. What about loss of confidence in the sheer inability to roll out one thing? I disagree with the idea of rolling it out like this anyway, but you still screwed up from the standpoint of immediately you have people taking pictures of your booth. You're showing something that this does not match with either, and now you're having to explain away why your signage is wrong that somebody signed off on. So you look like idiots. You look like the Keystone Cops. You couldn't even get that part right.
Yeah. That I got to be careful on how I tackle this one. Yes, I'll just agree with you. Yes.
Right. No, that's fair enough. Go ahead.
But to kind of sum up the gem rate data, so of all their BGS 9.5 cards that were gem mint as of this morning, 85% of those are now mint pluses.
Right. Okay.
So I know a slab's not a person, but you just pissed off 85% of the gem mint slabs on the secondary market or in people's hands.
Right. Yep. So Ozzy Card Dad here.
Bad.
Yeah, Ozzy Card Dad is
no
a big
math wizard, but that seems bad.
I agree. And Ozzy Card Dad is a good example of this. I just wanted to make sure I included some of his comments in here because he is somebody who collects a lot of basketball. So in turns, collects a lot of Beckett cards because basketball has a lot of it. So right here, FYI, I won't be sending them in mostly out of spite, which is perfectly valid. Like, why, if you already have the cards, why should you have to, just because you decided 20 years in to suddenly mess about and like reorient it? Like, at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want. But at the same time, a company that's been established this long, that's the reason why I've always argued that PSA never incorporated a 9.5. Like, the difference between the 9 and the 10, even if they wanted to, the gap between a 9 and a 10, like based on their definition, is too narrow. There's no obvious like place for them to put it in. If they wanted to create like a black label 10, there is a way they could have done it, but they would piss off people who already have 10s. You would create that little scenario where it's like, all right, so do you resubmit it and not get the black label 10, and then now it's an inferior 10, as opposed to a 10 as a 10 as a 10. Well, here we've got 3 10s. Beckett has had a black label 10, so that's established. That's fine. You said you got 4 10 subgrades, you get a black label. Short of that, you get a 10. You get a regular 10. But now you have 4 10s here. You have 4 10s on this screen. 4 different versions of 10.
Well, yeah. Yes. Yeah. There's only 3 10s, but yeah, there is 4 technically different makeups of 10s.
Yeah, I'm using the average person. Like, the average person isn't going to see a black label per se, but they'll look at this chart and go, wait, so there's 10 4 times, different subgrade combinations that'll meet that. And then, because the only difference between the mint plus and the gem mint is that one of the subgrades must be a 10 and the other ones must be 9.5s.
Yeah.
So that one little bump will get you over to the 10. Which is kind of interesting, but at the same time, it's like, I don't think that's going to enhance confidence. So how's the CEO doing so far? We good? Did we finish fixing the website? Almost there? No, not quite yet. How about the tampering on the slabs? Have we fixed the counterfeited slabs yet? How's that coming along? It said this is what we're going to talk about. So I don't know. Like, for me,
I just don't know how you take 85% of your gem mint population and just say it's not gem mint anymore and not expect your entire customer base to want to murder you.
Yes. Well, at the same time, also, like, what about the folks that is, even if it's beneficial to them, like, forget everything else, Rob. Think about this. Even if it benefits you, you decide like, okay, fine, it is benefiting me to a degree. But wait, I don't want to send it in and repay for this. I already have the card in the slab. Why should I have to do anything? Why would I do that?
Yeah, and I don't, even if this was like something that everyone wanted and say they went down a route and people were like, oh, okay, like this is cool, this is great. I still don't know that there would have been a mad rush. Like, everyone kind of, if you're going to shows and buying decently expensive cards in BGS slabs, you're going to be smart enough to know, like, okay, this is what the subgrades equal. You know what I mean? Like, whatever their gem mint was yesterday, whatever it is today, whether it says 9.5 or 10 on it, like, you and the dealer know that is a gem mint 10 card, whether it's labeled that way or not. You know what I mean?
Right. So let me read this one here. Simon Sports Cards. Good evening, Simon. Does this move the needle enough to move BGS back to number 2 slot? The opposite.
No.
It moves it down to like number 14.
Yeah.
Like
if I'm the other winner here that we haven't mentioned is probably CSG.
probably just about anybody at this point who doesn't look like a complete moron. Like it's basically if you're a grader and you haven't gone out of business and you don't look a complete tool. I think HGA just got bumped up. It's like Neo, I know you kind of like them, so
Yeah,
how's that coming along?
There's we're at the end of the month. The PSA special comes out tomorrow. Are they scrambling with $10 crossover special for any BGS graded cards?
That's right. Whichever one of the 9.5s has at least 4 9.5 subgrades, send them over. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, so Aussie Card says 85% of the 9.5s just lost value overnight. That's what it feels like. Yeah.
Now the thing is, like, we could sit here and say that, you know, to kind of play a little devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
We don't really know yet, honestly. The secondary market could still take a true gem and say, I'm valuing this as a true gem, regardless of what the hell Beckett calls it on the label. Whether it's a gem mint or a mint plus or whatever. There's already been, whether it's been labeled this way or not, there's already been a true gem plus plus sells for a little bit more than a true gem plus versus a quad 9.5 versus a min gem. So the question is any of that change starting tomorrow? Or is it still the same, you know, whatever? I don't know. If Filmington was here, he could break us down the percentages to 1/10 of a point to tell us the differences between the various different, you know, Beckett breakdowns depending on your subgrades. So the question is how much does this affect consumer confidence in the company, and does that hurt them overall? Like, you know, do Beckett slabs in general just sell for 10% less next week or whatever it ends up being? That's the part we don't know yet. Yes, we could sit here and say 85% of cards lost value. 85% of cards change the way they're going to be labeled. We don't know if they lost value or not. They probably are going to lose some just based off of consumer confidence in the brand.
All right. Let me ask this question then. You go to the next trade night. You're presented with one version of Beckett. Are you comping it based on what it was? Like, I'm asking how you would approach this. Are you going to treat it the same as before based on previous comps? Or are you going to play the game of actually being like, I'm a little bit lukewarm on this.
Am I buying or am I selling?
That's my question. You play either side. Which one? Play both scenarios out to me. So you got some Beckett slabs. What are you doing?
I mean, you're gonna play both ends depending on which one you're doing. If you're trying to buy, you're gonna try to play this up to get a better deal. If you're trying to sell, you're gonna try to rest on the laurels of what it was last week.
How would you feel though if you're holding the slab? Like, forget about how you would play it. How would you feel about it? Are you sitting there like, I feels like right now the ground under me is a little bit unstable. I'm not super comfortable with what I'm sitting on.
I think it would be very tricky to, like, this weekend's a Chantilly show. I think it's going to be a mess for buyers and sellers with Beckett slabs in the case. You know, I really do. You're going to have a lot of weird, awkward conversations around how this is going to play out in the short term.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're looking to get into a big card or something, you know, whatever big means for you, whether that's $100 or $1,000 or whatever, you're probably more so than ever buy the card, not the grade, comes into play way more than it ever did.
Yep.
Because you're now evaluating that card on what it is right now and what it could potentially be if you decide to crack it out of the case.
Yeah. I'm also just thinking of the collectors, though, who don't necessarily want to be bothered. They're not looking necessarily to get a bump. They're just annoyed that now you've created this murkiness where it's like, so now I'm sitting on the old slab because you changed the numbering scheme. My subgrades technically didn't change, but you changed the rest of it around me. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of bizarre. Carlo here says most of the Beckett 9.5s have already been reslabbed. They're just in competitive slabs now. That's the joke I made with Neo's Giannis. So Simon says there will be more 10s in a Beckett slab. So does the value gap between PSA and BGS not close? No, because now you have more 10s. Now you made it easier. So the 10s, if anything, are worth less. In theory, most of you increase supply, that actually lowers the value in most cases, especially if the marketplace no longer trusts it at the same degree. So kind of Bob Jackson's
the bigger problem, I think, isn't so much the more 10s, less 10s, whatever. I think it's consumer confidence in the company after this.
Yeah, and you also had to manufacture.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, but you also had to manufacture, and you also changed this mid-flight 20 plus years on. Again, the CSG thing, like CSG still hasn't caught up. They just haven't had that respect. But at the same time, at least they did it under a year in. They still had the latitude. We don't have millions and millions and millions of Beckett slabs that have already been under this old system that now it's like some of them don't work that way anymore. It doesn't work that way. So real quick,
So-
so go ahead.
So do you think that if they came to you and they said, Carlos, we want our current gem mint cards to be a 10, would you tell them not to do that? Or how would you have had them split the 9.5s? Or would you have them not split the 9.5s?
If you were going to do it, I would have eliminated the 9.5.
You would have
Because-
what? I'm sorry.
If you were going to do it, I would have eliminated the 9.5. Your
That's-
9.5
we're
is
on
a
the
gem
same
mint.
page.
Your 9.5 is a gem mint. As soon as you, because what all you did is you just made it mint plus. You relabeled the 9.5, the old 9.5. You relabeled it. So you just created that murkiness. Again, you made it more murky than it was before. Again, 20 years on, I would be like, are you sure this is what you want to do? Are you 100% sure? By the way, it's a terrible idea. But if you insist, then the 9.5 goes away. We can't do it.
Yeah. I don't know that it's like the worst idea ever
Mhm.
playing out if it goes the way like we're discussing. Like, anything that's a 9.5 becomes a gem mint 10. Don't get into this what subgrades become a 10 versus a mint plus. Just get rid of 9.5 altogether. And you're basically PSA with 2 extra 10 grades with a pristine and a black label, essentially.
Right. So let's do this. I want to read this comment from J. Rudd. And then, Eric, you've had some time to contemplate this. You've had some time to get a headache, lose a headache, get a headache, lose a headache. You've had a couple of shots at this one. I want to get some high-level thoughts from you. Because we got all night. We got all night if you want to rant. We got plenty of time. But let's at least get a couple of high-level thoughts from you after I read this. Do you think they'll allow you to turn your old min or quad gems into 10s? That's what they should do, 85. So I don't know. I don't know how comfortable Beckett is in provide. The thing is, you've created the inconvenience for a lot of your for people who are flippers, whatever. It might be the cost of doing business. For people who are collectors, you've created an inconvenience. You've created a confusion. You've made them mad. Or in the case of like Aussie Card Dad, he's going to hang on to his cards. If it's a great card, it's a great card regardless of the holder. That's fine. But at the same time, it's like, why did you make this confusing when it was like you made it this way? You did this to us. So that's kind of my take on that one. So real quick. So Eric, go for it. We got a ton of comments. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts, but you're the guy. What do you want to say? High level, Eric. High level. We got time.
I feel as if I have to talk slowly and calmly because at any moment I could burst into screaming, crying,
flames.
I may just set my entire house on fire. I'll start off by saying this, and we'll see where it goes. I do believe that today, March 31st, 2023,
A day before April Fool's. It's the best.
It could very well be my greatest hobby day of all time. Because of a few things. As many people know, I live with my wife, my beautiful, wonderful wife, my beautiful, wonderful daughter, and my mother, which you all know. Because of the living situation I have, I am never, ever right. Days, weeks, months, years can go by, and I am never, ever right about anything. I come on this show once a week, and I co-host with him, and I am still never right. On this date, March 31st, 2023, I can declare I was right.
Did you order the mission accomplished banner? I think I can. We know a guy. We can get your hands on one.
I do believe one is deserved. I have spent years before I came a part of this show, and the last year and a half, 2 years, whatever it's been, it feels like an eternity that I've been doing this nonsense. And I have tried to explain to people in every which way possible, calmly. I have tried to explain to them humorously. I've tried to explain to them angrily and completely out of my mind that this company is a dumpster fire. You should not do business with this company. There are people who argue that point, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, how they still love Beckett. Beckett's fantastic. They do this product the best. They do this. They like their holders. They like this. They all these different things. And yet we come on here every single week and we say, yeah, but, yeah, but, yeah, but, pay attention to. No, Beckett's great. Beckett's great. Beckett's great. This company is a freaking dumpster fire from the top down. From the top, the owner of the company is sitting in federal prison, to down to the very bottom of the person who's in charge of pulling the tablecloth over the display. From top to bottom, this company is a dumpster fire.
This is the opening salvo, Eric. We got time. We got time. You got more time for your victory lap. Summarize the high level. Summarize the high level.
Last year, we had to deal with them screwing up their whole slabs and the display. Imagine how much money went into that display last year. Everybody went bananas and they went, just kidding. This year, it's the exact same thing. Therefore, they learned nothing from a year ago. Stop giving these people your hard-earned dollar. The only way they are going to change is if they see it in their pockets. If you, the hobbyist, and we all believe in rule number 1, so therefore none of you are listening because of rule number 1.
They weren't listening because you didn't do the short version that I'm waiting on. I'm waiting for the late. We got more time, Eric. We got more time.
You just want me to yell and scream.
No, I actually need you to summarize it shortly. There's more time for you to continue to gloat after. I want to make fun of Jeff Wilson. Neo sent a picture, and I think it's hilarious, and I want to show it, but I wanted you to finish your initial thought.
Bad, dumpster fire, stop using them. They are hitting the self-destruct button. There you go.
There you go. Part 2 forthcoming. Part 2 forthcoming shortly. Before that, so my question is, I want to know who in the chat stands responsible for this, because I want to know. So which one of you did it? Which one of you made this purchase? Eric? Were you so happy with the Beckett news that you decided to purchase a Geoff card?
I'm trying to collect the rainbow.
Interesting. So Neo, if we comp this, so now that we've established this comp, it is a super short print. So what's great is yes, Jason, yes we can. I want to transition into. We'll come back to Beckett shortly. We've already given our opening salvo to make fun of Beckett. We got more time. Can we talk about this for a second? Like this,
he's out selling Mama Breaks. Mama Breaks sold for $100 earlier today.
Wow. So Jeff Wilson right now is so Jeff Wilson a 2 times better or worse investment than Mama Breaks?
I guess better.
I guess.
I don't know. Well, unless you think Mama Breaks has more upside.
Interesting. I don't know, man.
Those are the only 2 that have sold so far. There's only 4. There's only been 4 listed on eBay so far.
Here's the thing. As far as I can tell, it sounds like they are pretty short printed. Now, Neo, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. Go ahead.
I think Jeff ripped the case and only pulled 1.
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of wondering. So right now, so I full transparency. I've spent time making fun of us. I made a video about it. But I will say this one thing. I've seen a lot of the response to these influencer cards, and this is the best advertisement Topps Big League Baseball has ever had. Because I didn't even know. Like, here's a quick trivia question for anybody. And Neo, Eric, I want you guys to take a stab at this too. Okay, Topps Big League Baseball has been out before. This is not the first year of Topps Big League Baseball ever. But how many times has the set even been released? I want to know who's paid attention enough to even know how many times it's been out there. I have the answer to that question. I went to Baseball Cardpedia and found out the answer to this question. I'm curious if anyone can guess in one shot how many times this series is even existed. Okay, Eric?
I was going to say 5.
You guys would have guessed correctly. This is the 5th iteration, and they skipped a year. I think because of COVID or whatever, they skipped a year. So they did 4 years, skipped a year, and then did the next one. So this is the 5th iteration of this. No one has ever asked about it. No one's ever talked about it. I've never seen a break of it, really. Nobody's paid attention to it. For the content, I bought a box of this shit. I want so badly to put one of these stupid influencer cards in, but the odds are stacked against me. The odds I probably have a better shot of pulling my Bo Jackson auto. I want the Bo Jackson autograph, by the way. I want the 8-bit one. I think that's awesome. But no, most likely I don't have a shot at any of them. But I think it's funny, and the box is cheap enough, so I figure what the hell. But Jeff has already given like a little bounty. Plus he's got the but you know what? He had an SGC 10 bounty, so you can collect I think $2,500 if you get an SGC 10 Geoff card.
I thought it was a Black Label was 2,000.
I thought I saw a Black Label, but I also saw an SGC 10 one. So maybe both. Maybe he's got a bounty on each.
Maybe.
I guess he wants maybe a rainbow of graded cards. Now here's the thing: if he had gone with a Beckett, I'm glad he said Black Label, because if he just said 10, I go, which one? Which one, Jeff? Oh my goodness. So yeah, so real quick here, let me scroll through. What does James Beckett think? Should he demand they change the name of the company? He doesn't have a choice. It doesn't matter what he thinks. They're already sitting in their bottom line. That's why they do this. Yes. Can we talk about the influencer card? That's what Jason wanted. It's like Christmas. Yes, it is. I bet Jeff bought it. It's possible. He does have a bounty out on that stuff. Is the decimal the wrong spot in that image? Maybe. Are you kidding? Jeff bought that for himself. Super.
Is
25.
it still pumping up if you buy your own cards?
That's an interesting question. Does that count?
Yeah. Is there like a carve out? You know, it's like if you what was always the running joke? Like if you cheat on your girl, but you're not in the same area code or whatever, it doesn't count or whatever. Is it like that?
These are valid questions you're asking. These are important philosophical questions you're asking right now. Slabstrong guy's card is the one to buy. Easily 1K by the end of the year. Yes. Well, the thing is, we know the Slabstrong guy. We know him. Is Fanatics going to give them patches to wear so they can use game use influencer cards in Series 2? Now you're thinking.
Oh yeah, this is the patch that Card Collector 2 used when he swung the big deal for a mantle or something.
I like where your head's at. Duflex of Life, all these influencers must be getting paid as spokespeople by Fanatics to promote Fanatics. I would think not too much, but it's possible. For previous, Bob Lewis says 2016. I think you're about right. But it's the 5th iteration, one way or the other. Let's put it this way. We have never, I can say this comfortably, Neo, and I don't think anybody's going to check me on this. None of us have ever spoken of Topps Big League nearly as much as we have since they announced that thing.
Oh yeah, this has gotten more. They'll sell more boxes of this than any year ever.
Yeah. So the only question that I have is, so Neo, how many cases have you pre-ordered?
I got none. I tweeted out the link today from because they went up on Fanatics for $50 a box.
Yeah. All right. So here's a good question from Simon. Neo, as a hobby influencer, would you have accepted the offer to have your own baseball card?
I mean, without knowing the terms, probably sure. I mean, why wouldn't you?
I'll be honest. I was joking that with somebody. It's like, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Like, I don't give a shit if anybody else cares about it. If they offer it to you, I'm like, well, I think you're stupid. We had that question when I was with Bobbles and we were chatting about it. It's like, well, I can do both things. I can make fun of it, but they're like, what would make any difference if you were on it? It's like, no, man, I'd make fun of it. I still think it's stupid. It's like, but you're on it. Exactly. I don't know why you would do that, but I'll accept it. I'll take a card. Sure. I'd have no issue with that.
I mean, I did my video about this. I think a lot of people are pissed off for no reason. Like it's whatever. This doesn't affect anybody really. Who cares?
Well, it's also a product that most of us would never buy anyway. Like I bought it for the lulz. I literally bought it because I will make a video opening this, going like, all right, let's go. By the way, there is I don't know if you saw the sell sheet, Neo. There is an insert called Let's Go. So you can literally pull a Let's Go and declare Let's Go. Like, live the dream, man. Live the dream. You can literally declare Let's Go, and it is in fact what the card is. It's pretty good. Dave says here, yep, Jeff Wilson's going to wear Will Greer jersey to the card show and cut it up. That would be amazing. That'd be meta. I would love that. Let's put that in Series 2. I heard Eric is getting his own trading card too for being a big BGS influencer. Facts name. Facts.
I hope you fall down the pyramids and you get road rash all the way down.
Such an angry man. My next hobby project is a BGS 10 Rainbow. Geoff, only 4 to go. Yes. Beautiful. And the BGS 10 is important, Aussie Card Dad, because now you know you got 4 different ways to get Aussie Card Dad. Hi, man. Eric, the topic about influencer cards seems about as interesting as it gets. Would you say Fanatics made one for you? Eric, well, you should get an influencer card as the biggest Beckett pumper of all time.
I would say something horribly has gone wrong at Fanatics if they were even thinking of such a thing. That is what I would say.
There you go. The hobby is a real-life meme. Correct, sir. Correct. SCR has a $2,500 bounty on an auto Jeff Wilson card. Love it. They also have social media follow redemption news. Yeah, I saw that. You can do the social media follow, and you can also have a scratch off where you can get on a baseball card for 2024. So Neil, here's the question. Obviously, I think they're going to sell more stuff just on the publicity alone, positive or negative. Like it's out there more. Do you think we get a series 2? And here's the more important question. Let's say we do, for the sake of argument. Let's say we get a series 2. All right, which influencers are you putting in series 2? And you can't say Dustin 5 times. So who else you
got? Sasha.
Okay.
SCR.
Could we just put them on the same card because now we have the image?
100%.
Yeah, we could put them all together on the same card.
Yeah, it's like a dual auto.
Yeah, sounds good.
Who else would I throw on there? Those are the two, I think those are the two obvious ones that weren't included on this time around.
Now here's the question though: does it have to be influencers or can it be like business people? Because Paul says Rob Veras, and like that would be a legitimate.
I would argue that he's also an influencer.
Yeah, but he also
has a YouTube channel.
He'd fall under the same category as like Card Collector 2. Yeah. Like if Card Collector 2 makes sense, Rob Veras is out there. He runs the Burbank show. He's got the Burbank shop. Like he's got a lot.
No, yeah, he would be an obvious choice too.
Yeah, go ahead. You can pick your stuff.
I'd actually say Ryan from Breakout Cards. I mean, the guy legitimately wrote a book.
Sure. Okay, here's a question. Would you put anybody like, say, from the box breaker, not box breakers, but like
I'm surprised Pac-Man wasn't included.
That's the one I was gonna ask about. Like what about somebody who has a gigantic following, but what they do is literally break product? Would like Pac-Man?
I mean, isn't that what Mama
example.
Breaks does? Isn't that literally Mama? It's in the name.
Well, does she do breaking but what I mean by Pac-Man is like he opens product for himself. Is Mama Break? I think Mama Breaks is a breaker.
Yeah, but Pac-Man breaks too.
Oh, does he do breaking like for other people?
I think like for like his channel members or what. I don't know the specifics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's like out there like like backyard like his full-time gig is breaking, but I think he does do breaks for his viewers. I could be wrong on that. It's been a while since I watched this stuff, but
no, I don't know if you saw
Pac-Man's the obvious one, but I think Pac-Man is pretty. And I don't know this for sure, so don't take this for word. Yeah. Just based on the products that he opens, I feel like he probably is very heavily sponsored by Panini.
Yeah.
Because he's not a big baseball guy.
Now, did you see the bounty for I think it was Run Good Life has a bounty of $250 in break credit if somebody shows him a picture of the GF card torn in half. It's the negative bounty.
That's what I said in the video. I was like, the amount people should want this in there for the memes that it's going to supply.
Oh yes,
like Lamine James is going to have a field day with these 5 photos. We all know it at some point in time.
Yes,
like for that alone, it's worth the price of admission.
There you go. Are you talking about Jefferson Burdick, Paul? Are you talking about Jefferson Burdick because as a hobby luminary, is that the one you're talking about? I assume that's what you're talking about. Inglorious has got you in the next set. There you go. BGS floating head. Oh man, a float. Eric, imagine the chase for the floating head influencer card.
Well, you'd never be able to catch it because it's always floating.
I know. I feel like the floating head card should be a two card thing. You got to get both parts, otherwise it doesn't count. The bench clear guys. Okay, fair enough. Yep. Eric Bug Relic. True. Did collector investor dealer?
That'd be another good one.
Yeah.
Elite Code. It could just be his hands.
Yes. Well, that's what suggested. Tom here suggested with Ziri. Ziri is well known in the hockey side of things for breaking. He's actually got a pretty strong following as well, I would say.
Yeah, Lico should be in there, and it should just be his hands with the postal truck and the bull and the bear in the background, the little statues that he has.
There you go. Eric's photo will be him with chocolate stick donut on one hand, the other hand shaking his fist at a cloud. That's the proper pose.
Filmingtons could just be glare off his head.
I think Filmingtons, Neil, I think Filmingtons should be like a variation that it's basically him, but it's the image from the live stream where his camera failed. And all you're seeing is the numbers.
Yeah.
Like his greatest moment.
That was a good moment.
Yeah, like it's a great look. That made my year-end
camera settings up on the screen.
Look, I'm not saying Neil that made my year-end highlight reel, but it totally made my year-end.
Definitely did. I remember watching it.
It's like I was like, it had to be there. Like I had no choice. I was there on the screen. I counted that one. But the set was geared to kids. You need a credit card to access their content. That's fair. No, look, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm not disagreeing. My only point, and kind of playing off what Neil's saying, I don't care. I think it's funny. I literally bought a box because I think it's funny, and if I pulled a Jeff Wilson card on there, I would proudly display it in the background of my pickup videos because it would piss somebody off. But I'm also a life troll. Like I enjoy watching people get irrationally angry. I just don't see. Eric, help me out on this one. Is this something worth? We've had a lot of fun with a lot of this stuff. Is this worth getting irrationally angry about? At the end of the day, does this change your life? A kid's product that you're not going to buy anyway, that most people never even knew how many of them had been released. Most people don't give a crap about. The only reason we're talking about it is because of this. And apparently it's an SP, like really short printed. Like you're most likely not going to get one, even if you did open a box. So is this worth getting irrationally angry about?
No, I don't think it's irrationally. I think it's in the right product, because who is watching influencer content? But younger kids, to learn about the hobby, they're watching Jeff Wilson. They're, I've seen how kids react to Tim at shows, and think he's a celebrity and treat him as such, and he's great with the kids, and I think it's all very perfect. And and some of these people that are in the hobby that are called influencers truly are, and some of them do a really good job at promoting the hobby and educating the hobby, and that's the kids are the ones that that are paying attention. They're the ones that are on YouTube 24 hours a day, watching this stuff.
But it's also temporary. Like here, let me put a different angle, a different spin on this, and maybe Neo, you can kind of chime in on this one as well. It is kind of a time capsule of a moment in time. If some of these folks go away in the next couple of years, it was a window to a very specific moment in time when they were briefly relevant, and you can go back later and see like, hey, who the hell was this person? Oh, they did this back then. Where are they now? Oh, they're off doing something else, or they stopped doing it. They're out of the business or whatever. It was like a brief moment in time, and then it ended, and then it's over.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Like 20 years from now, how whatever content looks like then. We'll look, even 10 years from now, we'll like look back at this time and be like, what a bunch of clowns. Like everybody, ourselves included.
It's gonna be Neo. I'm looking forward to what's up VR people.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fantastic.
We're live from the holodeck today.
I could see it, man. I could see it. Dakota Poper shirt relic card. He's already got relic cards going on. There you go, Josh. Could put in Burdick, Beckett, and some OGs in a retro set. You could, like, if you actually wanted to educate people on OGs in the hobby, you could put a set of that together. That would make sense. Defects of Life. You should put G.I. Joe packs in that box. That'd be amazing. 2023 Topps Big League. G.I. Joe! All right, this sounds good. A card just of the graph would be the best card? Yes. Hey, that'd be a good one, Neo. If you get into an influencer thing, could we just have charts and graphs? That'd be the image?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Like,
just like a little...
Just on brand. That'd be fantastic. We'll put a couple of Cleveland logos on there for you. Yeah. Like, we got it covered. What do I want to clown in a baseball product? We already got Mike Trout in there. It's fine. It's grandfathered in. Oh, that isn't what you meant. Sorry. It just makes people mad because it strokes egos and make people jealous. It does. A lot of people get real mad. Good evening. Absolutely Yannick. I suggest an SSP of influence for the past and no more influencing. There you go. People retired. You got to be in the Hall of Fame, the Influencer Hall of Fame, to get a card. Roth cards for sure. Yep. Could you even make a big Scott Allen Ginter mini? It would be a big mini. Carlisle. Yep. AH and Dan on one card just to prove they're not the same person. Well, I'll leave it to you guys. That's on you. I'm being nice. It would be AH and I. We have a peace treaty. We have signed peace for our time. So I'll leave that with me. Back to BGS for a minute. What do you do with the BGS 9.5 cards that have no subgrades? That's a good question.
Pray when you send it in.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think you'd have to basically, because they'd kind of have to reevaluate it because you don't have the subgrades, so you don't know where you actually fall.
Yeah, I guess that's an interesting point. So if you submit the BGS and you pay not to have subgrades on there, and it comes back a Gem Mint 10, you almost know what the subgrades are to a degree. So you don't know the individual, obviously, but you know that you scored 3 9.5s and at least a 10 somewhere.
Is there any reason though to do
so like a modern graded, any Beckett card graded under this new system without subgrades in a 10,
right,
should be treated differently than, because in previous to today, a Beckett 9.5 with no subgrades was like the bottom of the barrel.
Right.
Now a Beckett 10 Gem Mint with no subgrades is actually, at minimum, that's 3 9.5s and a 10.
Okay, but let me ask a question, because obviously Beckett hasn't going to clarify this yet. Why, if you get a 10, why, like, if you're going to bother at that point, just put the subgrades on everything that grades a 10. What's the point? Stop doing the charging thing. Like, at that point, just give them the damn subgrades.
Yeah. I think they only do that with what? Black Label, don't they? If you score a Black Label, don't they give you the subgrade? Well,
I think, honestly, though, but if you're going to have like 3 or 4 10s, like, just give them the subgrades on all of them. Like, it's stupid.
And
just
to be fair, we don't know the devil of the details to that level yet.
I think they're still making it up.
Yeah,
they're making it up as we go along.
You're probably not wrong.
They're sitting back going, wait a minute, that's a good idea. Write that down. Write that down. They're still trying to figure out. They're going to, guys, we have more announcements. What's the announcement? We want to clarify our clarification of a clarification. Okay, good. I look forward to 100 years from now. People talk about the influencer cards like they do today of 100 cards of 100 years ago. Yes. I know I'm teasing Eric, but it's a fun idea. Definitely no reason to be upset. Yeah, it's harmless in the grand scheme.
Carlos, hold up. Just for a moment. Back up 2 now.
For names?
I'm nuts.
Yeah.
If you really want to do an influencer card, and I know Bob already said this, and we kind of flew past it. This jerk here is someone that should get an influencer card. He has actually influenced in people in this hobby. He started a charity. He has, helped develop cards to educate people on, the indigenous community and the indigenous history in hockey. This is what a true influencer does. As much as I love Timmy Two Hats, he put a phone case on the PSA slab and wears a big hat and, has lots of fun. That's fantastic. This piece of garbage right here actually goes out, thinks about doing things for other people, and really does make a difference. So if someone deserved an influencer card, it would be someone like this moron. See how
I'm getting very conflicting messages, Neo, on the numbnuts. This basically insulting him while giving him praise. I'm getting some cognitive dissonance right now.
You see how I did that?
Mm-hmm. So scrolling through.
Another one will be Lameme. Lameme should have one.
Now, would it be an actual picture of him, or would it be a meme?
No, it would have to be some artistic representation of one of his gifs or memes or something. It would have to be a meme of him.
A meme of him, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a 10 with no subs. You know what would be great? It would be very meta if it was one of his memes on the influencer card.
Yes.
Yeah, if the meme we included was the
which
meme.
one, because there's some classics.
Yeah, sure. But I'm saying you pick one, you pick your favorite, and then the Lameme James influencer card is his meme of influencer cards.
Or maybe he gets a whole subset to himself. So you get 5.
Fair. Let me actually pose a kind of a semi-serious, but also kind of a silly question. If you're the one at Topps who made this judgment call and decided this is what we're going to do, here's my question. Would you have made it as SP as it seems to be? I wouldn't want it in every pack. None of that. I wouldn't want it necessarily in every box. But would you make it a little bit more available so people could just get it over with and it's not rare? Or would you keep it because I feel like if it replaces any kind of a hit, you'll probably get a couple bucks for it now, but I feel like if that was a hit in a box and I beat the odds and this is what I get, I'd be kind of annoyed.
Yeah, I think you need to thread the needle of we need to make this rare enough so not everyone's pulling them all the time and getting mad. You know what I mean? And also make a little bit on the short print side. I mean, let's be honest. The Jeff Wilson selling for 200 is probably going to sell for more than 95% of the cards coming out of Topps Big League?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, there's some autos in there. So I don't know the full auto checklist, but
there's definitely some good players. I've actually seen some, obviously since now the product's getting cracked, I've seen some decent stuff in there, which I think is pretty good. Like I said, I talked about that Bo Jackson card, but that Bo Jackson card is short printed. It's out of 25, so it's actually
that's like a Bo Jackson sticker auto. It's not like a Bo Jackson auto is hard to find. I bet you that doesn't even sell. Maybe out of the gate it sells for 200, but that's not going to be a massive card. I don't think as cool as it is.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's fine for me, but it's okay. I just don't know. I just don't know if making it really SSP is kind of makes sense because again, it doesn't. If I pulled one of those, I would laugh and it would be for a good video. But that's the only reason I'm buying the box, just to take a shot. We'll see what happens, but it would be funny for me. But if I was actually opening the box sincerely, I don't really want this card. It doesn't serve me any purpose. It'd be kind of stupid. And also, this set already has SSP cards to the base. The last 10 cards are 1 in 360 packs. So if you actually wanted to build this set, that's actually pretty tough for a kid set. You basically have I think it's 20 boxes per case. So it's a case hit. You get one of the last 10 cards in the base set. It's like I don't know how many kids are opening up enough boxes to put together this set, especially with the SPs. That's actually pretty tough. Cardboard needs one. It could be a question mark. That'd be good. See, I feel like these influencer cards would be better if instead of using a real picture, you actually start doing these visual representations. Card porn with a question mark. Lameme with a meme.
Could they put porn on a kid's product card name? Oh, how dare they?
I know. See,
Yeah,
I almost like this idea from Inglorious. Competitors card. It would be like famous feuds, influencer feuds. AIH and Great Creator on the same
The
card.
whole set is just SCR versus other people.
Most of it, yeah. Pretty much would be.
And that one, you know, the AIH and Curator.
Basically, yeah. There'd be a lot of feuds for that one. That's true. Sporker Radio Twins card, yep. True. There's an SSP of stars, yep. That's right. The fact that these influencer cards cover the box of the shocks me. Yes. Well, actually, based on that one sale, you actually did better. You got a couple of boxes worth. Like, I don't know. It's about 70 Canadian. So I got to knock about 35% off. So I guess it'd be about $50 a box US over there.
Yeah, they're 50 US on Fanatics website.
Don't, come on, for the content. You got to at least get some blasters. Come on, man.
They don't have blasters. It's like some retail. It's not called blasters. It's something else. Retail value box or something.
But they don't even have blasters? Come on.
They're like $35. At that point, I'd rather just buy the...
I was going to say, you might as well get the hobby box then. Yeah, that's true. So between that, obviously we're going to have that, whatever else nonsense Beckett does. So you did the video also, by the way, since I got you here, you did the video on the Fanatics Revolutionary, Generational, whatever, that's a fucking patch. On a scale of 10, I wanted to, I kind of stand with the same idea. Like, it's not a bad idea. I talked about it yesterday when somebody mentioned it. I go, it's a decent idea. I didn't think that was the generational thing because I'm like, it's a patch. Oh, but it's for the debut. It's a patch. You slap a patch on the jersey. The guy wears the jersey. Yeah, you can link it to a specific event. That's cool. But it's just a patch. That's not revolutionary anything.
Yeah, I like the idea. I don't think it, like, I mean, I mentioned in the video, I think, you know, we all kind of had delusions of grandeur on how big this thing was going to be. And then it was just ended up just being marketing hype. So like, that's side one of the coin. Side two of the coin is it actually is kind of a cool idea.
As a standalone, I'm fine with it. But it's like you overplayed it. Like you way overplayed your hand.
100%.
It's like
100%.
I'm not moved by it.
I like it more, which I discussed in the video, more from the angle of this shows the potential of the collaboration between Fanatics and the leagues and what that could potentially portend 3 years from now, 5 years from now, etc. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's actually the big takeaway from this.
I think it's fair.
This is the MLBPA or MLB and Top/Fanatics are very much on the same page on this working.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, look, from the perspective of the idea as a standalone, the idea itself is fine. The fact that they're coordinating is good. That they're basically making emphasis that, hey, we're going to work together to offer some of this stuff that may offer some value to people that pull some of these cards. Also good. Like, it's not a bad thing to make people feel like they're getting their money's worth on the product. So if you're going to be a little bit more hardline and actually getting you some game use stuff, there's a lot of people that care a lot about that. So give them some game use stuff. If you're able to do that and work with the players to make sure you get more real game use material, and we can say where this actually came from a little bit more, none of that is bad. But it's not revolutionary. There have been companies who've already done that before. Hey, this is the jersey we took it from. Oh, yeah. You got a picture of it on the back. We basically, if anything, we went backwards to where we were before, but it's good that they're doing it. That's a step in the right direction, but I'm not going to get overly excited about it.
I think there's some cool potential for it though. Like when you keep spinning it down the road, like who's to say that every All-Star game jersey now doesn't have a patch on it that says, 2023 All-Star game, like a little mini patch that they pull off everyone's jersey, and that's a set. Or every playoff game they're wearing, ALDS game 1 or World Series game 1 or whatever it ends up looking like. Like you can really kind of go down the rabbit hole on this stuff. And what if all of a sudden, you have Ohtani San Diego Padres jersey next year that he hit a game-winning home run and pitched in the game in Game 7 of the World Series. And that that's the patch that was on his sleeve during that game.
Did you have something, Eric?
Yeah, I know that instinctively we in the hobby immediately try to find reasons to poo-poo things. when this came, now I don't think they had to, call this revolutionary thing, because I don't think it is.
Hmm.
But I don't see how this is a bad thing in any way.
No.
When we are constantly now flipping cards over and saying this is a manufactured patch, and we go, well, I'm not, this is crap, throw it away. I picked up a Phil Kessel card at work today, going, hey, he's in a Bruins uniform. Maybe this is a old Bruins something or another. Flip it over. It's from a photo shoot. Okay, throw that in the dollar pile. Nobody wants that. This is something that's going to prove to you that it came from that player on this date for this event. Everyone loves rookie cards. This is a rookie jersey on his very first game. This is exactly what we've been wanting. Nobody wants a photo shoot. Nobody wants manufactured. So because Fanatics now is going to be supplying these jerseys in the future, and and have everything under one roof, they're looking at it that way, and they're connecting everything and saying, A is going to go to B, and B is going to go to C, and etc. And we're thinking about every aspect of the company and the hobby and collectors and people who collect hats and people who collect jerseys and people who collect cards. And this is what we've wanted, is for a company to actually care, come up with a plan, and give us what we want. So I don't see how this is bad in absolutely any way. Because if I pull another card out of a box that says manufactured, because when I first see the front, I get so excited, and then I flip it over and realize that they got it at Dick's Sporting Goods and chopped it up, and the thing is absolutely worthless. No matter what serial number you put on it, it's worthless. You're not going to convince me otherwise. That now you pull one and it's like, oh my God, this guy actually wore this on his jersey his first time and his first pitch in his first game. That is something I'd like to collect.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair.
I don't
The only thing I'll throw back, though, and maybe this would be kind of a thing. So, kind of to Michael Ham's point, my understanding is that I think they're going to take the whole patch. My understanding is they're going to make a 1-on-1 out of it. So that's based on maybe down the road they make it, because that first patch is actually really tiny. Like if you see compared to the sleeve, if you look at it, it's actually a really small patch. I think you just put that on one card. I think that's basically what you do.
Whatever. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Now here's what's interesting, and maybe this is the difference between the different sports. So Neo, you can kind of play into the other sports a little bit. I'll tell you this: in the hockey side of thing, we've had game used for years. Even to this day, a lot of the stuff is still game used. Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. I can get game used cards of player. They are game used in a game, and it'll say official NHL game, like the whole thing. $5. We don't give a shit. They're basically worthless. There's lots of them. I've got hundreds of them for some of my player PCs. What would you pay for the manufactured? $4. What would you pay for the game used? $5. Why? There's plenty of them. But for other sports, I can understand. I guess my question is, and this is kind of a conversation I had with Carbon Chung back in the day. His mindset on a lot of this manufactured patches was, he goes, I prefer it from the perspective of the visual of the card. A napkin patch that is 100% game used is not going to be that exciting to everybody. And it kind of plays into kind of what Paul's saying here. That being said, I got a Mike Vick Reebok logo from his rookie year, game used, and no one cares. Okay. And let's say we fix it. Fanatics fixes it. Now it's all game used. Now everything's game used. Cool. That means there's going to be a lot of game used. Cool. So what? So we get used to that. Takes us about 5 seconds. And now it's just another card. Not that much better than the manufactured one. Because you were getting $100 for the manufactured one. Oh, the game used one. What are you getting for it? 105.
I think that's where it comes back to tying it to a specific game or event. Like where if you actually know, like that player did something special in that game, that particular game, or it was a milestone game, that's going to be on a different level. Like I know there are LeBron patches from the 2016 NBA Finals.
Sure. Yeah.
And they sell for astronomical sums of money.
Right. Yep.
So I think it comes back to, yes, game used napkin patch versus game used napkin patch from Game 6 of the World Series.
Sure. I think if you elevate it that way, but like, game number 14 of the regular season, You know,
Yeah,
the
I
player
agree.
went 1 for 4. Like, okay, that's great.
sure.
That's nice, but so what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with your take on that one, but I think the point is that Fanatics wants to take it beyond that.
I think that's fair. I'm wondering though, refresh my memory because Topps does a lot of these now. They'll make these different event ones, and you've got the little sticker on it that I think you can scan and put like a code in, and it gives you information about it. So like they've already been doing an element of you can actually associate it to a specific game.
Yeah, there's some Topps Dynasty stuff that has the specific date attached to the card. I think there's some Topps Now stuff too.
That's what I mean. Like I feel like in Topps now, I've seen that they'll like apply a little sticker on. It's got a code. You can punch in the code, and it'll say this player played in this game, and then you can look up exactly what happened and whatever. So they've at least been playing around with that element of it through a sticker. So that is some information there. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I think there's probably cleaner ways to do that without having the sticker involved. That they could probably update that process a little bit. I think the sticker was almost there for authenticity more so than tying it back to.
And if you want to make jersey cards relevant again, it's really simple. You have bigger pieces on the card instead of these little teeny tiny things, and you make less of them. They flooded the market. You can go to any show, go into the dollar box, and just get stacks and stacks and stacks of game used memorabilia cards now. They flooded the market, so we stopped caring. You cut back on that number, and instead of having this little teeny tiny piece, every piece is bigger size, and you make less from that jersey or glove or sock or whatever the hell it is. People will be interested again.
Will they?
That's
the part I always kind of challenge because I know people will tell me this, but at the same time, that's what Upper Deck's doing. They've cut back on game use. There are products now, they will go out of their way not to do game use. They'll put in like technology-based inserts, and they get pushback. Hey, where's my hit? Well, there is a hit in there. Where's my game use hit? Even they would rather have the $5 jersey piece in the box to feel like they got value. So it's like, well, chicken or the egg, guys. If you want bigger pieces, you want less, you want the game used to be tougher to come by. Well, that means we can't give them to you in every box, because if we give them to you in every box, then it's not rare. So which is it? What do you want? That's what I'm a little bit murky on listening to collectors. This would be kind of my take on this. I listen to what the collectors say, but I go, but every time we try to give you what you say you want, then you reject that. Then we do the opposite. You complain, but you buy it. So which one am I listening to? I'm listening to the one where you buy it, or I'm listening to the one where you talk a big game and don't buy it. The money is the answer I'm taking. You're going to answer me with money. Which one did you actually spend money on? You bitched and moaned, but you bought it, versus you told me, oh, this is exactly what we want. Okay, here it is. Oh, well, maybe next paycheck. Wait, so you're not going to buy it? So why did we give you what you wanted in the first place? I don't understand. Neo, give the people what they want. Like, is that worked out for you? Obviously, you got your YouTube people. How's that working out?
I was just looking at my comment section really quickly there. They're fairly spicy this evening.
I'm shocked. I'm mortified. Yeah. How could that be?
Yeah. The amount of DMs too that I'm receiving from people in the industry is pretty entertaining.
This is for the Beckett one? This is for the Beckett one?
Yeah.
I can imagine.
You, Neo, in all these comments that you're looking at, are you hearing people defending Beckett, or are they all on board?
There has to be one guy, Neo. There has to be one guy. It can't just be Eric.
I was looking more at DMs and hold on one second. Let me.
Or most people agreeing that this is a dumpster fire and this company's just out of its mind.
Let's see. I'll just take these really quickly in order. First comment, first sentence. Terrible decision. Absolutely annoyed. BGS is overcracked. This is too complicated. I'm a self-identifying BGS fanboy. This should probably be the nail in the coffin.
Wow.
All right. Hold on. We might have one here.
Oh, good Lord.
There has to be a guy. There's always a guy.
I'm just going to read this on the fly. I don't really know which way he's going. I believe BGS essentially created another grade in which will be considered a premium above a PSA 10. Doubt that. That's me, not him. Just as pristine as above and considered above PSA 10, perhaps True Gem Plus will be even with a PSA 10. That's not the case now. Why would it be after this mess? Because at the moment, any BGS Gem Mint sell for what a PSA 9.75 would sell for. So basically, because it sells for like 70% of a PSA 10. Yeah, I don't agree with any of that.
Well, they tried. I do appreciate they tried. I like sports card whatever here. PSA and SGC are throwing parties tonight with this announcement. That was the memes on the Discord.
Here's the thing, a lot, and I'll be curious to see how this affects Beckett's future business. I mean, I think we kind of all can guess, but a large use case for Beckett, whether they liked it or not, was, man, I have this card and it is a borderline PSA 9 or PSA 10. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to risk it. I'm just going to send it to them, maybe at Min Gems, but I still get the 9.5 over a PSA 9.
Nice.
Like that, there was a lot of people that was the use case. If you have like that one little thing that you're like, PSA is probably going to nail me for a 9, but I bet you I can 9.5 this as a Min Gem.
I can go over 1,000 reasons why they screwed up on this, but the number one glaring reason, let's just say I am fully supportive of what they did. And I had to just look at what they did, and I'm all excited, and I'm pro Beckett. Why in the world is there 2 10s that are exactly the same when you have a Mint Plus? Why can't you have you have a 9.5 Mint Plus or whatever the hell it is, and then you go to 10, and that's like Gem Mint. Why can't the next 10 be Gem Mint Plus and then go to Pristine? Seriously, if I'm pro Beckett and I'm all excited about this, even you screwed up with that.
Eric, how long did it take them to go away from the paper labels? Now you want them to buy one more set of labels? Buy one more font?
Even if I was trying to be positive, they still screwed it up.
So Neo, do we get a video of you responding to the comments on the Beckett video? How many? Here's the over/under. How many videos can we collectively? So I'm going to do a video on the Beckett thing where it's separate. I may just clip the first part where I just have fun summarizing it, but I'm probably just going to do a video. But all right, so collectively between you, let's just say you, me, and Dustin, how many video? What's the over/under on how many videos get collectively milked out of this?
A lot.
Like.
I don't even want to put a number on it because it's not even going to be fair.
Well, you got one. You got the video out. I assume Dustin is like somewhere secluded in
well, he did one already. Dustin did the pre-video.
Okay, so he did the one.
Because I, in full disclosure, I thought about doing one last night, and I'm like, the devil. To be fair to Beckett, the devil was really going to be in the details of how this played out. So I didn't want to fire until I knew exactly what was going on. And I do have, hold on a second.
All right.
I don't know the number. There will be a special reholder fee.
Of course.
I don't know what it is, but there will
Beckett
be a special
doesn't do shit for
fee.
free. They do absolutely nothing for
free. Well, no, I think we knew they were going to charge for it, but I'm saying I don't think it's going to be as expensive as what their standard reholder fee is.
I would hope not.
That's
what I'm taking from this text.
So all our dedicated customers who have stood by us and not gone off to other grading companies for all these years, we want to thank you by screwing you as hard as we possibly can.
Look, Eric, grading companies or coaster makers, like there are options out there. Like
you have to stop being nice to that company.
Nope, absolutely not.
No,
Neil, I got my beautiful coaster. Come on.
No,
my beautiful see-through coaster.
They are now above Beckett.
Neo is is Beckett moved past below the coaster company? Like I got my beautiful coaster here.
HGA is my coaster company.
I got my coaster. It's wonderful.
I still need a nice HGA horizontal because that's the perfect coaster.
But that's got to be available now. Like surely you've been like
I keep looking for one at a show because I refuse to pay like eBay prices on it.
Well, I was able to get. I made an offer on that one. I was able to get it down. That is still the cheapest coaster ever purchased on eBay, as far as I'm aware.
You know what I like? Raw cards. Raw cards are nice.
Well, you can use that as a coaster too. That's fine.
I'm not making Brian Trottier a coaster. How dare you?
Well, he all he ever did was get the first 3-pointer in NBA history. That's not that exciting. Josh here says Eric needs a clipboard with the label Eric's List and read off 1,000 reasons. Exactly. That's
You don't
true.
think I come up with 1,000 reasons why that company sucks?
He's making a wrestling reference. The list is a wrestling reference.
I don't understand any of that, but I could come up with 1,000 reasons why that company sucks.
All right, as long as at least a few of them are armbar, that's fine. That's fine.
Whatever you say.
Trust me. So Neo, I'm one of the other videos that I'm priming for myself is now we got the trailer for the Goldin Touch. I'm very excited about this. I'm looking forward. I'm looking
There's
forward.
too much right now. I don't want to, the content gods have almost given us too much to work with.
I will never ever stop the content. Like, do what you got to do. I'm ready for it. I'm going to do what I need to do. I'll make fun of Beckett. I will make fun of the Goldin Touch trailer, and then I will do weekly recaps. Because Lord knows I don't even have my Netflix activated. But when the Goldin Touch comes on, the Netflix is getting reactivated, and I'm here to do my weekly review of good old Kenny.
Are we allowed to do a live watch party with that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm sure we get sued by Netflix and Kenny at that point.
Well, wait a minute. We could do a live watch party like something like this, and we're all watching it, and people are watching it at their home.
You could set it up like, hey, watch it on your own side screen, but you could do that.
I think, and then have people just type like crazy in the sides. That might work.
Yeah. Michael Ham says HGA horizontal is the best. Still surprised no one else does it. Oh, there is a cost in creating those additional holders. But yeah, I get what you're saying. That was at least something, look, to their credit, for all of the mockery HGA deserves. Although Neo kind of likes them. At least the horizontal slab, at least they tried.
I'll give them that. I'm not an HGA fan. I have no problem with horizontal slabs. I think the idea is great for horizontal cards. I would love, for this to be in a slab and have the words going with the card. I'd have no problem with that. I think it should be done, and I loved the idea when they came up with it.
Mm-hmm. So, kind of to your point, Neo, though, it's like you're right. There's almost too much. So it's like, how are we prioritizing this? I feel like, so by the way, to be clear, tomorrow is April Fool's Day. Does Beckett pull the ultimate move and just like literally rug pulling? Go, yeah, we were just joking. A prank, bro. A prank, bro.
Way too far out of the bag.
They're not smart enough.
We can't hire Logan Paul to be just a prank, bro.
They don't know what day it is tomorrow. They're not that smart.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me ask this then. Do we get an actual good announcement, Neo, coming out of the collective? The Fanatics one was kind of disappointing. Beckett,
I bet you listen, PSA right now is probably working up a doozy of a pricing special that starts tomorrow or Monday.
Probably there, yeah. I would think so. They'll let everybody know at the last possible minute. But if they're smart, I would do that. Although, to be fair, all they kind of have to do is keep extending the TCG one. Like, it's been working really well for them. The TCG thing is they're making lots of money on that piece. So that's been kind of working out really well. That's fair enough. So beyond the obvious, anything else kind of catching your eye, Neo? I know you're kind of out and about doing a couple of things here and there. We obviously, we're kind of watching them in collective kind of from an entertainment content perspective. But you gearing up for another big show coming up, or what's going on your side?
No, I'm probably going to lay low for just a little bit. I was going to potentially do Chantilly this weekend, but decided not to at the last minute.
Where was that one?
Virginia, right outside of DC.
All right, yeah.
It's basically a Washington, DC show, essentially.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
got the
15 minutes outside of DC.
I think Bobbles was attending that one. He wasn't too impressed from what I gathered.
My shop is being represented there. We have someone there this weekend.
It's usually a fairly popular show.
Yeah.
And then I don't really have anything major. I mean, I don't know. Something might pop up and I might decide to go on a whim. I mean, I have tons of local shows, but like more regional level. I mean, locked in for the national, obviously. I'm probably going to Heroes Con, which is a comic con in Charlotte that I went to last year. I'm like 95% locked in for that. Actually, just got approved for a media badge, so I'll probably be doing that at minimum.
I'm actually kind of disappointed though, Neil. I'm disappointed that you were not at WrestleCon this weekend. I heard that's where the people go to pump the wrestling. I heard that rumor.
I showed this to you. I bought my first wrestling card the other day,
it was a good choice. I thought it was well done.
Signature move.
But look, I've given Panini a lot of credit. I don't even like WWE at this point. I'll be watching WrestleMania this weekend because it's WrestleMania, so I'll watch it. But it's like, look, I give Panini credit. Going to the Legends, having that as part of the checklist. So it's like, even if you don't care about the current guys, you got Shawn Michaels. You got Stone Cold Steve Austin. You've got the Attitude Era guys, and you can pull that. And it's smart. Like, Panini's actually done a really good job. That's been part of it. So it's like, yeah, no, but it's genius. Look, I got Neo to buy a card. And it even I don't know if I and it was included in your wonderful philosophical inspirational video. You made the tactical error of actually having a collector based video. Off in the distance, Paul had a single tier. He was very excited by that. But then it kind of wrecked your whole evil investor thing you had going on. It's going so well for you.
Sorry, my text messages are blowing up at the moment.
I saw a wrestling card at work today. I pointed out to somebody because I didn't think they would know who it was. I covered up the words, and I asked this 20-something-year-old guy that I work with, do you know who these guys are? And he's looking at this tag team and has absolutely no idea who they are. And I said, all right, how about the blonde guy? Forget about the brown-haired guy. How about the blonde guy? Does he look familiar to you? Nope. He started making fun of me because I'm old and, blah, blah, blah. I said, you never heard of the Rockers? I go, this guy here, that's Marty Jannetty. Did you ever hear of him? No. And you know who this guy? You don't know who this blonde guy is? No. I'm like, that's the Heartbreak Kid. That's Shawn Michaels. His jaw dropped because Michaels obviously is like 20-something years old and he's bulky. Mm-hmm. He's not all cut and at his peak.
Early Rockers, yeah. He was still super young though. Like he had a lot of time there.
So he's just athletic. But that was the thing about the Rockers. They were the guys that came out and flew all over the ring. Like they looked like they were in a different game. It almost looked like when like there's clearly the NBA guy on the floor in the NCAA tournament that's just like you could just tell he's like 3 times better than everybody else.
Yeah.
When the Rockers would come out, it was just like they're like playing a different sport right now compared to like the guys that are like, lumbering around doing the old school stuff.
But what the funny thing is about your story, Eric? The funny thing is that a lot of people forgot Marty Jannetty got forgot to the sands of time, and it became like whenever a tag team breaks up, it's like who's the Jannetty? But the thing is that originally if it wasn't for Marty Jannetty's personal problems and him screwing it up, it was supposed to be a thing where both guys were going to kind of become stars out of it. They were going to feud against each other. They were going to have the breakup, and then they would feud, and then both guys would actually have a chance potentially to be, because WWE would rather have 2 stars than one.
I thought if you have a choice. Better at the time.
There's an argument to be made, but he got in his own way. Like he made it difficult for them. Or in the end, they finally did get a little mini feud out of it. By that point, Shawn Michaels had already started separating himself, and it was done. Jannetty kind of just became the other dude, and he wrecked it for himself. If he had just been able to keep his head on straight and just go.
But I don't know if that's their rookie card or what. But it's obviously older. But I had a stack of the older stuff with the blue, kind of it's blue around the sides. And
is it like tops?
Yeah, I think
that'd be like, if it's the blue one, it'd be like 87. I think that's 87.
I don't know. It's but it has both of them in it. I think the referee's in the middle holding their hands up or something. But very, 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 very young HBK.
Yep. Or let us say Neo going down the wrestling rabbit hole. We get any more wrestling cards there, Neo? There's a lot of Attitude Era stuff out there, man.
I mean, this has kind of sent me down a little bit of a rabbit hole. I've been looking at the Stone Cold Steve Austin Beer Clash one from Immaculate. That's a really good looking card. And he has a signature move one where he's given Undertaker a stunner.
Yeah.
Which is also a really nice looking card.
But that's kind of
sent me down the path of like, all of a sudden I was looking at $1 Million Man autos, and I'm looking at DX autos, and what else is out there?
Oh, the thing
I
is,
was a big Attitude Era guy. And then, so my wrestling was, I was super big in the Hulkamania, like anyone would be that was born in the 80s. Fell out, tangentially followed in the late 80s, early 90s, and then was really hardcore in like 98 to 2003.
Yeah.
Like senior year of high school and the first couple of years of college. We were going to Raws. We were going to pay-per-views when they would come locally.
Yeah. But that's kind of the reason. Okay, I know that set. That's the classic. Yeah.
Classic. Yeah, that's the one. I had both. I was dealing with a lot of them today. I couldn't remember, but that's the one I showed the kid earlier.
Yeah. I got a couple of those cards in as toss-ins with a different lot that I purchased. They're actually fun cards. They're very available. Like they made a lot of them, but they're nice cards.
This isn't Shawn Michaels' rookie card or anything, right?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. There's always a possibility they might have had a card just before that, but there were a lot of them. Like there was a lot.
Yeah.
But no, all I was gonna say, Neo, that is that that's where I kind of gave Panini credit because they were willing to go into the Legends checklist. Like, and that's kind of what I said in the video. I said, well, here's the thing. Back a couple of years ago, Topps was doing Bruno Sammartino, Pedro Morales, a lot of the old school guys. But then Panini can do the '80s guys. They can do the the Attitude Era guys. So even if you're completely out of it, yeah, we got the $1 Million Man. If you're interested in the '80s and early '90s guys, we've got Warrior. We've got these guys. We've got cards for these guys. You want autographs? We got these guys. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. And at the same time, yeah, we got Stone Cold. We got we don't have the Rock now because obviously the Rock would be very difficult for them to get. But almost everybody else from the Attitude Era, Undertaker, you got Stone Cold, you got Mick Foley, you can cover Kane, you can cover a lot of ground. And Triple H obviously is still around, so he can sign stuff for them too. So it's like, yeah, if you want to talk about 1998, 1999, we got those guys. We can get cards for them.
The other that they did wasn't the checklist, it was the images. Like they picked like that HBK, like that, like what more do you want from an HBK auto than him super kicking British Bulldog?
Yeah.
Like, the Austin beer clash one. Like, what else would you want from an Austin card than him smashing two beers together in front of the camera?
Now, do you think? Now, here's a question. Like, legitimately,
that was the draw to me. Like, there's tons of HBK autos out there.
Yes.
But like those particular ones, I was like, holy shit, I have to have. And there's another one that I'm looking at from the same set. It's the, I think it's called Celebrations or something. It's him where he's doing the thing on where he's like spread out doing the flex.
Yeah.
Like where he's like stretched out on one knee with the one leg kicked out to the side, and it's a horizontal card. Like that looks really good too.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Like the image selection.
The images to me that really set it apart. That's.
Yeah. I genuinely believe. I think I heard an interview where somebody interviewed the guy who's in charge of those right now. I think the person at Panini is actually a wrestling fan, and it shows because it feels like they've made certain selections that it's like, yeah, if you're going to do this, get the best pictures that you can because the fans will remember that. So this was for you, Eric. This was for Mark Williams. Hit the bottom of YouTube, found Eric Live. That was just for you.
Oh, hey, Mark. Hey, buddy. He's up there. He's up there in the Halifax also.
All right. Victor, good evening. Absolutely. Yep. Victor, let me know. I know you got very excited. I saw your video about the whole new rookie card patch. The new MLB debut patch. If you want to say a couple of words on it, let me know. I can shoot you a link. But no, anyway, what I was saying, so Neo, is kind of your point. I know you're kind of in between, so don't worry. But I was saying that, no, I agree. I think if you're going to appeal to the old school fan who might not be interested in the product today, you got to give them the good pictures. You got to give them the classic moments, the images that are going to represent a lot of that stuff. Wouldn't shock me if they can get a couple of DX cards in there, get a couple, maybe a multi-person in them, because most of the guys are available to do it. So if you can do stuff like that, that'd be one that would make a lot of sense. A lot of the factions from back in the day, those guys are around. They can do it. So Alex here says, can't wait to see Alpha Metal Universe releasing in 5 years at the rate they're going. Yes. So this one's for you, Neo. The collectors become more proud of you by the day, Neo. Less prison base, more collector card. Just starting again. I told you, you made one video going all philosophical and soft on us, and now it's ruined, Neo. It's ruined forever. What have you done? What have you done? Now you got Paul full of like crazy ideas. Full of crazy ideas.
I'm not going to spoil what it is. I got a crazy card coming this weekend. It should be delivered tomorrow.
So is this a PC card though, or is this a flipping card?
No, this is a PC card.
A PC card. All right.
Yeah.
Is it Cleveland related? Is it Cleveland related?
No.
Okay.
Non-sport, and it's a big one.
All right. All right.
It was not cheap.
All right. Fair enough. All right.
I've been chasing it for a year.
All right. That should make for a good video.
Is this card that you're expecting as good as cricket cards?
Yes.
I appreciate that you said as good as cricket cards. That's important. Cricket cards was huge. That Eric was gifted those cricket cards. That's huge for him. Make Money Limited. Good evening. What are the Randy Macho Man Savage cards? He's doing it for the fans. I love Randy Macho Man Savage. I wish that Randy was still around so he could have signed some more stuff. I would love to get like a more recent Macho card. Some of the Macho cards that are out there, like there's that WCW set, but that Macho card is through the roof now. Like it's crazy expensive, that one. Here you go. Him throwing Janetti through the window. That would be an amazing picture. That would be an awesome picture. I would love to see that.
I assume it's messy still. What's the Hitman situation with WWF? Is there a chance for Hitman autos or?
Oh, well, Hitman has been signing. I thought he was in the Immaculate set, wasn't he?
Is he? I don't know. I didn't see him, but I didn't look. So you could be right.
I'll double check. I feel like he signed because let me just see. I'll see if I can find it. I feel like he did because Bret Hart has definitely signed stuff for them. Like I could be wrong, but I felt like he was in the product. Maybe impeccable. Okay, so he's definitely got base cards in Immaculate for sure.
Yeah, he's got base cards. I don't see autos.
Okay. I know I've definitely seen some stuff for him. Maybe not recent.
Who you talking
Jimmy
about?
Hart.
Who's Bret Hart? I don't
Oh,
know.
impeccable. He's an impeccable.
Who? I don't know who. I don't know these wrestlers as good as you. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, you know, if your photoshopping is getting better, Eric, we appreciate it. It's good. Don't worry.
That's pretty good.
That's not true. I hung out with him for half a day.
So Neo, he's an impeccable.
Yeah, I saw that exact same card.
Yeah. So they do have him in on card. So that's pretty solid.
Are they coming out with like a flawless and an NT this year for wrestling?
I don't think like flawless or NT is in the cards for it.
I thought there was going to be a WWE flawless or maybe National Treasures.
I guess I could imagine. I don't know, man. Like they've already done impeccable. They've done immaculate. Like another really high end one though. I guess they could. Like there's nothing really stopping them. I know they're doing Revolution. That looked good. I know they got the new Prism. They got that going.
Yeah,
on.
I guess the trick there is that there's not a lot of material to go for patch cards.
Yeah. Well, most of the patch cards are just shirts. Like honestly,
Yeah.
they're shirts mostly. Good evening, Stuke. Absolutely. Jenny drove through that window like a coward. Exactly. I agree, Bob. Yeah, Brett signs. Yep. Yeah. So look. Anyway, on card, even if it's impeccable, like for Panini has done a good job they've gotten everybody that's available, which is really good. So I think that's solid. Yeah, Hitman is in Prism. Yep, perfect. Hitman Mojo PSA 10 out of 25 pop one. Look at you, Joel. Look at you. I hear someone say Macho Ham. Almost, not quite. Yeah, Brett does through the mail. Yep. Bret Hart autos are in Immaculate. Thank you very much. Eric's other nickname is the Boston Crab because he's so surly. I like that.
Shut up, Nate.
I like what you did there. And Bob Jackson agrees.
I was almost nice to him tonight.
Almost. Almost. It was a little bit half-hearted, the niceness though.
Whatever. I hate him.
So if we go down the PC path, just to make Paul happy, Neil. So is it a situation where under the right circumstances, like you pick and choose some other like attitude era guys that you would add to a PC that way?
100%.
Yeah.
I would be lying if I said I didn't have multiple save searches already set up.
Nice. So who else are your favorites? Like, so you got an HBK one for sure.
The DX guys. I was big DX.
Okay.
For sure. And then Stone Cold. I was always on Team Stone Cold over The Rock.
I feel like I want to get a Stone Cold autograph. I feel like that would be one that I would want to add. I have a Bret Hart. By the way, I don't know if you like the Bret Hart one though. I will say, to their credit, I'll give Leaf credit for the 2020 Leaf product. There's actually a lot of very affordable autographs that they got out of that. Mind you, a lot of it is sticker, but still, you're getting autographs from a lot of those folks, and they're much cheaper than a lot of the other versions of it. I have a Bret Hart autograph from that. Eric, despite his airbrushing, he was able to get a legitimate Bret Hart autograph, which I have through that avenue.
I think there's some interesting dual and triple autos on Immaculate, but they're super expensive because they're very short printed.
They are.
So I would love to see, which this would never happen because one of them would probably tear it up, like a Michaels Hitman dual auto. But neither one of them would probably ever agree to do with that because I think they still hate each other, don't they?
Well, I thought they actually
make up when Michael's kind of like did his whole like I found God thing, or
well, they did an interview together around that time, so I'm assuming
maybe they've kissed. I'm not super current on inner company relationships.
Well, in fairness with Hitman, like my thing with Hitman Hart has always been this: Hitman Hart is surlier than Eric somehow. Like if it's possible, like the man is bitter about everything. Literally, he will find an excuse. It's like, it's sunny today. It's too bright. Stop whining about everything. Jesus. He goes, why won't you all praise me enough? Stop it. You're an excellent wrestler. You're very good. But stop it. We don't need to praise you every 5 minutes. He finds reasons to get mad at people all the time. The person he kind of hates the most is still Goldberg. Because Goldberg did end his career. So in fairness, I kind of get that. But even still, he'll occasionally like take swipes at him. And I'm like, you're still going to keep taking swipes at the guy? You're both old. Get over it. Your career is long over. Move on. Yeah, Brett and Shawn do not hate each other. Yeah, they've gotten past a lot of it. I think they're in a better place now. I think Shawn Michaels is kind of kept out of it, and as a result, Bret Hart hasn't had too much issue with him. But he'll still have some folks he's still mad about. And Ric Flair gets mad about people all the time. if they don't praise him or something. Now it's over 9.5. I feel it's my duty on behalf of Eric to remind the audience to smash the like button. That's right. Brendan Goldberg's a duel that would never happen. Yep, I think that's fair. So let me ask you this. Neo, without saying anything. I know that you go back and forth with a lot of different folks. Do you think this Beckett, outside of the jokes and the memes, do you think this Beckett thing is going to drag out through the whole weekend with more? Do you think we're going to hear more from Beckett about some of this stuff, or are they kind of going to leave it be at that last communication with the chart and everything? Just opinion. What do you think? Do we get another clarification before the end of the weekend? Is basically what I'm asking.
I think anything's on the table.
Okay. All right.
Maybe they'll add the plus and try to save this nonsense.
Per Eric, we have agreed to put the plus.
You guys, I mean, seriously, don't you think that makes more sense? Say that you're supporting this and you had to look at it. Wouldn't you say to have a, whatever gem mint 10 plus? Why you have 2 10s? You can have a 9.5.
You have four 10s. You have 4 10s, Eric.
Yeah. But 2 of them are the same.
The subgrades are different, but yes.
So you already have in your, in your grading, you have plus.
Okay.
So use it again to differentiate the 2 10s. I gotta calm down.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's just so ridiculous. Oh my God.
Yeah, sounds good. So Neil, I won't keep you, but if you got to take off at any time, let me know. Otherwise, I'm happy to chat with you. Let me ask you this question as well, real quick. In the same vein, for a lot of I know you're also kind of putting together a lot of cards for the Cleveland Indians 90s teams, especially those like classic teams. I was a big fan of those teams too. I love Manny Ramirez. I thought he was awesome. I enjoyed him. Are there any other guys that you're kind of chasing after in that one as well?
Mostly just Manny stuff. I've kind of now gone down the Manny refractor rabbit hole.
There's a lot of good ones.
There is. So I've been looking at a lot of that, and then mostly Manny stuff. I have an on-card auto of kind of every player that I would want from that team at this point.
Okay.
Other than maybe like a couple pitchers, but all the major hitters. Like I have a Lofton, I have a Baerga, I have a Vizquel, I have a couple Bells, I have a Tommy, multiple Ramirez's at this point. So I've kind of hit all the major people that you would want. So I'm constantly looking at Ramirez autos. And it has now kind of sent me down. I picked up, it's sitting right here somewhere. I did the CSG grading thing, and I did the Bowman's Best Ramirez refractor.
Yeah, and I like those. You got to get the atomic though. The atomic is sick.
Yeah, so like seeing this in hand has kind of set me down that path, and like I picked up, where's it at? This case, which was super low pop, and I got a really good deal on it considering like what a Griffey sells for in this. Like this in a PSA 10, the SPX die cut, and so I'm looking at a lot of stuff like this. Like I just picked up, I bought it yesterday actually on auction. It was the 93 Upper Deck. It's just a base card. It's horizontal, and he's got like his hands up like this, and he's holding a bat across his shoulders. In a PSA 10, I got that for like $15. Like it's not a huge card by any means, but I'm looking at like a lot of stuff like that.
Nice. I like it. I think it's one of those things like we can all have our lanes that we have fun in it. It's always fun to tease you about being the shameless, horrific flipper, the flipping bastard that you are. But like as long as there's something that makes sense and it's fun for you to collect, I always think that's a good thing. And right now, you've found the lanes that kind of work for you, and those are the PC pieces that work in. And
and 90s Indian stuff's dirt cheap too.
It is. It is.
I mean, Ramirez is probably one of the best hitters that I've ever seen next to Griffey in my living time.
I think he's a Hall of Famer. The bullshit notwithstanding, I love him. I think
but because of that, you could get his stuff dirt cheap for like what comparable players sell for with his numbers, which I'm perfectly fine with. Whatever, I don't care. Like he's on the short list to me with Bonds, McGuire, and Griffey in terms of hitters, and I would honestly probably put him above. I know Bonds had crazy numbers, but just as a pure hitter, I think I might put Ramirez ahead of Bonds.
Ooh, now that's a spicy take. I like that one. I love, like I said, I love Manny. I thought he was fantastic. Although Bonds was like scary good. Like he had patience to wait.
It gets tricky with Bonds because of all the walk. I get it. I'm probably super biased on that one, but to me, he's in that like group of 5.
I would put him at the top tier. Like for those 90s sluggers, Manny Ramirez was right at that top of the food chain.
I would have Bell ahead of him, but Bell got screwed because of the hip injury.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bell to me was one of these, like from a scary perspective, probably one of the top 2 scariest hitters to walk into the box. But his career got derailed because of the degenerative hip, and the fact that he liked to chase trick-or-treaters.
Look, I'm happy. I have the 90s sluggers are right in my wheelhouse because that 90s baseball was my favorite time period.
Yeah,
and
I was like
those
15. I mean, it was just like couldn't get more into baseball at that point in time in my life.
Yeah. And when I look at those guys, like Albert Bell was legitimately one of those dudes who's like that is that dude. He can hit 50 bombs a year easy. And he was an RBI machine. And he could hit for average. So he could do all the things.
That shit crazy.
Also,
Yes.
But it added to the appeal, Eric. It was part of his charm. He's insane. He might attack someone.
Insane is not charming.
Wow. Speaking of, so Neo, you would know this one as well from the wrestling era we're talking about. Okay, question. I did a thing with my buddy where we talked about the WrestleMania thing, but towards the tail end we're joking about something else. Thoughts on Psycho Sid? He'd be a dude I'd want to get an autograph from just for one of the cards because it'd be fun. Like I enjoyed him, but he wasn't good, but I enjoyed him.
He was one of those ones that kind of had the potential, but I think he got screwed because of the era when he came up. Mm-hmm. Like his prime was, and correct me if I'm wrong, was more like 90 to 95, right?
For a lot of it, towards the latter. So he won a couple of championships in WCW in the latter portion of the 90s because he did a Millennium Man gimmick.
I'm thinking more like his WWF run.
For his WWF run, yes. He was in the Hogan era. There was a brief period of time where he was the second biggest fan favorite behind Hogan. And they did a thing where eventually they would, because they had their main event in WrestleMania 8. That was the thing. It was Sid Justice versus Hogan as a double main event.
But that was kind of and correct me if I'm wrong, the early 90s were kind of like their weaker territory from a WWF. Like they got really lean there. That was during the steroid court case, and things weren't necessarily looking super hot for them for a while. Didn't they get close to bankruptcy at one point in time in the early 90s?
So if the steroid trial had gone wrong, Vince McMahon was done. The fact that he won helped him out. What happened with Sid, though, is that Sid is a weird dude because he kept bouncing back and forth between WCW and WWE. He kept bouncing back and forth between the two. He would only hang out for a little while and then either get bored or something else would happen. And then he'd go and he'd hop to the other one. And then he'd go back. And then he'd hop to the other one. And he'd go back. But because of the way he looked, and because as a body guy in wrestling, he looked like a Greek god. He went out there. But he also looked crazy. Like he looked like a complete nut. And you bought that.
Like 7 feet tall and chiseled. I mean, but I don't think they ever gave him a really good storyline. And because he kept jumping back and forth, they couldn't trust him to be a pillar and hold up a company because he was just going to jump again.
I think the problem was that they didn't know how to do storylines then. I think that's why he kind of got like lost in translation there. Is like they didn't have their act together to like put a competent storyline out there.
Well, they went through two different eras because in the 80s they would have some like the Mega Powers thing was a great storyline.
Oh yeah,
and they took a year, and they took a year to like build it out and like step by step they went, and then they kind of forgot that, and then they had to try to bring it back, but like they went in and this went. So Bob Jackson said Sid went to go play softball. That was another thing. Apparently he would keep going to go play softball. Like literally that was the thing. That apparently he really loved it. Sid couldn't carry a storyline. They'd have to hide him a bunch. Yes. But the reason I brought him up is that we made jokes about it when I saw the Prism checklist. One of the people on it was the Shockmaster. So anybody remember WCW back in the Shockmaster was infamous. It's a joke. The Shockmaster was a meme. It was just a gag. But Sid was part of that whole thing because he was part of that segment. And the Shockmaster, this guy who was so if you remember Neo, Tugboat and Typhoon, that guy.
I remember him.
So he was the Shockmaster. He was also the Shockmaster. The thing is, it was supposed to be this thing, but all it was this fat guy wearing a stormtrooper mask that was spray painted with silver glitter.
Wasn't it like bedazzled? It almost looked bedazzled.
Yes,
I've seen photos of him before.
Yeah, it was the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. But this was supposed to be serious. And the audio, his voice, was dubbed. It was Ole Anderson, who was actually doing the voice of the Shockmaster. So when I did a video, I pulled a clip where him saying he's the Shockmaster. But Sid was part of the segment. And like British Bulldog and Sting and whatever are like holding him back. And Sid's going to yell at this guy. But what happened is he goes through, they got this whole dramatic thing where he's going to come through this wall. He trips and falls. His helmet falls off. Like an idiot, he has to put the helmet back on, stand up, and try to look tough and intimidating after everybody's about to crack up and die of laughter. And Sid, to his credit, yells at the man like it's this thing, and he goes, and they're like dying of laughter. In the clip, you can literally hear the guy, Ole Anderson, who's going to do the voice of him, laughing audibly on the clip. You literally hear him laughing, and then switch over to do the Shockmaster voice. And then Sid goes for it. He's very intense. So I remember that. And I'll remember Sid doing a promo against Kevin Nash at the time. And in his, I'm paraphrasing, but it's very close. He says, you know, I'm twice the man you are and have half the brain you do. And I'm shocked that Kevin Nash didn't just die of laughter at that moment.
That's a good promo cut.
It's like that, my friends, that'll teach him. It's like, I'm twice the man you are and have half the brain you do. It's like, you teach him. That's right. You're right, Sid. You're right. Oh, it was too good. His new team member is shocking. That's right. That's right. So I like I said, Sid wasn't good, Eric, but I was entertained. If the goal is entertainment, I was very entertained all the time with him.
Well, it's like Ultimate Warrior. He was horrible, but he was entertaining.
Yep.
Yeah, he wanted to run through the wall when the guy came out of the like.
That's right. Exactly. Sid in ECW was the best. He was good at that one too.
But he'd be exhausted when the match started because he ran down, he ran to all four corners, he ran around, he shook the ropes, and he was completely out of breath when the match started, and they had to carry him.
It's just as well though. He couldn't wrestle for crap anyway. He couldn't. And his promos were actually trash. Like if you listen to him, he's like mumbling nonsense. It's nothing.
He couldn't talk. Yeah, it made no sense. He was out of his mind.
Yeah, it was.
People loved him.
What's that?
People loved him though.
It was the energy. It was the tassels. It was all the stuff. Like the kids loved it.
Well, his body was insane.
He was like the most pure '80s thing ever.
Yes,
100%.
He was like pure '80s bundled up into a roided out human being.
Yeah, a lot of cocaine, Neo. A lot of cocaine.
Like a lot of cocaine.
Like just went with it. Like
I love drug.
Yeah. If you ever have kids and they say they want to do drugs, just show them a clip of Warrior's entrance. Be like, this is what happens to you.
That's right. That's right. Well, the best thing was when they when he and Hogan were doing promos leading into WrestleMania 6, because WrestleMania 6 was the big one at the Skydome. That was the first like big Skydome show, and that's where Warrior was going to go. This was going to be a big moment. Warrior was going over. He was beating Hogan clean in the middle of the ring, the whole thing. So they were leading into this, and he's literally doing I don't remember the full context of the promo, but he's doing this whole promo. He's talking to Hogan, and he's literally talking about like the plane, and he basically talks about taking the plane into a nosedive and talking about the pilot who's already made the ultimate. Before 9/11, he was going to crash a plane, you know, in a terroristic move. The Warrior's like talking about this whole thing. And he's talking about like taking the plane into a nosedive, and then that'll take him to parts unknown. He just keeps talking. Yeah, and here's the one. He goes, "Is that the one? Take the wheel, Hulk Hogan." Yes, Bob, that is the one. And he just keeps going on and on and on. And I'm like, this is Neo. I feel like that should be the intro to your show. You should be like, you should just play the Ultimate Warrior promo and then start talking after that. Don't explain context, just play it. It's fantastic. Your video will get your live stream will get pulled down so fast. WWE is militant. They're militant on their. Listen, one of my live streams is still down to this day. I think number 53 is down to this day because I played a Hulk Hogan clip.
Really? How do those people get away with like all the? Like, I mean, I watch like clip. Like I fall in. Like if you, because I've recently, because of the HBK auto.
Yeah.
Like if you looked at my YouTube recommended feed, it's like, 40% sports cards, 40%. Top 10 matches of 1980, 1990, insert random year here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So how do people get away with that shit if they're so enforcing on it?
I'm wondering if it's just
not monetized.
I'm guessing it's something like that. But I'll tell you what, like the great irony, Neo, with my long live streams and everything, I got screwed over by my long live stream because it was so long. You've got in YouTube, in the creator studio, you've got the editor. You've got that editor in the studio. But the problem is, here's a tip for anybody who does YouTube videos. You can't edit a video that's over 6 hours. And that live stream was like 6 hours and like 2 minutes. And because of that, I cannot pull that clip out of it. So it's on my YouTube studio to this day, but I can't play it. It's blocked everywhere in the world because of one clip. And the best part, it wasn't even Hogan in WWE. I did Hogan in Memphis, where he was like Southern Hogan with a terrible drawl. and it was him and the soon-to-be Brutus the Barber Beefcake, who was his brother. I literally was showing that to the guys just so they could see it, so I could explain it. I played the clip, and that's the reason why the live stream is blocked. That's it. I played it for like a minute, and because of that, a 6-hour live stream is not available. I was like, guys, I'll clip it. I'll take it out. Otherwise, I'd have to download it. Yeah. So Bob Jackson.
Download it, re-upload it.
Yeah, I can download and re-upload it, Bob. But like, I'm gonna download a 6-hour video, find the spot again, go and do it. Oh.
And how many? I mean, I don't know your YouTube analytics, but I can't imagine your live streams from 6 months ago pulling a ton of views in the current day.
No, it would not be worth it. It would not be worth the effort. If I had been able to just pull the reason why people use that Creator Studio, just for folks that are not aware, the reason why you would use it is because then you keep your comments, you keep your likes and engagement on the previous, and then you can still have it be the same video. If I do that, Bob, it's a new video. I have to download it, find the thing, clip it out, re-upload it as if it's fresh, and then put it back.
Yeah, so it appears in everyone's feed like it's a new video, and then they're clicking on it and being like,
but it's like from a year ago, and everything's out of context.
A year ago.
Yeah, and everything's out of context and doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, a lot of these live streams are kind of the moment. There's no reason, like we're making fun of Beckett. I'm sure we'll make fun of Beckett again. We'll make fun of them for a different reason next time. Probably. I think. I hope.
Maybe. They'll give us more reasons.
Yeah. But it won't be the same reason again. It won't because of the Mid Collective and all that. Actually, let me ask you this question, Theo. Down the road, you ever going to go to the Mid Collective? Have you ever been to one? I don't think you went to the first one, did you?
I did not go to the first one. I strongly considered this one.
Okay.
I really did.
Do you regret in context not going to it? Because this would be funny.
Yeah, I kind of wish I was there right now.
And just be like, seriously? Seriously?
I've been talking to Gemrite all day, who is there. We've been talking back and forth most of the day. And I've been talking to a few other people that are there from other various companies and stuff. And it's like, I do kind of wish I was there. I'm having definitely a little bit of FOMO not being in the room where it happens, to steal a Hamilton quote.
And
it's just West Coast travel's tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, Vegas travel's not as tricky because it's Vegas. There's a billion flights. The problem is hotels were super expensive because it's NCAA weekend. This weekend's the Final Four.
That's true.
So it's a big Vegas weekend, as is.
And how much is the ticket to the Mint?
Well, are you talking about though with like? Are you talking about like a special ticket or just the regular ticket? Because if you get the seminars, it's more.
Yeah, I could get in the weeds on that, and then I'm sure I could probably pull strings and potentially get something taken care of on that.
$500 or something, right?
It is for just to buy one off the street. It's not cheap.
It's $500.
But if I was gonna go, I don't know that I would have paid for the seminar panels. I would have tried to get in for free, but I wouldn't have paid for the seminar panels. I would have just got a ticket to the show because really, to be honest, the Mint, you're going for the after hours hangout at the bar, elbow rub. Get gossip more than anything else.
I agree.
You're sitting in the panel is cool, but I can follow that stuff on Go GTS's Twitter feed just as easy as I can being in the room.
And that's what I think happened to a lot of folks. I'll be honest. Like I didn't quite see the value in a lot of the panels when I was looking at it. Like I think they're trying hard. I'll give them credit. They're trying hard, but I'm not seeing why you would want to go out of your way to go see that.
It's the price point's the problem. Yeah. If it was $100 to attend the panels, sure, whatever. I would bite the bullet on that. But $500,
Well, Carlos, did you say $4.99 or $5.99?
It's $5.99.
$600.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah. But here's the thing: by comparison, if you're just attending the show, it's like $25 a day.
Yeah.
Like it's like big gap between these two things. Like, is the panel worth?
And the after hours stuff, which is really what you want to be there for, is free.
Yeah, exactly. You're not paying for that. If you're there and you know the right folks, like I'll put it this way: for folks to check it out on replay, I'll include a link to the card ladder coverage of it because they already did a video on the first day. Like they're heading over and like a little bit of the first day and hanging out at some of the eating things early. And you'll see plenty of hobby luminaries. You want to see some cameo appearances? I saw a few hobby luminaries, a few hobby ghosts, maybe a floating head or two, who may have snuck himself into a couple of different shots. Just to be like,
the after hour stuff is where you get the gossip.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him at all, but there's lots of other people that I know that are there, and people were encouraging me to go, and I'm just, there's no way I can't I cannot come up with any reason why I would spend that kind of money. Plane, hotel, food, $600 ticket.
If you were gonna go, you don't pay the $600 ticket, Eric. You
Yeah.
pay the
It's
$25
also-
and just go.
It's not a show design. It's not a card show.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? You're not going there because you want to go look for some particular slab or card or whatever. That's not what you're going there for. It's an industry. It's purely an industry event.
Yeah.
So if you consider yourself an industry person, whether content creator or shop, you know, whatever, it's not for a casual collector, in my opinion.
I happen to know a lot of people that are there, paid the $600 because they are in the industry, and they're like, "Oh yeah, so when are you coming in?" And I'm like, "As soon as it's free," because you know, it's just some of them they had their companies pay for. Some of them are writing; they have their own company. They're writing it off as a tax thing. You know, so it doesn't.
It's the greatest tax write-off in the world. A weekend in Vegas is a tax write-off. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's like there's no effing way I'm doing that. No, thank you. I'm good.
So does that mean if we do next year, Neo, are we getting the Neo Cards and Comics LLC? Is that how we're linking it over
you don't need an LLC to write off travel.
That's probably true. Yeah, I haven't played around with too much of doing the travel ones, but it's kind of fun. I have to see.
The other thing that I would consider going to, I would probably have to pick between the two, would be Mint or the Tops Conference, because they're so close together.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with the Tops Conference is you could turn that into a spring training trip because it's in Phoenix while spring training is going on.
That is true. Yep.
So you could double dip, you know, do the Tops Conference for a day or two, see a couple of days of spring training baseball, and then head home. Nice. And I'd rather hang out at spring training stadiums at this time of my life than a casino. And you're still getting the same after hours hobnobbing.
Well, I think the after hours hobnobbing, to your point, the after hours hobnobbing is the key. If you're trying to be an industry player, you're moonlighting as one, and keeping yourself in it. The reason why I say I'll include the video for folks is that it does give you a bit of a taste of who's hanging around, you know, it's kind of fun to watch just from the video perspective, who's clustering together, who's schmoozing with who, and kind of you can see people work the room and walking around.
Or who likes to talk shit about who, or
Neo. People in the hobby talk shit about each other.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
To Dave's point, it's not about just getting relationships with the manufacturers for product. It's also about getting relationships for people for information.
That's right. Exactly. Well, you can
it's not always about the physical product. There's a lot of value in contacts, information.
Yeah. Well, I think kind of playing into that idea as well is that Beckett himself, it was like he skipped out on the Mint Collective a couple of times, and people have asked him to go down. Obviously, people ask him, but he's like, well, it makes more. I'll get to one eventually, but it makes more sense for me if I was trying to get into the industry. And he goes like, well, he's already been in the industry, like he doesn't need to be in the industry. But if somebody wants to try to angle it potentially for, like, even one of the panels was getting in the industry. One of the panels was literally like, these are folks who are collectors who got into the industry, including Billy Celia from Upper Deck, who I've had on here a bunch of times. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, if that's what you're interested in, that's what you're into, it works out. Eric's very proud of his signs. I like it. So I think that's pretty good. We've covered a lot of ground over the 2 hours. The Goldin Touch one, but Neo, have you seen the trailer?
I have not. So if you want to debut it, I will gladly watch it, and then I'll probably sneak out shortly thereafter that.
Well, it just so happens I have a tab open. It just so happens.
I feel like you've been waiting for this moment your entire life.
Not quite my entire life, but it's close for the moment.
So on the scale of I can't wait to talk about this, was how much higher was the Beckett stuff over the Goldin Touch trailer?
Oh no, Neo, the sweetest plum will be the weekly recaps. That's what's for the trailer, though. You know, the trailer is an excellent appetizer. No, the Beckett thing takes way priority. The gift that keeps on giving that is Beckett is like, it's next level. Wow. Chef's kiss. Like,
are you getting it to the point where the director is in your comment section mad at you and you're fighting with the producer or whatever that was from the last documentary that you?
It was the director, and I can only hope. I wonder, like, listen, I've had Kenny reach out. I've dealt with Kenny Goldin before.
I feel like he's been in all of our DMs at least once.
That's what I'm getting at. So it's like,
yeah,
It's like, listen, I am an unbiased observer, but I will mock what is worthy. It's like, all right, so this is, what is this? This is an autograph of this thing. It's like the Aaron Judge ball. It's like $12 trillion. Sells for like $300,000. You missed it by that much, Kenny. Just by that much. You got close. It's the opposite of Pawn Stars. Pawn Stars, everything's $1. I can only give you $1. Kenny's like, it's $12 trillion. Sell it through me. How much did you get? Like 100,000? That's not quite $12 trillion, Kenny. Not exactly $12 trillion. That's right. All right, folks, let's do it. The Goldin Touch. So this is the Netflix trailer. The Netflix trailer to the Goldin Touch.
All right, let me lock in here and put the phone down.
Yeah, for this one, we got to have our moment. Gonna share the tab audio. Here we go. All right. So I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it at normal speed. Normally I speed it up. Let's bask in it properly, shall we?
Already, I hate it.
Oh, you love it. Trust me. All right, here we go. Live the dream, people. Live the dream.
I already watched that show. It's called Pawn Stars. It's been on for like a decade.
Yes.
Just saying. I've already watched that show. And there's been a lot of high-end sports memorabilia on that show also.
But Kenny.
What doesn't have Kenny?
That's right. We got Logan Paul. We got Mike Tyson. We got Ric Flair cameo. Come on.
Yeah, this is gonna be a gift that keeps on giving gifts. There's gonna be a lot of great gifts that come out of this thing.
And
Yo,
just
my body is ready.
And just like Pawn Stars, it's not reality TV. It's set up. You know, half the stuff that the people bring into the shop where it was already there. You know, Rick doesn't know all this history of every single item like he just whips out. It's the show is completely set up, but it's still enjoyable and educational, and I've always enjoyed it. Just please understand that this Goldin Touch thing is not reality. It's set up just like everything else.
Wait, are you saying that there's staged content in the sports card, memorabilia, etc. world?
There is absolutely. I know that may shock some of the viewers that right now, but yes, a lot of the stuff you see at shows and on the YouTube is staged and not real.
We kind of, you know what, we kind of forgot all about that in the day of crazy news. Like the stage content thing also happened this week.
That is true. That was this week.
Yeah,
Jesus, it's been long.
90% sure. Hold on. Or was that last week?
I feel like it was last week. I feel like I talked about it on the last live stream.
Bringing up.
I feel like I brought it up.
Referring to when I said it.
You're right. It was the very tail end of last week.
Yeah. Okay. I know I talked about it in the last live stream for sure. Yeah.
But it was basically within the last 7 days.
Yeah. Well, look,
as it's supposed to be entertainment, I don't care.
Well, no. Like it's two different things, Eric. Two different things. My favorite part about this is that it led to Dustin having a stand on a thing. He made a standalone video. He's like, "This is, this is unacceptable. This is, I forget how I was phrasing the whole thing." And I just sat there and kind of like, "Really?"
Yeah, we got a little spicy Dustin on that one.
Yeah, it was like, "This is like shill bidding." It's like, not exact. Okay, just help me out on this. You've been around a lot of, and I've seen the person, at least your doppelganger, who I've seen in vlogs and stuff. I've seen someone who looks kind of like you in some of these vlogs that has made appearances. But the thing is, like, here's the thing. I watch a lot of those vlogs. I'm never really paying attention to the price they pay because, as far as I'm concerned, the data's out of date the moment it's recorded. I don't care. Like, yeah. And also, by the way, even if they say prices, I bought this card for this price, I'm missing context. What if I'm already doing business with somebody? I've done a bunch of deals with somebody. Once in a while, you might give somebody a much better deal on this card because we're going to do 10 more deals down the road. So yeah, I'll give it to you basically for cost, whatever. Joe Blow down here tries get the exact same card for me. They're not getting that. They can't replicate the conditions to get that deal.
Plus, a lot of the cards that are shown on a lot of the vlogs aren't exactly cards that you're just going to walk down to the next guy's table and there's going to be one sitting in there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking like out of 10 flawless Justin Herbert. It's like, how many of those are even in the room? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, so does the comp even matter?
But this is the point I'm trying to make, though. Like I'm saying, forget about the stage, not stage, all that. I'm like, I would not treat the prices quoted in any of these vlogs as anything. I basically would throw them out. I don't care what they say, high or low. It makes no difference. Like, I can't use it because I don't know what context there is on this deal. By the way, you buy 3 cards from somebody. You do a deal at trade night. All right, these 3 cards, $1,000. Cool. Okay, so what's the division then? Is it 400, 400, 200? Is it $333.33 for each? Like, what's the actual comp then? It doesn't mean anything.
I think where it does matter to play devil's advocate is like on that Star Wars Kurosawa sale, where it's a number being thrown around on something that there's not a lot of attention on that market.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is a WrestleCon vlog content is coming up.
What's that?
A WrestleCon vlog content coming up.
I think there is when that stuff does matter, though.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of why I made the videos on it, because like I said, I'm enjoying my foray into the wrestling card side of the market, and I'm enjoying that. But I'm also in a very specific lane. The majority of that stuff is not going to affect me one way or the other. Positively or negative, it's going to make no difference. So I don't try to like be outraged for no reason. Like, that's not real for me.
That's my job.
Yeah, that's your job. But realistically, though, it is transparent. Like, they've called their shot. They've said flat out what their intention is to do it. I'm going to be curious if they're successful. I'm dubious. I'm doubtful, because I don't think there is, unless there is one condition where a caveat I would give, and that's one of the cameos in that card ladder video. There is one of the guys, Drake's PC, who does have pretty deep pockets and has reached in foray into the wrestling side of things. If you were able to convince a couple of whales who do have a little bit of money, because it is thinly traded, because there isn't that much available, because even that Shawn Michaels card that you have, that's a numbered card, is in 49.
Yeah, it's out of 60, I think. 980. It's got a weird numbering on it. It's not like out of 60. And then I think there's a gold out of 10. I think that's it then.
Sure. So let's talk about the out of 10 though. So you paid your price for that one, and the out of 10 obviously will be higher. But what if somebody's holding 3 or 4 of them? That would affect things. That would affect the supply, right? So then certain ones become available. So suddenly they get this very large increase, right? And it's like, well, why? Well, it's because one guy has 4 of them. Like that messes up the math. It's like only 6 are available, potentially really available. But the guy who has 4 knows that, and he's the only one who knows that. And these other folks don't. So if it was a coordinated effort from that perspective, yes, there's different variants, but not so many. Panini isn't making 25 WB sets a year.
Yeah.
The supply is still relatively finite. It's a little bit under control. So it wouldn't take too many people with a little bit of deep pockets to actually control that market. Your 500 videos on it, your Instagram posts and stuff aren't going to move the needle unless someone is actually willing to play ball and actually hold the supply. And they got to actually hold the supply. They can't just dump it on the market immediately and resell it. But that's a coordinated effort. Okay. Did she ask you to write that sign? Very specific. Yeah, I kind of figured. But yeah, so all I would say about that, Neo, is I'm watching it only because it interests me from that perspective. Otherwise, I don't care. Make 1,000 videos if you want to. That's your business. I don't give a crap. But as far as the stage content and stuff, like, I treat every vlog like entertainment. I take every comp said with a grain of salt. Like, I can't treat it as valid. As far as I'm concerned, it's obsolete the moment the video is published.
Yeah.
Because it's done. It's over. So that's kind of my take on it. The Goldin Touch thing will be funny, but it's a reality TV show. Like, again, take it with a grain of salt as well. Like, most people, I don't have to tell them to take the Goldin Touches with a grain of salt. But with vlog content, apparently I need to say, take it with a grain of salt. It's edited content for YouTube purposes. It could be total bullshit. Or it could be staged from the perspective, the analogy I use, it could be staged from the perspective that you guys came to a deal and said, oh, hey, I've got a vlog. Do you mind if we do the negotiation on camera? But you already came to the terms. Real money changed hands. Real card changed hands. The dollar amounts and the cards are correct, but the negotiation is fake. So does that count?
That was my line in the sand. You know, if you're, as long as cash and cards change hands, cool. But if you're completely fabricating it strictly for entertainment, that's, you know, I just think you're kind of lying to your audience at that point.
Yeah. That's the thing,
regardless of the comps and stuff, all that stuff aside, just like from a respecting your audience perspective.
I think it's fair. So you're saying you won't be buying Stranger Things from Dustin's for $457,000. We're not getting that one.
No. I do have some Stranger Things cards, but nowhere near close to Dustin's.
So that's very sad. You could always bump it up to $1.5 million.
That's true. Before I sneak out, someone mentioned it in chat. Do you have a hot take on the Disney 100 nonsense?
I think it's dumb. It's one of those things. It's like everything else. I'm like, there are people who legitimately are interested in these cards. There are people who legitimately like these cards. Same as Marvel. Same as everything else. A buddy of mine actually sold a bunch of his Marvel a little after, post the big craziness. But he had bought it so cheap, and he's a guy who collects a lot of this stuff, and he bought cases of that stuff when it was released. Like he had PMGs from back then. So for him, he made money hand over fist but he didn't give a shit. Like he doesn't care. Like he's just doing his thing. There are people who legitimately like it. There are people who legitimately enjoy it. If you like the Disney characters, cool. But I see no reason to go running after it. Like at prices that people are paying for, why? What the hell for? And by the way, if you like Disney, there have been Disney cards before. Our buddy Jay, who does a lot of the vintage stuff, you want a Mickey Mouse card and stuff like that. Like there've been Mickey Mouse cards for years. Go get some of those. They're probably cheaper.
The fact that Disney hasn't gotten in on this sooner blows me away, because that fat rat has his little paws in everything. And if Disney can make a buck off its customers, it will do so. So the fact that they haven't got into this aspect of collecting much sooner is very surprising to me.
I have a feeling someone has taken notice. At this point, you would think they would have to.
So how many cases are we getting a case break of the cards looking for the mouse? No? Yeah.
I might get some Lorcana. If I can find Lorcana, I might grab a couple boxes.
So do you have a take in general for the Disney thing? Like I said, for me, because I'm not involved in it, like the reason I say my take, I'm not involved in it. So y'all can spend $1 million on these cards if you want to. That's your business. You can spend $1 on these cards if you want to. That's your business. Looking at it as an observer, a lot of this stuff is very transparent. Like a lot of it is like, if the price doesn't make sense to you, why would I want it at this price? Then I stay the fuck away. Like I might, even if I'm interested, if the price doesn't make sense for me, I stay away. I'm not interested. Okay, keep it.
Yeah, my general take was, if you want to get in on it, you do you. I know there are a lot of big Disney fans out there, but just really, you might want to really triple down on your homework on this before pulling the trigger on something expensive. Like, make sure that those comps are actually legit, because there is some fishy business going on with some of the auctions and stuff. Like really, if you're buying air quotes high, or at least what we think is high, make sure you're really doing your due diligence even more so than normal.
Yeah. I think also maybe is kind of a general take as well. If you're entering into a market that is suddenly surging, that might be the time to be really picky about entering. Like if you're seeing it surging, like, you know what? I'm good. I'll watch. I'll grab some popcorn. I'll just watch from the sidelines. There's no reason, because unless you have some weird urgency, like unless for some reason you're desperate to get in on it, like why? A little patience may serve you. Maybe you can still get the card after things have died down. Go, you can buy them back, right? This would be the time. Like you don't even have to start. Just wait until and then buy it later the first time. What's the hurry?
Yeah, anytime you feel the FOMO bug itching is usually a good time to close the laptop and walk away.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the best advice we could give to anybody in those categories. Is like,
is there a chance at 3X's from here? Sure. Is that the probable outcome? Probably not.
I agree.
But I think more often than not, if you trust your gut and walk away, maybe you lose out on 1 in 5 that does 3X, but probably most of them are probably going to go down 2X versus going up 3X.
Yeah.
From the point you're willing to jump in.
I agree. That's probably the soundest advice we could give for that.
Yeah. If anything, it also, the other message that I would probably put out there is, be a little careful with Lorcana, because I do think at least some of the motivation behind the people driving this is to prime the pump for that.
I agree.
Like they're using the Disney 100 as a fuel to the fire, to get people super excited for Lorcana, because that's going to be the next thing coming, and it's coming quickly, and people are going to see, oh my god, if these Chinese cards for Disney 100 went this wild, what's the US based next Pokemon going to be? People are going to hype it that way. So be careful with the FOMO train on Lorcana too. Like I said, that being said, I will try to obtain some boxes at retail prices when they release, because I do think that they will probably shoot up from retail, and you could probably make some quick tendies off of them. But that's a lottery ticket, so it could blow up in your face.
I'd agree. So Neo, I guess I'll take you out on this one. So at this stage of the game, based on what we know, is the hobby not getting smarter? Question mark.
The hobby or grading companies?
I just said the hobby. I know one grading company that isn't getting smarter.
No, probably not.
I'm always on team not smarter, Neo.
Yeah.
I'm always on team not smart. Neo?
I was trying to find a way to give us like macro us the benefit of the doubt, but FOMO is a hell of a drug.
Neo,
in a lot of different ways.
Neo, all I'll say is this. I never really took a break from the hobby. I had a slowdown, but I never walked away. I have been in the hobby for 33 uninterrupted years now. This is 33 years. The hobby has never been smart. Ever. At any stage. All we've done is put it on social media and expose how dumb we are. Like, it's not getting smarter. It's just not. Which rule is it? Yeah, people are stupid. That's number one. That's the rules, Neil. These are the rules that my channel runs by. Rule number one, people are stupid.
Don't forget rule number 2.
That's right. See rule number 1. Rule 1 and 2, Neil.
Those are pretty solid.
Yeah. I've got decades to back this up, man. I got lots of receipts of this happening over and over again.
You need to make those rules commandments, and you could be like Victor.
That's right. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to publish them and officially, like, put them somewhere. Like, guys, this is it right here.
We're up to 6.
Yeah,
we're looking for our 10. We're not rushing it. They'll come to us when they come to us.
As we go, we solidify them. And add more.
Now at 6.
That's right. It has worked for me, Neil. I go with rule number 1 and rule number 2. They've served me well for decades now.
So I'll sneak out on this one.
Go ahead.
Dustin hit 3 years this year. Is he a lock for the Sports Card Hall of Fame, YouTube Hall of Fame?
I have a better question for you, Neo. Would you vote for him?
Do I have a vote? How does it work?
So if you have a YouTube channel for at least a year, you can vote. So yes.
Oh, so you technically have. I've never voted before. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to go down and sit down and do a deep dive of his content.
See that's the proper answer. You got to check his war. Have you checked his war? Did you check his war?
I don't know. It's tough for me because I run ad blockers, so most of his videos just pop up blank.
Yeah, I think the problem is that I feel like he's a stat accumulator. I think he's basically just trying to do this on volume. I don't feel like the quality is there. I think there's a lot of 1 for 4s and 1 for 5s. I'm really not feeling it, like weak singles.
I can't fault a guy for going quantity over quality.
Yeah, but there's a lot of quantity. There was a lot of quantity.
People can argue same with me because I'm daily as well.
But how many charts has he got?
True.
Use the charts angle, man. I feel like there's a little bit more. At least there's some charts in there once in a while.
That's true.
And look,
that also means technically I'm eligible. My 3 years will be May.
See, there you go. Well, look, I'll put it this way. Look, Neil, I'll back you up from this perspective. I already told Dakota back in the day. I go, at least you say, what's up, YouTube people, and we feel seen. So you are appealing to the people. Dustin is trying to talk down to us with this little cartoon guy that's fake. It's a lie. Who skipped leg day.
It'll be interesting because, a lot of those old school guys don't like us new school guys. And this is the year that probably a lot of new school guys will become eligible.
It is true. We're right in the red now.
I look forward to your highly debated and fun-loving videos that you will make around the newly eligible 3-year channels. Because there will be a decent amount of them that probably pop up this year.
There will be. That is true. I think it'll be fun, Neil. I always enjoy right around that time. I was like, all right, I'm ready for the fresh controversy. What do we got?
I think you'll be looking this year feels like an extra spicy year though, because you get all the new kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the old schoolers don't enjoy a lot of us new schoolers.
Yeah. Well, look, at least Dustin declared, as I'm apparently a movie critic and I'm his frenemy. So, that's good. I got that going for me. So I got at least maybe I have to do a deep dive on his channel and really do a proper analysis.
You be doing it for a lot of people. I think you're gonna have a fun year this year with Hall of Fame stuff.
I can see it. That's usually how it works. The Hobby Palooza is usually a good part for me. If something like this comes up, it's usually good for me. Like I said, Goldin, I was waiting for Goldin to do this for me. Like Goldin, thank you, Kenny.
So Ziggy will be eligible this year.
I guess so. That's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah. That's another one. Wow. Yeah, you're gonna have a blast.
Maybe. Allegedly. Just saying. Praise the content gods, Neo. Praise the content gods.
Oh boy, they have shined upon us the
Mhm.
last 10 days or so. Kicking off with it was kind of funny because it did feel like for a minute there things were actually kind of quiet.
They were, yeah. Comparatively,
Yeah.
yes. Comparatively, yes.
I feel like we went like a month solid with like not really a whole lot going on. Besides like the normal like okay, some grading companies change prices or whatever, but like from a drama perspective, it was kind of mellow there for a while, and then now we are feasting. The gods of harvest, and they are providing a bountiful harvest.
Well, I was, I had my feuds going on for a while, Neo. So, I was keeping busy. I felt like I was keeping active. Like this is like an MMA fight.
I'm saying
keeping
the
active.
hobby at large, not necessarily interpersonal feuds.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying I was keeping active. I was keeping keeping moving. But I think though, to be fair, like the live streams I do, yeah, we talk about newsworthy topics, but it's mostly just bullshitting about hobbies, just talking about stuff. Like it's whatever. So, but if there is news, if there's like legitimate topics of debate and stuff, that's better. Like then yeah, okay, now we can engage on it. We got different angles we can take on it. Play devil's advocate, do all that stuff. Have a little fun with it. It is fun when there's more stuff to talk about it. It really is.
Yeah.
So I think right now I think is a really good time. If they want to heat back up and Beckett wants to do something else stupid, please. I think they should add an 11. I think they should add an 11 now. Announce it. Let's go. Let's do the spinal tap. Let's go straight to 11.
Is the grading square on the Beckett label like just literally a dial going to 11?
That's what Neo. This is what I want. We still got time. It is still Friday night, guys. You got Saturday. You got Sunday. I want Eric, get your people on this. I want a BGS 11.
Well, and they even got more time because they're Vegas. They're 3 hours behind us.
Even better. This is fantastic.
They got the night is still young for them.
Absolutely. So before you go, Neo, Bobbles, if you're good, just give me a heads up, thumbs up. Just before we take off. Is there anything you want to say to Neo,
when does
Bobbles?
the Beckett group submission start?
Never. They've reached out to me. Never.
There you go.
We got gravelly Bobbles. Wow.
Yeah, no, he was having a little bit of allergies and also the Chantilly thing. Take it easy, Bobbles. Take it easy.
COVID Bobbles here or what?
Yeah, my throat is kind of messed up, but I wanted to hop on because the Chantilly show's tonight. And so, yeah, I'm struggling.
All right. Take it easy. Take it easy. But we appreciate you hopping on.
You're like a Gem Mint Plus over there.
He's a mid plus right now. He's a mid plus.
I'm just authentic.
Yeah, nice.
All right, I'm going to sneak out since Bobbles here now. Bobbles, good to see you, buddy. I haven't seen you for a while.
Thanks, Neo. Appreciate you hanging in
the back half of the show.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Neo. Thanks, Neo, for hopping on. Appreciate
it, boys.
Good stuff. So take it easy, Bobbles. Pace yourself. Don't worry. I'll let you chime in here or there if you want. So let me quickly scroll through. Seems like, yeah. So Sean was saying, good call. At $100 a box, it'd be cool. At 600, like, yeah, absolutely not. No, it makes no sense at 600 bucks. Seems like two brothers bidding up comps on their own cards and reselling the same cards over and over again. It's very possible. I have no idea, but you'd have to analyze it. You got to go look at the feedback and all that. If you see something, like I'm being serious, in general, if you see something that you don't want to deal with, then please just sit on the sidelines and wait. There's no reason to run in. Like, there's enough of that stuff out there that you'll be able to get it later if you really need to. If the market's legitimate, well then, pay the premium at the time. Otherwise, you can probably get it cheaper later. Like, why? What's the rush? What hurry? Multiple zero feedback bidders with more than 90 bids and 100% same seller. Doesn't get more obvious than that yet. Thank you, Stuke. Appreciate that. Orlando says I'm voting for Neo and Carlos this year. Appreciate that. I'll be voting this year. There you go. Good stuff, Michael Ham. True, Bobby. True. Michael Ham, absolutely. Yep, need Bobby and Cam giving that opinion. There you go. Second year select Tiger Joe Burrow auction ends at 2K Raw. Nice. No cut 10s, just 9 and below. I changed my handle. There you go. Curate to Klima. You got your Bob's sign there. There you go. Nice. Yep. Debbie Bobbles. There you go. Too many deals with Chantilly. That's right. Good stuff. All right. I'm going to get a quick refill. Eric, you think you can keep the people entertained for 2 or 3 minutes while I come back?
No.
All right. Yeah. You think you can manage? I might just put you in the corner. Don't make me put you in the corner. There's enough of us now on the screen. I can put you in the corner.
I don't care.
Do you though?
My whole life is living in the corner.
It is, but like you should be happy. Like, Beckett's burying itself all by itself.
It is just, it's crazy.
That's
It's
right.
just crazy. I would love to hear what, I know, Brandon's having a tough time talking, but I would definitely love, as somebody who's connected to one of the, major grading companies, owner of one of the major grading companies, I'd love to hear his opinion on this absolute dumpster fire that's going on at Beckett right now.
There you go. So this was a good one. Sir Bob Jackson. This is actually a fairly reasonable request. You got a story from the shop this week?
I have quite a few, actually.
Would you like to tell one or two then while I go get refill?
Sure.
All right. I'll be right back. You can sprinkle a little Boston Bruins propaganda if you want. This might be your chance. Didn't you guys win the President's Trophy?
The Boston Bruins won the President's Trophy.
Well, then you can sprinkle in a little bit of propaganda while I come back.
But it
All
means
right?
nothing to me. Stanley
It
Cups,
shouldn't mean anything to you. This regular season, it should mean nothing.
This
I'll be right
is
back.
what matters.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
So unless you're hoisting one of these above your head at the end of the year, nothing else matters, as Metallica once said. Stories from the week. See, today I walked in and former Boston Bruin Dave Shaw was in the store. He is very good friends with the owner of our shop. Was actually the best man at his wedding, and he popped in to say hi and to say hi to his former teammate who works with us, Glenn Featherstone, another former Boston Bruin and Hartford Whaler and St. Louis Blue. So it was nice to have Dave come in and shoot the bull for a while. So that was cool. Earlier in the week, I had the pleasure of going out to dinner with 3-time Stanley Cup champion Andy Moog, who won his 3 cups in Edmonton with the Gretzky dynasty. And we were out till about 1 a.m. and he just tons and tons and tons of hockey stories. Loved hearing the Edmonton stories. I've heard a lot of Bruins stories over the years from different Bruins, but I've never heard any, behind the scenes locker room, type stories from the Oilers and Gretzky and Messier and Lowe and Fuhr and etc. So that was really kind of cool to hear some of those stories. The next day, we had a signing with Hank Nowak, who played for the Bruins in the 70s. He was in town doing his very first signing ever. And while he was in town, he was able to catch a Bruins game, went up to the alumni box, and there was a bunch of other older Bruins there that knew who he was, and got to see some former teammates and Johnny Busick and Rick Middleton, Al Peterson, who played in the 80s and didn't play with Hank, but they struck up a conversation, and they invited him to the Bruins alumni game on Sunday. So after the signing, I drove Hank to the Bruins alumni game that was happening, and he got to be the coach of the day and stand behind the bench, and I was kind of off to the side with him and hanging out with the guys and a lot of these other former Bruins that were there. Dave Shaw being one of them, and guys like Al Peterson and Bruce Shoebottom and Kenny Linsman, who also won some cups up in Edmonton back with Gretzky in the early 80s. So it was cool. It was definitely a big Bruins weekend, hanging out with a bunch of former Bruins. And then yesterday, so today we had Dave Shaw in shop. Yesterday we had current Boston Bruin Nick Foligno come in to do a private signing with us. Nick had been in before, so he's kind of friends with us, now, and friends of the store. And so he came in for about, an hour and a half to do some signings. He's just one of the nicest guys you're ever going to want to meet. And he says that his recovery from the injury that's kept him off the ice for the last month is coming along, and he should be ready for the playoffs. So we're really rooting for him, because now that he's a friend of the store and keeps in contact with us, it's nice that we nice to hear that he's doing better and be back on the ice soon.
So Orlando wants to hear more from you, so I'm gonna have to meet you, just for Orlando. So I hope you know that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I gotta give the people what they want.
No, they wanted to hear stories from the week. That's my stories from the week.
No, that was basically just Bob. Your personal favorite.
Well, I am interested if Brandon can muster up a voice, what his opinions are, what's going on with Beckett over the last 24 hours, and just the utter ridiculousness of that company.
So it makes no damn sense. It's never made sense. It's never made sense why they had 2 pristines. Now they got 4 10s or some shit. There was confusion at the show. Like, people were trying to figure out what the hell a BGS slab that they had in their case would be.
Mm-hmm.
Most dealers said they didn't really give a shit. They weren't going to go through with the trouble. They were just going to try to sell it as is. The memes or whatever the conversation you all having in the Discord, not direct of the person who was mentioned, but SGC was at the show, and I will say they thought it was pretty damn stupid as well.
Yeah.
So
that they're right.
Peter was not there, so I'm not throwing his name out there.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't Peter. Now, he may have where he's at, but I think he's at the Mint. I think he's out in Vegas.
Right.
But SGC was at the show, and we did talk about it for a little bit. And people are kind of like, what the hell is going on? I think Beckett, it's almost like the National when they threw the damn slab and stuff up, and everybody's like, what are y'all doing?
That's the analogy we're using. This is the second time they've done this. Their own display betrays them. They've created the scenario where now you have to answer a question. Everybody's going like, but you put it there. We're asking because this is what you have shown us. Why are you showing us this? If it's not true, why don't you show us that?
I think they're grasping at straws, and it's showing their weakness. Like, they're trying to jump in the game. They're trying to adjust. But every time they do, it makes zero damn sense. If they wanted to fix the whole scale, go to 2 10s, but have a pristine and a gem mint. Don't go pristine, or whatever the hell the other ones are. What is it? 2 pristines, 2 gem mints?
But the thing is, before they had the pristine and the black label, wasn't that's already 2 10s? They had 2 10s. So
just then change the one to a gem mint or something, I don't know. It just makes no damn sense, and it shows even more.
Yeah, like I'm putting it back on the screen here.
Craziness.
So like right there,
that's stupid.
Yeah, you've got black label, which you had before. So 410 subgrades, that's black label. That's the same as before. You got the pristine. You got 3 10s and a 9.5. I think that's the same as before. But now you've got the gem mint, which is 2 10s and 2 5s. The gem mint, which is 1 10 and 3 5s. So those are both gem mint. And then you've got the mint plus, which is 4 9.5s, which was previously a gem mint.
And you should have a gem mint plus.
When we were driving home, I had turned you guys on and was kind of listening while I was driving.
Yeah.
And I heard the discussion about what happens with the shit with no subgrades.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because that's a thing too. It's like, I don't know.
But that's kind of what I threw back at Neo, is that I said, if you're going to do this, I almost feel like anything that qualifies as a 10, you should just put the subgrades on then. Because just tell them what it is.
They should just tell everybody, we apologize for ruining Dr. Beckett's name. We are shutting down as Beckett. We are going to adjust everything. There is no longer Beckett. We are no longer BGS, Beckett, whatever. We are coming back. We are going to adjust everything and just come out with a new name. Because I think they're just screwing things up further and further and further.
SSG, shit show grading.
It's something.
That's
it,
fair.
it's crazy. So,
You know,
That's
that's probably the best idea, Baubles, that I've heard yet. Just say, all right, we're rebranding everything. We're done. Whatever is in the environment from Beckett, those prices can stay. You know, done, good. Okay, we're now moving forward to something completely different. This is how we're doing it, and rebuild everything from the ground up. Because
and
you
if there's
can't.
loyal fans to them, and I shouldn't use the term fans. If there's loyal collectors of Beckett or whatever, offer them, a reholder into the new brand or something if that's what they choose. But continuing on this path is just, yeah, they're just digging, like
Yeah.
shoveling that damn hole deeper and deeper and deeper.
And I
So
was saying earlier, I've tried to get the word out in every way possible over the last few years. You know, the last almost 2 years here, trying to get people to understand that this is the situation. And there's always people defending and saying, no, Beckett's the best, and I'm going to stay a Beckett fan. And they keep doing this to you. Why do you keep sending them your money?
And here's something else that they really should have took note on, and like what Joel mentioned, downgrading the Min Gem to a Gem Plus or Mint Plus or whatever. I still say that part of the issue with CSG leveraging momentum, they had to make a change because everybody hated the green label. But when they changed the scale, I think that actually hurt them.
I
I
agree.
think people liked the label and everything, and people love the slab. People know that they're reputable. But when they changed that scale, I think that hurt their momentum because ever since then, like they were getting a lot of cards. And when that scale changed, people stopped talking about them as much. Does Beckett think this isn't going to make shit worse for them?
Well,
I mean,
it's
look
I think
at
it's
what,
worse for Beckett just because they've been at it longer.
right.
The fact that they're like I said, I
It
think
affects more cards.
exactly
Yeah.
that's the key piece is that because you've been with that previous scale for so long, we're already kind of used to it. It's not even being used to or not being used to it. Is that the cards have already been sent in. A lot of money's been spent, and I don't care if you're reslabbing them for $1. Why should I have to give you $1 when you change the scale on me? I paid you to do a
And
job, and it's already been done.
and I bet if there was a way to scour the pop report, there is probably more Min Gems that would go down to a Mint Plus than there are gem copies that would move up to the 10.
So Bobbles, I think you missed this part because Neo actually went into gem rate data and had them get some help to break it down. I won't talk about which ones are. I can tell you this: 85% of the 9.5s have been impacted based on this change. Most of the 9.5s have been impacted in one way or another.
And I would be willing to bet it's down
A good
without
chunk.
even knowing the
A good
numbers.
chunk.
That
Yeah, but regardless, though, affected. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like the fact is, the majority of them. So very few of them get left alone. Most of them have been affected one way or the other, and it's like that's bad. That's terrible.
Well,
It's like that's most of them.
I guarantee they're probably looking at it as opportunity cost. They seen a lot of people send in the CSGs to get reholdered at what was it, $5 or something like that
It was
for
something like that,
the
yeah.
green to the black.
Yep.
They're probably struggling because I don't know, like you don't hear anybody talk about subbing with them. This is probably a thing of they probably evaluated numbers and was like, oh, well, everybody says Beckett needs a 10. Here we go. We'll give them a 10 and people will pay us to get the 10 on the label. That's probably what the hell they're thinking to create some revenue. And I just, yeah, I
Well,
think
it
it's
never
a
made
huge
sense.
mistake.
It never made sense that 9.5 was your best, was your average best. And then you had this special, pristine, it's like 11. And then black pristine, which is like 12. Well,
Neo
now
just
they're up to
said,
what? Now they're up to what? 14?
Here we go. That was the number I was looking for. So yeah, the 85% there. There you go.
So that's what I was saying. The 85% of them are now, instead of gem mint, they're mint plus. Because
right.
how many slabs do you see out there that has a 9? You know, they're mint gems and all 9.5s, you know, true gems. It made sense. There's very few gem pluses.
This is a
Or,
good
you know,
analogy. I
whatever.
actually like this
So
one. This is an analogy I like from Bob. They're doing a failing restaurants with bad management do. Change the menu and make customers unhappy. At this point, just throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. So, kind of to your point from earlier, though, Bobbles, I'd rebranding would make no sense at this point because then you're a really badly run grading company that has no heritage to even back up from. The Beckett name is the only thing even keeping them solvent. Otherwise, it's like you remove the Beckett name, and there's no reason for anybody to grade anything with them at all, ever.
well, I was just like trying to be kind to Dr. Beckett and take
He sold it. He sold the rights to the
the
name.
shit show that they're putting on under the Beckett name. Maybe give them a second chance under a new name to try to figure this whole thing out because it's stupid as hell.
Yeah, the only way they would get out of it is to sell off the degrading division to somebody else and get out of the business. The only reason they, if you literally sold it to another company and let them run Beckett Grading as its own subsidiary elsewhere, then otherwise there's no point. There's literally no point.
Maybe, I mean, this would be a stretch, but since they do the autographs, why doesn't PSA just buy them out and use Beckett to do autographs?
I just don't know. Like, I guess they could. Like, but what value is it to PSA? Why would they care? Is there enough business even if they bought it? Is there
Well, I
is there
mean, then
enough
they would get the
assets?
whole business. They'd get the whole pie because there's, I mean, other than JSA and stuff, they're the only two that slab them, you know, so they would have the whole pie for autograph authentication.
Could you just let Beckett make a few more announcements and then they could buy it for $1.95? Get
Yeah,
an even
right.
more discount. It's like, yeah, keep making announcements. You got any more announcements? Hit us with them.
Go ahead and change to that damn slab y'all had at the National.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Ms. Bobble said they can just combine with Tag, so they can make coasters, luxury coasters. I do love me some luxury coasters, Mr. Bobbles. I do love me some luxury coasters. But I don't know, man. The whole thing, like Neo was right earlier tonight. We're almost spoiled for choice. The Beckett thing was been worth talking about because we got more. We got the clarification earlier today. We got this evening, so we've been able to get all that, which has been amazing. But that has almost buried the lead of the Goldin Touch. It's buried the lead of the rookie autograph, rookie MLB debut patches, revolutionary. Question mark. Not so much. And it even gave us something to talk about beyond influencer cards and the millions of Topps big league boxes that we're buying. Like, I'm buying one, Eric's buying 50, Bobbles has got 50 pallets. We're very excited out of it.
I didn't notice any of the wax. I may have just missed it
Sure.
at the show, but there was somebody that had a massive binder. They had been ripping some big league. There was a massive binder. I actually did a little bit of video, only like, I don't know, 6 minutes total or 8 minutes total.
Right.
But I actually went to the binder because the 8-bit cards, they were on top, and that caught my eye. And so I started flipping through to see if the entire binder was freaking big league. So somebody went to damn town on big league.
I believe it.
If you can find me a Timmy Two Hats card, you make sure you grab it.
I didn't see any of the influencer cards. In fact, like I said, I didn't even notice any of the wax there. So it was kind of surprising. I didn't notice any, and this one's done swept under the rug, but Stadium Club Chrome was released today. I didn't see any of that there either.
Well, I think
So-
I meant what I said. I did pre-order a box, and they're still showing us pre-order on the site. So I'm wondering if they got their allocation. Like, from what I've definitely seen a handful of folks break. So like some folks have definitely gotten it. I'm wondering if the distributors have gotten it out to folks yet.
My
Maybe there's a little bit
LCS,
of a delay. Yeah, your LCS had it.
he had it at 58 a box.
Okay, sounds about right in the ballpark of what we talked about. Well, actually, 58 a box is a bit high because 58 a box. If I add it in, it's because, like I said, it was $70 pre-order here.
So I'll tell you what he does. Let me check real quick. He kind of monitors things a little bit. Where's it at? I don't even see it on there. Hold on. So my guess is that since he's kind of close to blowout, he kind of watches blowout's prices and tries to be under them. I don't know what blowout was selling at because theirs is out of stock.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how in the hell blowout is out of stock of Topps Big League, but they're out of stock.
I wouldn't be surprised if the allocation wasn't too crazy. So, like for comparison, so right now the equivalent would be about just shy of $52. So $52 American is about what it would come out to based on current conversion rate. Will be interesting to see if the grades scale for the lower grades also moving forward. I think they're going to leave the lower grades alone because there's really no reason to play with it. It's in that gem mint category that started playing around with it. It got weird, so it happens. But yeah, I think they'd leave it be. I'll be honest. And I don't think people care as much. Like if you start messing around with the 7.5 and the 8 grades and stuff, you could, I guess, but I don't think there's being much reason to it. Is when you get into the gem mints and stuff like that, where the subgrades and how they combine. That's why we saw in that whole chart. It was all 9.5s and throw in a 10 here and it's this, throw in 2 10s and it's this, throw in 3 10s and it's this, throw in 4 10s and it's this. And that's despite having the clickety clackety keyboards. So very true, Miss Bubbles. Very true. I like my clickety clackety keyboard. That's why I got it.
If we don't look things up, we can't comment on them.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to get the stupid translation thing to work, and it was being a little bit stubborn for me. So I don't know. I'll be giving the rest of my PC raw from now on anyway. There you go. There you go, Aussie card. That's fair. Like that's completely fair. We joke about the whole grading thing, but look, if it's foolishness and it doesn't make any sense for you, you don't have to send it in. There's no reason to. You can just collect the cards as they are. It's fine. A lot of cases, it's perfectly reasonable.
I gave SGC hell. I was just joking with them, but I told them they were in my territory. And if anybody out there is in the area going to the Chantilly show and you want to submit with SGC, they are running 15% off.
Oh,
so nice. If you submit 50 plus, it gets you down to $15.30 a card. So that's not terrible.
Fair enough. Seems good. Now, actually,
hey, Eric.
Can
you ask Mrs. Wade for an allowance so I can buy a card?
Ooh.
She likes you more. You ask her.
I was gonna say you probably got a better. Shot. It's probably legit.
She likes you way more than she likes me.
No, there's a Gordy there. The guy's actually got 3 of them. But he has a 1, and I swear it is a beautiful copy because the only reason it got a 1 is a little bit of paper loss on the back of the card. And there's nothing on the back of the card anyway. But the centering is yep. It's beautiful.
Nice.
But I asked him, I was like, why is it a 1? Because looking at the card, it's like freaking perfect. And he's like, it's got paper loss on the back. And he let me look at it and everything. It's freaking amazing.
Nice. Let me read this one from Carlisle here. Bad eBay experience today. Discovered an auction about to expire. No bids. Minimum bid $8. I bid. Then shortly after I was about to win, the auction was stopped. Item no longer available. I've seen that, unfortunately. Afterwards, I looked at previous feedback. Seller, 4 negatives, 3 complained of auctions ending prematurely. Yep. Unfortunately, that is a thing. Feels like something eBay needs to fix. There's a couple of things that eBay needs to fix where people mess around and play shenanigans.
I thought there was a...
They screwed us so bad. I'm not going to go into details, but we're screwed on something. They effed it up so bad. Mm-hmm. As always, they go with the buyer. They don't even care. They don't pay attention. We appealed it. They totally agreed with us on the phone, but still didn't want to help us. And they refunded our money. even though they do it on their own. It's like, if you're not going to refund it, we're going to go into your account and we're going to steal it from you and refund it.
Mhm.
So now the person has the money and the item.
Yep.
And there's no incentive for them to send the item back. And this is a large item, large money.
Right.
And on the computer, they sided with them, but on the phone, they said, oh, no, totally understand. Yeah, that you did everything right. This is totally on them. But, this is the policy. And, we just need everybody to get it right. But you already sent them X amount of money. Now they got two things. Why in the world are they going to? Oh, my God. I'm disgusted with them. eBay is a complete I don't want to use bad words.
It's eBay is very seller unfriendly. That's been like a reputation for them going back years and years. Now, quickly, since we were talking about eBay, I got two envelopes. Well, I got two packages in the mail today that I was hoping would come in today. Now, I was worried. Bobbles, I got lucky because I made a mistake. I made a tactical error. I accidentally used the Canadian address, which my original intention, but then I suddenly remembered, oh crap, they do that eBay International thing now. Oh crap, I'm gonna get charged custom. Now I might still, so I'm not gonna pretend I'm out of the woods. But I went to the mailbox and the stuff was there, and I was like, I literally said, I'm peeking around the corner. You're not gonna do like a gotcha. As soon as I touch this, you're gonna be like, ah! It's like
it's supposed to be better now with that.
I got nailed the last time that it went through that way. But I had two of them, and I was like, Eric, I'm not joking. Like I was like you waiting for the raccoon. I was like waiting for it to like pounce and like get me. Like,
so I'm like that thing, man.
But just for jokes here. So I got two things. And they were two nice cards. One was like a $170 card, and one was like a $325 card. So two solid cards. Okay, but for the record, here's the question. I got this, and I got this. You want to guess which one was the $325 one?
The crappy
one. You want to guess the bubble man?
I was sitting. Yes, the $325 one was the bubble mater, and the $170 one. I got a box. I got peanuts, and I was like, and I got it in this. It was inside of this. It was like 8 layers of cardboard. I was like, all right, that's some strong packet. Like, damn. All right.
We got negative feedback.
This is good
because there was, quote, an obnoxious amount of tape.
Look at this. I got bubble wrap and like extra. This was the $170 one. By the way, I appreciate it. Like I appreciate it. But the other one was literally like the envelope was like barely big enough to hold the card. I was like, this is the $325 one, man. Come on.
Can you imagine getting negative feedback because you package something too well?
There you go. So Bobbles, like I said, I think that's a 944 at best. I think
what it is.
You talk about the SGC, consistency. I don't know about that one. But anyway, I was happy to get the cards anyway, so I was like, whatever, fine. I accept it. Both cards are fine. But I wanted to give kudos to the one seller though. The one with the quote unquote cheaper card. That's pretty good packaging. Like I got it wedged within like a whole bunch of cardboard. I got bubble wrap inside of a box and everything. It was like, nice, thanks. It was really good. Joel says I got you one better. I had the seller put used in his redemption description. It was already redeemed. Had to file with eBay because he wouldn't refund. Oh, that's terrible. I told them all the cards are used. Numbnuts, that's right. Yeah, because the shipping we have submitted from Japan, I swear shipping to the US is less than England. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Put your cards in the magnetic, put your own number on it, call it personal grading. Yep, 944. That's right. I find eBay takes down auctions when they're not real accounts. It can happen, but I've seen sellers that will do that if they feel like they're not going to get the price they want. They don't take a chance on letting the auction finish. They literally yank it down. I've seen that.
Did they change it? Because it used to be within a certain time frame. If there was a bid on your item, you couldn't end the auction. Did they change that?
I don't know about a time frame. I know that there have been times where I've had to pull them down, even though we've had bids, because usually...
Yeah, I'm talking like...
I go through and see that one of our employees didn't do a good enough job labeling it, and it's actually, the description's off, or it's the wrong picture because, some kid screwed up. So I have to, take it down even though there's bids on it. So, I mean, I have done it a handful of times.
Well, he said that the auction was about to expire. And I thought within, like, if it was towards the end of the auction, and I thought it was by like a few hours
I haven't
that
tried.
you could no longer cancel the auction if it had bids on it.
I think I remember the policy you're talking about. I feel like that kind of disappeared. I feel like that kind of
Oh,
went
wait.
away.
He said no bids, though. The item had no bids on it. That's why.
Oh, no bids. You can take it down whenever you want.
Yeah, that's why. I didn't catch that part. It said no bids.
No, but he said I bid. Because look, he said minimum bid, no bids, I bid. Then shortly before I was about to win.
So I don't know how they did that.
So in other words, he had a bid. So that's what I got out of it. So yeah, I don't know. But
That's
I
very odd.
I agree. That's junk. That's no good. I agree with that.
And I'll tell you this, the times that I've had to take them down, I immediately send an email to the person explaining. And if I plan on reposting it, I make sure they're aware of it. So it's not just, so it doesn't look shady. I try to keep the people that were interested in the item as informed as possible of why we did it and why we are not putting it back up.
Wow. Okay, Eric, you're gonna like this.
Okay.
So when Neil was on, we talked about Lamim James.
Yes.
Right. You guys ready? You ready for the Lamim James Instagram post?
I can only imagine what this is going to be.
We got a lot of stuff in here, so it's pretty good. All right, here we go. So we got the scale, right? We got the chart, of course, to start. Let's start with the chart, and then we can go sideways on it here. So we start off with the chart, and then we go here. Beckett explaining his new grading scale. Classic. Solid meme. Market share at an all-time low. Revised grading scale, Beckett. Yep. That's a good solid one. We do like fire. We got a little fire in there. That's nice.
It is a dumpster fire.
Here you go. Trying to figure out Beckett's revised grading scale. Yep. That's a solid meme there, too. Collectors seeing their 9.5 min gems turned in min plus. Facts. That's where the 85% came from. Yeah. We're losing market share fast. Need ideas now. Labels with enhanced security. More user-friendly website and setup. A new fucked up grading scale. Employee of the month. Boom. Anyone that owns a min gem. Accurate.
Yeah. Just keep trying to smile.
Collectors that own shitload of 9.5 true gems. There you go. 9.5 true gem. BGS 10 gem min. Yeah. All I did was step back.
Yeah.
Beautiful. How good you're at math. 9.5 equals 10. That's pretty good, man. That's a pretty good set of memes there. That's a solid for one post there. That's pretty good. Solid group of posts.
That's awesome.
So for the question from earlier, are you sure that this is going to help Beckett?
It's going to help PSA and SGC.
Andy, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. I know you have to take off, sir. How's it going?
I'm good. Yeah, I had some last second company that showed up, so
that's all right. You didn't miss anything. We didn't talk about anything. We just kind of hung around staring at each other while we were gone.
that's what I assumed it would be for the first couple hours. So I thought I would join in late and get in on the real action.
All right, Andy, I got choices for you, man. You're spoiled for choice. All right. So I've already made fun of the. I've already had some fun with the Goldin Touch Kenny trailer. Did that. Beckett has been our topic du jour tonight. The new Beckett grading scale has been a lot of fun for us. Shall we talk about gem mints? How are you feeling about some gem mints? You're a basketball collector, so you know a little bit about the Beckett and how much Beckett basketball collectors have appreciated in the past. Beckett BGS graded cards. So do you want a 10, a 10, a 10, or a mint plus? What are you feeling?
I'm not a fan of the mint plus with any company, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like I don't fully understand it, I guess. Like I don't really know why they're doing it that way. Just a rebranding, I guess. I don't know.
Well, it's not. Well, in fairness, Andy, it's not really a rebranding as much as it is like, look, have you seen the chart? I'll show it one more time. Have you seen
show
the
the chart.
Yeah. All right. One more time for those folks that didn't catch it earlier tonight. Pristine Black Label 10 is the same as before.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed there. It's the same thing. The Gold Label Pristine is 3 10s and a 9.5 subgrades. Fine. Gem Mint now is 2 10s and 2 9 5s, or 1 10 and 3 9 5s, but 4 9 5s is now Mint Plus.
Well,
As you do.
that's interesting.
And by the way, on the booth at the Mint Collective, they have a display with a title there where it's got 4 9 5s and it shows a 10, which is what people took pictures of in the first place, which is what created the confusion, which is where they said, oh, no, that's not what it is. Let's make a chart to clarify. So what you're saying is
National all
someone
over.
approved you making a display that is literally wrong. And you went to a
Again.
networking event. The other companies are literally, I guarantee you, right now, BGS is sitting in its corner by itself. PSA, SGC, and CSG are probably sitting at a table somewhere else having a drink, going, can you believe these fucking idiots were once upon a time relevant in this hobby? Oh man, let me tell you.
Well, and I think even when they were at their most relevant, they still had by far the most confusing scale of anyone, even then. And now they're just making it even more confusing, it seems like.
That's the look, above all else, Andy, we've been in this hobby for a long time.
Right.
So like, look, it's stupid, but I get it. Like I can look at this chart and make heads or tails of it. I get it.
No.
I think it's dumb, but I get it. But imagine somebody who is new and you hand them this shit and you're like, here's the chart, figure it out. Andy, like you've been on the other side of the table as a dealer too. All right. Imagine you got your old BGS slab. So it's like, wait, so that's like 4 9 5s. Wait, is that Gem Mint though? It was
Used
before.
Right.
What is it now?
Yeah, I don't know what it's called now, but it used to be Gem Mint. I don't know.
That's a conversation somebody's going to have. Somebody's going to be like forced, and they're going to be sitting there like looking over at that. If they're sitting anywhere near the Beckett booth, they're going to stare daggers at them and go, "This is your fucking fault." Now I have to have this conversation, this bullshit. I graded this shit 2 years ago. It's 4 9 5 subgrades. It's a Gem Mint 9 5. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, like I think I was just thinking about one of the cards that I have that's in a Beckett slab, and it's a Gem Mint, but I think by the new scale it would be like a Mint Plus.
But I'm trying to get like when we had Neo over here and we were chatting for a while. I just said like I tried to put it in the perspective of a trade night or setting up as a deal or whatever. I'm like, okay, you struggled before. Like a Beckett 9 5 has taken a value hit, huge value hit compared to a PSA 10 or whatever. This doesn't help. This hasn't made it better. Oh, but now it's a 10. Yeah, but there's 4 10s.
Yeah.
Like, what does that even mean? Like, who cares?
I think the fact that they already had like the 2 10s,
yeah,
it hurt the 9 5s long term. Because that's where people like, I think they really started devaluing the Beckett 9 5s when they came up with the black label. That's kind of when it started, I think.
Yeah. And this one was a valid point as well. This was a question we don't know the answer to. What about situations where you have a 9 5 with no subgrades? So if you're sitting with that, it's like, because you chose no subgrades, it could technically fall almost anywhere on this, obviously other than black label. It could fall almost anywhere on this scale because now you have a 9 5 formerly that could be a 10 under the right circumstances. Is that what you have?
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing with some of the people that have only been back in the hobby for a couple of years, they probably don't know that it used to be where like Beckett, you had no option. Like you didn't have to pay extra for the subgrades, and you automatically got them. Like there was no option to not have them. That was kind of their thing, was the subgrades.
Yeah, exactly. But that's kind of where I'm at. Is that I don't understand like why you do. So let me pose the question to kind of playing off this a little bit. From a collector standpoint, like is there a scenario, would you have any inclination where you would even consider swapping it out? Or would you just be like, yeah, whatever. It's a Gem Mint 9 5 before, that's my card, that's my slab, whatever, I don't give a crap. I'm leaving it alone.
I only have a few Beckett cards,
Sure.
and I will probably leave them alone, But if I was going to swap them out, it wouldn't be for another Beckett slab.
Right.
I would be swapping it out to another company.
Yeah. So what you're saying is strategically maybe not sound. Maybe this wasn't the ideal strategy.
Yeah, like, but otherwise, yeah, I don't really see me like trying to get one in their new holder or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And to be clear, that one meme, I actually touched on the joke that I've made before. I go, you made an announcement, you botched it in the first place, to the point you had to explain it and clarify it, which is usually bad.
Right.
But then on top of it, everything else. Have we addressed the counterfeit slab problem at all? Have we fixed the slab? Eric, as the resident observer, have we fixed the counterfeit slab thing yet, or is that we're getting on that soon? We've removed the paper labels and we've done this.
Let me look into that for a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
No, we have not, Carlos.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. So, have we eliminated a really bad April Fool's joke? I don't even think they're good at an April Fool's joke at this point. That's like they're only out, and I think they're too deep now. It's too far. They've gone too far. Good evening, Mike. The card formerly known as Jeb Mint. Yes, indeed. I really don't see a scenario here. If I were SGC, my next $9 promotion would be regrading Beckett slabs. See, Bobbles, I like that one. There's a $9. There's a $9 special we can get behind. The other players like, yeah, we'll take your old BGS slabs.
I think that would be fantastic. I think all these companies should, and say, have you had enough? Come to us. We'll move them over for you. Yeah. And we'll give you just a straight 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think that the SGC
walked out a 10.
SGC has to be like extremely happy with the way that Beckett has handled themselves in the last couple of years.
I'll just say there was a conversation about it at Chantilly's show.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine there would be.
At this point, all the other the other graders in the main three are all sitting there cackling to themselves, and they're like, "We literally don't have to do anything. Just let them implode, all on their own. Just don't do anything. Don't rock the boat. Just don't do anything crazy.
Yeah.
Stay the course. Steady the ship. Stay the course. It's all good. They'll do it all on their own. Just leave them alone."
Man,
I just wish somebody could have seen this in the past and warned people of this company and just how poorly run it was, and to get their money out of it. I just wish somebody was.
Are you saying they weren't listening to you, Eric?
No one ever listens to me. I'm sick and tired of being minimized and not listened to.
You know, Andy, I feel like the people at StreamYard heard me, and they said, "Can we come up with ways for Carlos to fuck with people?" Yes, we can.
Just put them in the corner.
Just literally put them in the corner. That's what I did. Orlando earlier wanted to hear more of Eric's stories. We can hear more of Eric's stories now. Eric, you want to tell some stories? Damn it! We lost audio. This is terrible. Now he's in the corner, and we lost audio. This is awful. Awful.
Dang it! You can't see him or hear him.
This is just this is tragic. This is terrible. Anyway. Yeah. But no, I agree. It's one of those things where like, it's fun to make fun of. Oh, and it is. And I really enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie about that. But at the same time, it's like, it's so stupid. I'm sitting there like, no one forced you to be this dumb. Like, who approved this? Who said, okay, yeah, guys, this is a great idea. I approve. Sounds good.
There's a lot of stuff that's happened over the last couple of years with a lot of these companies that I've thought that about, like, whose idea was this? And yeah, like, who approved this stuff?
Oh, I know who did it. What's his name? Greg, what's his name? That's sitting in a federal prison right now. He's the one that's coming up with all these ideas.
There you go.
He's gone insane sitting in his cell. And he's like, I have an idea. And he's forcing the company to do it from his prison cell.
Interesting. Well, Andy, it could be worse. You know what's a much better idea, though, Andy? Influencer cards. So the only question that I have, I know about Bobbles, I know about Eric, and I know about myself. How many cases we got you in for? 2023 Topps Big League. Let's go.
I'll probably be sitting that product out. If I'm going to be, collecting the great influencers of our hobby, I'll probably have to do it, through buying singles. Because yeah, those just seem like really tough pulls. And
But Andy, wouldn't it be great if you went to one of these Dallas shows? And you're infamous for not actually buying cards. Wouldn't it be great if you went to a Dallas show and the only cards you bought were influencer cards from
just
this
put
5
together
set?
the whole set?
Yeah, just that's literally all you bought. And then Mike just stares at you and question his life choices and having you as a friend.
He would question. Yeah, he would question a lot of stuff about me if I did that.
I get a couple of designs for you.
A lot of people would.
I think that's fair. All right. So, but Andy, here's a question for you. I asked this question earlier tonight when Nia was on. So I'll pose this question to you. Let's say, in fairness to them, in fairness to Topps, we have never spoken of Topps Big League more than we have this past week, and we will probably never speak of Topps Big League this much ever again. So in a certain degree, you can argue it kind of worked. But here's a question that I would have. So let's say they decide, this was a good idea. Let's do it again. But you're going to pick 5 different influencers. Who are we putting in Series 2 of the influencer set?
Well, I'm gonna have to know who's in Series 1 first.
I'll tell you who's in Series 1.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we got Jeff Wilson, Sports Card Investor. So that's
Okay.
1. We got Card Collector 2. We
Yeah.
got that. We got Aaron from Slab Stocks. So that's 3. We got Tim from Slab Strong. So we know him. And we got the lady from Mama Breaks.
Okay.
So those are the 5 that are eliminated. They cannot be used in this Series 2 list.
Okay.
Everybody else is on the table.
The first, okay. I guess the only thing I'll say about the Series 1 is I don't know how much Aaron from Slab Stocks had to pay them to get in that, because
That to be honest with you, even though like we know Tim from Slab Strong, we know him, and like I said, for me, I would get entertainment getting the card just because I know the guy. But at the same time, like he has an association with Jeff Wilson, so I kind of
I'm talking
get
about
that.
the other guy, the Slab Stocks.
No, I understand. I'm just making a qualifier.
Yeah.
Under normal circumstances, he would be in the same category, but since he directly works with Jeff Wilson, I could kind of get that. I don't know how the the Slab Stocks guy got in. I genuinely don't know what the connection is because I'm not sure what they do right now. Like they're there. I know they've got a YouTube channel. I get that. I don't think they're a shop really. They're sort of a bulk submitter-ish, but like not exactly. Like I don't know how their connection is. I feel like it was a stretch.
You can make the case, like if you go to like a big show, you can make a very strong case that most people there will know who Ryan and Jeff are.
Out of the people with the biggest followings, those are the 2, yes.
Yeah, like those 2, you can make an argument. The other people could probably walk around the show and, I don't know that they would be recognized that much, even at a show. So
For the most part,
you put them in a product where a lot of the people opening this may not go to a lot of shows or may not watch YouTube. Like
in fairness, Tim does have a really big hat.
Tim can't get from one side of the show to the other without being stopped 10 times.
He does have a very gigantic hat, so that can
And
help.
someone who's walking with him in these shows in Boston and Dedham and Toronto, and he can't get from one side of the building to the other without being stopped 10 times.
Okay, so you're asking for Series 2.
So Series 2, I would need five people that get in here. Now, influencer wise, we've got people with big followings. We also have a card shop owner. We've got, folks that operate a business in the industry. So there's a little bit of room there if you want to play around with it. Go ahead.
I would say Rob from Burbank.
Yep. All right, Rob Barris from Burbank. Yep.
Let's see here. Man, they took all the heavy hitters for Series 1.
Huge, massive.
Let's see.
I like Ozzy Card Dad has his list.
No, none of those. Can it be like a dual card?
Why not? There's really no rules to this. Like we haven't really done it this way before.
We'll say since you already have Jeff and Market Movers in the first series, you have the card letter guys, Chris and Josh in Series 2.
Sure.
Yeah. You could have like a dual card of chasing cardboard people, Mike and Ty.
Wow. Okay.
You could have who else? How about a triple? And it could be a triple auto of Carlos, Eric, and Bobbles.
Amazing. Sensational.
I don't like
auto relic patch.
Well, can we get the PSA Beckett and SGC logos on it?
Yeah. We might have to. Well, in fairness, you would sign Bobbles. I'd sign my name. because I'm Carlos. See what I did there? And Eric would just sign Bougie, and then Bobbles would sign Bobbles. Be pretty good.
And then the last one, I should have had this guy first, obviously, but the last one would be Bob Lewis.
Ooh, that's true. But you know what? I like what you're thinking there, Andy. But I think Bob Lewis would actually be 2 cards. The first one would be Bob ...
Lewis.
Card 2 would be ...
Yeah.
Lewis.
Mhm.
You'd actually need both cards to complete the Bob Lewis.
Bob could be a short print, and the Lewis would be like a super, super, super short print.
Correct. Yes, sir.
There was some variations floating around. I don't know if anybody's pulled any yet from Big League, but there was some variations floating around.
Yep.
Very
Mike
good.
says he's out. This is sad. A little sad.
Come on, Mike. The pump is in.
Yeah, let's go. Don't forget Christina Card Ladder, triple auto. There you go. That's true.
There we go. Yeah.
Yep.
There's one there too.
A dual SCR auto. Yep. Yeah. We got a couple of votes for SCR in our first run through. I wanted to include you in on that conversation. We got that. Worst prospect card ever. Probably true. Sounds like some good picks. There you go. Bob Lewis would have a Zero Relic. Yep.
Yes.
How about Dr. Devitt
that's
separate? Yeah. Dr. Beckett separate from modern day BGS. Yep. Second card short print. That's right. Exactly. The thing is, you can have a lot of fun with it. We were joking about it. We had a little bit of fun earlier with it. And when we were having fun with the whole deal was that the question, like Brendan Ryan there asked, would it be any different? Because he was asking when I was doing the show the other day with Bobbles. He was saying, like, would it be any different, Carlos, would it be basically asking us, would it be any different if Carlos was in it? It's like, no, I'd make fun of it just the same. It's still a stupid idea. Like, for me, it's a dumb idea no matter what, no matter who's in it. Now, the question was asked earlier. It's like, well, if they offered it to you, would you agree to it? It's like, yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind having my own card in this thing. I think it'd be fun. But I would also be completely okay with other people thinking it was really stupid because I agree it was really stupid. I can have both things at the same time. So it's like, no, it's really dumb. But if they said like, oh, hey, would you do it? Yeah, sure.
I mean, if it's a product for kids, I don't really have a huge issue with it, with some of the people they put in there, because there are a lot of kids that, whether people like them or not, a lot of kids do look up to some of these people. And, they would probably think it would be cool to have a card of some of these people. I don't, and you guys probably don't, but
no. other than for the jokes and me putting it in the background of like my video for the internet. Like I want to buy this set super cheap. I want to find it for absolute bargain basement price, and I will do everything in my power to buy it as cheaply as possible. I want to get the 5 cards and have them in the background of a couple of videos. But again, I need it as cheap as possible. Like I need it super cheap. Apparently, a Jeff Wilson allegedly has sold for $200.
What's the most you would pay for one of these cards?
Probably like $10-15 for the Jeff Wilson, maybe, and the other one's down from there. Like it's got to be cheap, man. Like I'm just not paying good money for it. For a gag, for a joke, sure. And the Tim from Slabstrong, like I said, I know Tim from Slabstrong, so I'd at least be willing to get one.
There's 2 of his on eBay.
Yeah, I have no doubt, but probably they're asking for like actual money. I'm like, no. It's got to be super cheap. It has to be super cheap.
I would not spend a dime on any of them except for Tim's, and I guess I would probably spend probably more than you should to get one of Tim, but that's about it.
I would probably go $20 on a Ryan Johnson.
Sure. Fair enough. I feel like that's a reasonable cap. I feel like that's an absolute cap.
I think he should probably be the highest one.
Well, I think he's got less enemies than Jeff Wilson.
I mean, if I was ranking them in value, I would have him at the top. Like, let's say all the print runs are the same. I would have his as the most valuable. Ooh. It's a nice
There's
card.
none of him on eBay.
Disgraceful. Ms. Bobbles was saying in the coaster. So I was like, yeah.
Who would you guys have as the most expensive out of that set?
I would think for the infamy, the Jeff Wilson one. I feel like because here's the thing. Understand the angle. So let me use Bob Boozle's comment here.
Yeah.
How many ways can I destroy Jeff Wilson? So that means the demand will be higher because you'll have people who actually want the card for jokes. You'll have the people who want the card because they actually want the card, and then you'll have people who want the card to destroy it.
That's true.
That's 3 separate demand groups, Andy. 3 separate groups.
That adds a layer.
That's what I'm saying.
How many people are going to copy Vegas Dave and sit there and light it on fire. You know.
Well, I said it earlier tonight. Run Good Life. So Jeff Wilson has a bounty on his own card if somebody gets it graded for a couple of the graders. So he's got a bounty. Run Good Life has a $250 credit to his breaks if somebody is the first person to show him a picture of the Jeff Wilson torn in half.
Wow.
So like I said, Andy, there's already a bounty built into like this, both positive and negative. So I feel like that automatically increases demand. Like there's more angles on this.
Yeah.
Did anybody speak on the fact that the Jeff Wilson has to go for authenticity guarantee?
Oh, that's true. That's right. If it's over a certain price. So let me share this one because Bobbles is our resident Photoshop artist. Now, Andy, we joke about this, but Bobbles came up with an alternate version of the Jeff Wilson card that personally, I don't want to overplay this.
Okay.
It might be the Grail of Grails. It might be the greatest card in our hobby. And to me, it would surpass the Honus Wagner. It would be better, infinitely better. So I'll show it to you guys.
Oh my God.
Tim Salmon is 4 times better than Mike Trout.
Yeah, he's definitely a better investment. I mean,
Like, but just look at it. Like, it's got a trout. It's got the word bubble. And then there's 5 Mike Trouts.
He's actually holding a salmon. He's presenting you the salmon.
Like,
yeah.
Andy, that's a Grail of Grail card right there.
Is that the picture of the actual card?
Well, minus the word bubble
No.
and the fish.
I mean,
Minus the word bubble and the fish, yes.
But what is he doing in the actual?
He's holding his hands like this, and
okay,
he's like mid hello.
All right, so hold on, just for an honest answer for Andy. So he's kind of like showing the 2 of the products that he's involved with. One is Tim's Slab Strongs,
right,
around the PSA slabs, right?
Yeah.
And then holding them up is Dan's stand-up displays. So he's a partner with Dan and Tim separately for those products. So he's standing there with his, kind of presenting Dan's product and Tim's product in the same shot.
Okay.
You want the super short print version?
So that's the. Oh my God, that can't be real.
No, absolutely not. It's super Photoshop, Andy. Come on.
I'm like, okay, you had me until I saw the PPT. There's no way.
We're jerks, Andy. The upshot here is we're jerks.
There's no way he's that good of a sport to wear
No.
that.
No.
For legal reasons, he knows better. For legal reasons, he knows better.
He actually would do that and just laugh about it instead of suing people, or whatever. He'd just be like, yeah, check this out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ozzy Garnett says, I question how many collectors actually know who some of these influencers are. Most of the collectors. Yeah, no, but that was my point in my original video. I said most people will most people who would probably pull this card will probably have no idea who the hell it is. And they'll be like, who's this? And then why is this rando wearing like a Topps uniform? What the hell is this thing? Rock Like This asked the valid question. How much would you pay if Jeff was on a tractor? Ooh, that's a callback to the Brett Favre.
I would pay more if he was on a tractor. Yeah,
that'd be pretty good, man. The tractor is a good callback. I appreciate that. Topps will actually hate ripping a thing. Yep, we'll make hate ripping a thing.
Yeah,
yes,
hate ripping.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that. Thank you for Topps for creating the card of Voodoo. All there you go. Vegas Dave is a lighter at the ready. Absolutely. It seems Topps suspended making custom cards to improve the experience. I guess people are trying to make counterfeit Jeff Wilson cards. Could be. Here you go. Mike's got a suggestion. How about a card of Sports Card Dad? Ooh, spicy. Facts. That is true. You could have a lot of fun with this concept if they extend the concept.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a lot of people you could potentially add to the checklist.
Hey, listen, Neo already asked this question earlier tonight. The Sports Card Dad YouTube channel is now 3 years old, so he is eligible for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame this next round. And Neo said, "Wait, is he eligible for the next round?" I go, "He is. I know this." And Neo's literally like, "Oh, you're gonna have so much fun with this." Yes, I will. I'm going to have a lot of fun with this.
I'm sure a lot of people will have a lot of fun with it.
Mm-hmm. Andy, there are certain times of year that are a lot of fun for me.
Yeah,
that's one of them.
I understand.
Mm-hmm. Rob Mammers must be pissed knowing why he doesn't have a card. There you go. Most historically significant influencer card the hobby's ever seen. They're almost act now. That's right. That's right. And good job by you, Bubbles. Both the Photoshop, exquisite. Well played, sir.
Had
But like I said, the first
fun
one to me
with
is
it.
the Grail of Grails. The Tim Salmon is a 4 times better, is a better value than Mike Trout. That one speaks to me for reasons. For reasons. Has sports card data is a father to sports card? Fraud. True. That's a good point. Sounds like it's lies.
It's a valid point. It's a
In
little
it-
bit odd, but it's
In his,
valid.
but in his original in his original iteration, he was personal finance dad, and he hasn't birthed any personal finance either. So because his addiction was, financially responsibility. So he's out on that too. He's 0 for 2 right now, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The effort's there, but it's 0 for 2. I don't know if that's Hall of Fame worthy. Remember, this Hall of Fame has Bob Lewis.
Right.
We have high standards.
It's a special place, no doubt.
Oh, special is what it is, Andy. Special is what it is.
It's a very special place.
You nailed it.
Yeah. No truer words, Andy, have ever been spoken.
A lot of really special characters are in this fictional place.
Okay, Andy, let me ask you a silly question since we're having some fun. And since Mike is here too. If the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame was actually to be a physical place, where would you put it?
It would we've talked about this before. It would have to be at Mike's Ranch.
No, but I feel like that's too obvious. That's too on the nose. Can we pick like a place, like a specific place?
Okay.
So YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame here. I want to put it somewhere. Like there is a podcast I used to listen to that was on the Ringer Network, and the guys had a gambling podcast, and they joked about having a gambling Hall of Fame in Pahrump, Nevada. It's literally like this obscure like city in Nevada. But I'm like, conceptually, same concept. I want to put this YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame in some place for whatever criteria you want. Just put it in a location. Where's it go?
A good question. I mean, wherever you put it, you would have to have it be like a traveling Hall of Fame where it would make an appearance every year at the National, because you'd want to, have that exposure to everyone with such a great Hall of Fame list of, of characters. But
I think alone the Bob Lewis like bust alone would be a must visit for everyone.
I mean, one of the biggest complaints about it is that it's like too many like vintage baseball people. So maybe have it somewhere near Cooperstown or somewhere like that, since that's one of the big complaints about it.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe Iowa, like around the Field of Dreams, somewhere around there.
There you go. Is that including Andy? There you go. I kind of like this suggestion. Bob Lewis is trying to be mean, but I actually like the suggestion.
Waffle House.
And I feel like Bob Lewis would appreciate this suggestion.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Area 51.
Ooh.
Fair enough. Of the current YouTube Hall of Fame, which is the first ballot Hall of Famers. I don't remember who was in the inaugural thing. That's a fair point, but I genuinely don't recall. I'm sure they've got that stat somewhere.
There is a list.
Because there's a site now. So they've actually created a site for it. So like, here's the thing. Because again, jerk. I would put it in like a random place. I would put it in like the red light district. I would send it overseas. I would be like, why is it? Because why not? Just throw it in the red light district. Why?
Somewhere where no one could get to it.
Well, people would get to it. They wouldn't be getting to it intentionally.
Well,
They wouldn't be visiting it specifically for that. It's like, how did we end up here?
I mean, I don't think, regardless of where you put it, I don't think there'd be too many people visiting it intentionally.
But come on, you got to make it be kind of funny. It'd be kind of funny. You go to the red light district and it's like, who the hell is Bob Lewis? Wait, why is Lewis like 12 lines down after a bunch of periods?
You put it in a red light district, Bob Lewis, that might be the one name they do know.
Ooh, it's interesting. It's an interesting twist. It's an interesting twist. I like that.
You should come to Boston. We used to have an area in Boston. Let's just say it was a place where no child should ever go. And it was called the Combat Zone.
I thought you were going to say your house. Go on.
No, after that whole situation got cleared up and everything, kids are allowed back at my house. But
I feel like you should pick one of those random cities in Massachusetts that aren't real, like Peabody.
Peabody is real.
So you claim. Peabody has at least as much claim to reality as Guelph. So I don't know what you're
It
talking
led
about.
the world in leather production for a period of time.
It led the world in leather production.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the claim to fame at Peabody. Peabody, Massachusetts. Guys, we led the world. According to what? The Leather Production Institute? Like, what kind of bullshit is that?
That sounds like a perfect place for this
That's
whole.
what it was known for.
I was gonna say, like, listen to me, you lying bastard. What the hell are you talking about? Peabody led the world in leather production.
That's what PVD was known for. That's what it did.
And what was it known for before leading the world in leather production?
I don't know.
You
Not
could
much.
go visit the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame and also visit the place that has the highest leather production at the same time.
Okay, question, Mr. Eric here. What was number 2? What was number 2 behind Peabody?
I think it was Guelph.
Who did they beat out for leather production? I thought Guelph wasn't real, Eric.
It isn't.
Make up your goddamn mind. I said Peabody's. I'm staking my claim to Guelph. I'm connecting it to Peabody. So if you're claiming Peabody is real, then I'm afraid Guelph is real. I'm sorry. Deal with it.
Peabody is unfortunately a real place, and it led the world in leather production.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Yeah.
That is like the late.
Say so.
Please tell me they put that like on a sign somewhere. We lead the world in leather production.
I'm also from Beverly, which was the birthplace of the American Navy. And yeah, and I live next to Salem, which is filled with witches. And it's a very interesting place here on the North Shore of Massachusetts.
Mm.
Storage unit in Peoria, Illinois. There we go.
I feel like he classed it up at that point. I feel that's pretty good, Mike. I like it.
That's better than what most of them deserve.
Yeah, fair. The Australian Outback will set up some tents for YouTube Hall of Famers. At least the beer will be cold. Hey, I like that. That's good. We could send Eric and he could fight the kangaroos. Be
I'm not
amazing.
fighting the kangaroo.
You should fight the kangaroo. Do it for the Hall of Fame. Don't do it for us. Do it for the Hall of Fame.
Now, see
Do it for the honor of Peabody.
That could be something that Topps could save for like their higher end products. They could put like the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Famers in there.
So out of all the things, speaking of hate breaking,
Yeah. Exactly.
speaking of hate breaking,
See, think about it. Think about
Bubbles, should for 2024 Top Big League, should we go after the sweepstakes to get in the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame by scratch and win ticket?
it. Not big league. I mean, this is going to be in like one of their high end products.
No, I think they should put in Big League, put the scratch and win ticket.
No, not big league.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Big leagues for the influencers.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. I already like what we've done for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. I feel like we've done a lot to elevate his profile in this conversation.
What's below Big League? Because that's probably where that YouTube Hall of Fame stuff should be.
Boston Bruins team set. Anyway. Okay.
At all.
That was beautiful. That was well done by me.
I was not nice at all.
Is I were going to hang on and beat South Carolina? I have no idea. Good on you, Sean. That's my favorite part of the YouTube Sports Hall of Fame. It's always good for a couple of jokes.
I'm
Always
thinking
good for
that if we wanted those cards, we might have to like talk to Leaf.
Oh yeah, no. Good old BG, Brian Gray
He
would do it. Brian Gray would do it. Yeah.
He would 100% do
As long
it.
as he was inducted first. No, as long as he was inducted into it first, he would then go ahead and process it.
The problem is he would get angry after a while because he goes, I can't get this freaking Bob Lewis signature. It's like he won't do it. It's like, well, he's got very particular. Did you get him cereal? Did you meet his retainer?
I think most people that vote, they accept bribes, so he could get in.
I think that's fair. Miss Bobble says Big League Chrome. I think that's valid. Embarrass Minnesota. I want that to be a place. Please tell me that's an actual place. Because that'd be amazing. I feel like that then, like now we have a leader. If that's a real place, that's a leader in the clubhouse for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. That's strong. I like that. Sean says Big League Sapphire. Yes.
Oh boy. It's probably already in the works.
Andy, though, I feel like this would make it better. The joke I said earlier tonight is that there are people legitimately mad about these influencer cards. That's why I like bringing it up and making fun of it. It's not that serious. Who cares? If you don't care about, if you don't like, prior to all of this, who was buying Topps Big League anyway? Who cares? Was it even on your radar? I made the joke. It's like most people don't know how many times the sets even existed. No one cares about that set.
The people that are really upset about it are probably not kids, and
No.
that's pretty much who the product is designed for, right? It's
Yeah.
for kids. So
Yeah.
who really cares?
Listen, in all seriousness, there's only one type of person who is upset about this, and that would be someone who thinks they should have got a card instead of one of those 5. That's the only people that could possibly be upset over this nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal.
Did you guys already talk about the Mint Collective?
We actually spent more time talking about Beckett, but I did include the Mint Collective in there. Is there anything else that kind of caught your eye specifically about it?
No, I mean, I was just curious as to what kind of fantastic ideas they've come up with there. All the stuff that we didn't know that we
had some
wanted.
great ones.
All the stuff that we just didn't know that we wanted until they brought it up, and now it's like, the greatest thing ever.
Andy, if you're that interested, you should have come up with your $600, purchased the ticket, and gone.
Can I add something serious about this? By the way,
Yeah.
we made the joke about the Mint Collective and the $5.99 and the seminars and all that, and how useful or not useful the seminars are.
Yeah.
I saw a couple of social media posts, and when I went through the lists of the seminars, the panels, and whatever, one of them was the CSG grading school thing, where I said, okay, this might actually have some use. Might actually have some, if you're interested in, whatever, like, I see some actual value potentially in this. So great. Sounds good. Awesome. I saw some social media. What's that?
I'll show you how to look a card over for $1.99.
I understand, but I'm saying these are people who already paid for that regardless. Compared to the other shit, at least the grading school has information. Compared to like the panel where it's like, yeah, people in the hobby. One of the people in the hobby I know, I can ping him and bring him to the live stream. Like I don't need special access for that. But the thing is that I'm saying the CSG grading school, you don't need to pay $5.99 to do that. They've done seminars like that. But the point is, out of the stuff on the list, there's information actually being given in that seminar. But the point that I'm making, I saw some social media posts where some folks who were attending it, ghost town. That shit was empty. And I was like, how appropriate that the one where they're actually giving information that people paid money to have access to this shit, nobody's there. You can count the people in the chairs. And the one with panels with a bunch of douchebags sitting in a chair talking, they got a bunch of people sitting there. Who cares?
How much would you guys pay to go to this thing?
Are you talking about the card show or the panels?
No, just the most that you would pay to go to the Mint Collective.
If I get everything?
Yes.
$29.99. $4.99 over the day entry.
How about you, Eric?
You're not talking about the flying and the hotel and you're talking just the event.
Yeah, it is the event.
To be completely serious, I would not pay more than $200 for it.
Yeah. Bobbles?
I wouldn't pay anything.
That's my answer too. Like I wouldn't go if they just said.
Here's the thing though, if I can go to Vegas and actually attend and there's some show stuff going on there, like I'll go a day or two at the show. When I say $29.99, I'll go for a day, walk around the little card show thing, check out some stuff, and then go hang out in Vegas. Like,
yeah.
And by the way, if I know some of the people that are attending the thing, so we just go get a drink after. The networking and all that can tap in elsewhere. Like I don't need to pay for that shit. It's fine.
I mean, I kind of look at this thing as like it's kind of like a national without the card show.
Well, they do have a little bit of a card show, but yes, I understand.
I mean, it's like, why? Like, you can, like, all these people that are at this thing, you can just, if you really want to see them and talk to them, you can do it for free. Like
that was my pitch though when we talked about it the other night. Like
Yeah.
I was saying, like the problem, and I just want to include Bob Boozle's comment here, and completely fair. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bob. I want to make sure I acknowledge the comment as well there as well. It's totally fair. Just wouldn't have been any boards on the train. There you go. Exactly. Yep. I'm just quickly getting caught up with the comments here. I'm in no way offended by Influence Card, but I'm also not offended by much of anything. That's fair. It's completely fine.
Fair enough.
Mike says the Chamber of Commerce in Embarrass, Minnesota would not give us a tax break. Damn them.
Mm.
Jerks. CSG has grading scholarship on their YouTube channel already. That's true. They've literally got it on the YouTube channel, which is 100% true.
Yeah.
I'd rather buy a BGS 9.5 before Mint Collective. Oh, look at you. Look what you did there. I like it. There you go. Go ahead, Bubbles.
Real quick, I'm gonna head out for the night.
Yeah, no worries. No, I know you're struggling with it. I appreciate you popping in and giving it a go. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to mention though, because nobody brought it up.
Go ahead.
The flag isn't lit up. I guess the bulb finally blew, and it just happened to be, opening season of the freaking baseball, and the Nats suck. So the bulb was like, nope, joke's on you. So I got to replace the bulb, but nobody mentioned the flag.
So what I'm hearing from you, Bobbles, is that SGC can no longer afford light bulbs confirmed. That's some struggling times.
I actually did not even know it was out until I went to jump on, and I was like,
you should tell Pete to get on the ball there. Tell him to pick up his game, man. He's got to notice stuff like that. It's important.
But anyway, guys, hope you all have a good night. I'll try to get a little bit of footage and stuff or some information about Chantilly. Today wasn't a big crowd. Tomorrow probably will be packed.
No, sounds good. Are you going to attend? Are you going to be visiting in tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going tomorrow.
Cool. No, that sounds good. So, looking forward to checking it out. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be talking to anybody really, but
I would give your throat a rest. Give your throat a rest. Yeah, give your throat a rest.
Y'all have a good night, man.
Have a good night. Take it easy.
See you later, buddy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate him coming in and giving it a go. I appreciate it. Yeah. What I was going to say though, is your point, Andy. No, I agree with you. And the point that I made when I looked over the whole panels and everything, the reason I make fun of the Mint Collective thing is that I don't see the value in it. But the reason I don't see value in it is that this hobby, for better or worse, is very accessible. Like we joke about it, we tease about it. Like Mike's here, obviously, he's hanging out in the chat a little bit. But here's the thing. Mike has been to some of these shows and some of this thing and talked to some of these folks where it's on my side of the thing. I haven't crossed the border to go to a card show, but I have had the chance to talk to people that are working in the industry, in different businesses and different whatever. I'm not going out of my way to do it, but I still have access. I can still reach out and talk to somebody, and I'm not as connected as like a bunch of these folks, not at all. But I can go ping somebody and reach out, or I know somebody who knows somebody. It's this hobby is still small enough within the context of what we're doing that it's like, it's not that hard to get information from people who actually know what the hell they're talking about if you're around. So you don't need to go out of your way to like, oh my God, I got to go to these industry events. I can go onto my Instagram, hit there and go, hey, do you got a second to answer a question? Yeah, sure. No problem. What's your question? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, hits this.
And that's, you're 100% right. And that's probably the best way to do it, because you can get your actual questions answered specifically.
Yes.
But with the internet and all that, they're making videos at these shows. Just watch the videos. You see what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember last year at this event, I was watching these conferences for free. It's like, why are you paying $600 when I can sit here in my office and watch the conference?
Mm-hmm. Well, look, I'll put it this way. We talked about the Beckett thing tonight, right? And obviously Beckett went and gave that, the chart and the clarification and everything, right? Before they gave the clarification, like an hour and a half before, I got pinged on part of what ended up on that chart. I got a text message that laid out for me part of what came onto that chart after. And then Beckett obviously elaborated on it, whatever. But I got that piece of information an hour and a half before that. If they had never made the chart, I had that other piece of information already from somebody who was at the Mint Collective. I don't have to be there.
Well, and you just have to remember too, like whenever you hear them talk about like the hobby industry leaders, I mean, these are all like self-appointed things that they've established for themselves. Like if I remember right, one of the people that talked at this last year on one of the panels, wasn't it Brad, the comeback card investor? I mean, how did that age? Does he look like he's a hobby expert? Or
hey, I'll have you know, he was in a documentary that I gave wonderful glowing reviews to.
I mean, if you're going to have, people that, you want to have some kind of legitimacy to it, then, maybe don't have people like that and calling them like industry leaders or experts and charging people to listen to them talk.
Very true. But look, but Andy, isn't it kind of indicative though? Like, let me ask you this question. isn't it kind of indicative of where we are? And I've criticized this and I made fun of it a lot. The majority of the hobby is like, who's nice to you? If somebody's nice to you, then they get in the group, they get in the thing. It's like, oh, this guy's a great guy, great, great hobbyist. I'm like, okay, so what have you done?
Right.
What do you know? What have you been around? What are your credentials in the sense of actually knowing what you're talking about? That's my question. So what? Like, I understand that you're buddy with so and so. I understand they like you. Otherwise, why are you here? Are you just a tag along? Or do you actively participate in it? Or are you just somebody who kind of hangs in there, laughs when they make a joke and, back patting stuff? And it's like, I don't care about that. I would struggle to go to like a Mint Collective because I'm sitting there like the Mutual Appreciation Society would get old really fast.
Yeah, I mean, because if people are really searching out like the most knowledgeable people, it's going to be people that, are not on YouTube. People don't know these people, who they are. Like, they don't recognize them. Like, these are the people that actually know stuff, though.
No, I agree. And again, it also depends on what you're talking about. A lot of what has become a problem right now with a lot of the YouTube folks and even the stuff in the hobby comes from a lot of folks giving a lot of trust based on personality types. This person seems trustworthy. I like them or whatever. Every time, I'll give the example. Like whenever we get one of those stories about like a breaker doing something bad, my first question is, okay, how long have they been doing this? Oh, they've been doing this for like a year. So why are we giving money to somebody who's been in this for a year? They've literally just showed up. I don't understand. Like I genuinely don't know what we're talking. Why? Why are we doing this? I'm confused by that.
The people that are buying into those breaks from those people, they just showed up too. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly it though. But at a certain point, don't I have to kind of like look at you and say, as the buyer, maybe this would be the analogy that I would use. This would be the way that I would put this. If you are going to, if you were going to do this, and this is your plan, and this is what we're going to do with it. If you were going to get your car fixed and you need a mechanic and you need it fixed, like you actually need the car fixed, you got 3 mechanics here. This is the one that has the lowest price. You ask the question, okay, cool. How long have you been doing this? Oh, I just got out of mechanic school. This other person is like $20 more and they've been doing this for 20 years. Am I going with the person who has almost no experience to save $20? That's what the hobby does. To save $20, they pick. They say, guys, why wouldn't you use the one that's been there for 20 years? Why wouldn't you use the one that if I ask around and say like, oh, hey, how's this person? Oh man, they're fantastic. Yeah, I've had them as my mechanic for like 8 years. They're great. They do an awesome job.
Yeah.
Okay, why wouldn't I use then it's $20 more. Why wouldn't I just use the one that I already know has some experience? They've got a track record. They got vouchers. Why wouldn't I use them? That makes more sense to me. Why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah.
But the hobby doesn't do that. And then they go, oh, they burned me. Use a person with no track record who just got here 5 seconds ago, and then now you're acting shocked that they burned you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Whenever I think of the Mint Collective, I think of, you guys have seen the movie Old School, right?
Oh yeah.
Right.
So like in the very beginning of the movie where he's like trying to dip out of that conference early, that's how I feel like I would be if I was there. Like I would be trying to find a way to get out of there and not have to listen to that stuff.
No, I agree.
And just go home.
So real quick, just while we're chatting there, Mike, so check your email. I just shot you over the link. Just making sure I cover that. And if you don't get it, just let me know. I can always send it over again. Tons of people out there with tons of hobby knowledge. You don't want to be on camera. 100% true. I've said this story before, but I'll give it really quick. There were a couple of different guys early on because I've been collecting. I started collecting vintage when I was very young, years and years ago. Now, the thing is, for better or worse, I feel fortunate. I feel good because I started on the internet very early. My family, we got internet in 1994. So I can't speak for you guys. I had internet in 1994, and it was really good because it was a very different time.
You have like the AOL disk?
It was actually, I didn't do AOL. I actually did. There was a company called iStar who did business around here. It was a very small dial-up company who did it, but it worked. It was good. But when it happened is, in those early days, it was very quiet. Obviously, there wasn't a lot going on. Not a lot of sites, not a lot of whatever. Obviously, old modems. It was like a 14.4 modem, 9600 baud. Basically it was, message boards and stuff for the most part. Nothing crazy. But then from then on, I was on the internet. We had broadband in my house in 1999, which at the time was still fairly early.
Yeah, you were ahead of the game.
Yeah, so we were ahead of the game. But that means that I was on the internet early on. I was on Usenet. I was on the message boards. I was on all this stuff. So I remember all this stuff. So when I started, Jake, Ticket Leprechaun, but now, what's he go by now? Legends Never Die? Thank you. So he belongs to a group called OBC, Old Baseball Cards. I joke with him one time because he made reference to it. And I said to him, just for fun, I said, go look at the roster of that and go look up my last name. I'm on there from back in the day, but I left years ago. But the thing is, I was there back from the 90s, from the mid 90s. That group started in 1991. I joined in 1996. So I was still a kid at the time. So I was collecting vintage ages ago. But here's the point that I'm making. So I've been around this whole time doing all this stuff. Some of the most knowledgeable collectors that I knew back then, they were on the internet, but barely. Yeah. But they had these amazing collections. They had accumulated all this stuff. They built these incredible collections. And you got to absorb the knowledge. Well, a lot of them shared little bits and pieces and nuggets of knowledge. And a lot of them had passed away years ago. I know this because I was there and I absorbed a lot of that information, a lot of that knowledge. And I know it because I chatted and talked to several of them and listened and followed along with message threads and whatever. But if I said nothing, it goes with me. In theory, I've still got a long lifespan ahead of me. I've got a lot of gas in the tank. But if I don't say a damn word, it dies with me. Because that's how it works. You share the information, you share the knowledge. Well, at the time they were sharing the knowledge there, I was in my teens. That was almost 30 years ago. So it's been a long ass. So I've had that information. I've been around. I don't memorize this stuff anymore. To me, a lot of the information is trivia. There's some good, like, legitimate information, but a lot of it is like, oh my God, you can name off. It's like, okay, cool. The 52 top set is 407 cards. Mickey Mantle's 311. That's trivia. Who cares? Yeah, it's good to know, but it's trivia.
I remember on some of those message boards, like, Beckett's message board used to be big. Collector's Universe used to be big.
It was.
And you would talk to people on these message boards, and then you would go to these shows, and I would find out later that I had met several of these people before at shows and didn't even know that that's who they were on these message boards.
Mm-hmm.
You've known them, but you didn't know that that's who they were on there.
Yeah. And Rick is 100% right. Absolutely. And the reason I make that point is that one of the guys that I got a chance to chat with a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. He was a guy who actually had sold off his company and he worked on vintage sets. That was his thing that he did. And at one point he had some of the nicest pre-war stuff. He had a lot of that stuff and really I don't know where that collection got to. I assume eventually when he passed away, it got scattered to the wind. But like he had an amazing collection of like top tier great stuff. And he was buying it. It was way cheaper. Back in the early 90s, like you could buy some of that stuff for a song comparatively to today. And some of that stuff was super rare and high end because he was getting nice stuff. But it's one of those things where you're not going to see a collection like that. It's not going to work for you. All right. So he says link is bad. Okay. Let me take a look here. Let me see.
Yeah. And the problem I think when it comes to like getting good information out there to people, they kind of misrepresent what they want as a viewer. They act like they want to learn something, but they don't really want to learn something. They want somebody to tell them what to do. Mm-hmm. That's basically how that goes, in my opinion. They like it when somebody's telling them, hey, you should buy this or buy this guy.
Right. Well, I mean, that is why Jeff Wilson has made such an impact in this hobby and why he became so successful so fast and so popular so fast, because he said he had the answers.
That's right.
And people went, oh, tell me.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And, instead of going out and figuring out yourself and tripping on your own 2 feet and getting screwed and learning the hard way, like a lot of us did, and they just, it's the easy way out, the most direct.
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me pause for 1 second. So Mike, if you want to come on, just give me a thumbs up, just so that I know. Sir, how's it going?
Finally, we have a legitimate influencer on the.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you trying to angle for that Topps Big League 2024 is what you're doing right now?
Yeah, sure. No. I don't think it, y'all were talking about it a lot, and I laughed when I first heard about it. I was like, really? We're here now? Okay. It's silly, but I don't care. So
But that's why I say, like, my thing is, I don't think most people should care. I got a kick out of it, and I at least know one of the guys on it, and I'm like, hey, that's cool, that's fine. It made me laugh. It made me laugh to the point that I was like, yeah, I'll buy a box of this shit. I'll give it a shot. What the hell? I don't care. I like baseball cards, so I'm like, I'll open it up. I'm actually angling. Honestly, I want the Bo Jackson autograph. That's actually what I want to pull. There's a Bo Jackson auto in there. Like, I'm actually kind of into it. I'm like, yeah, I'd like to pull that. It's a tough pull, so like likelihood, no, it's not going to happen. But I'll open a box. For me, it's relatively cheap. The novelty in Canadian dollars, we're paying 35-40% more than you are for boxes. So the novelty for me for a hobby box under $100 is like, okay, yeah, whatever. I'll give it a shot. But I would never have been on my radar if it wasn't for this thing. So to Fanatic's credit, like, at least it gave a conversation to an otherwise forgettable product that no one gives a crap about anyway.
I do think the most appropriate person on that of those 5 is Ryan, because he actually does. I mean, he's as genuine as it gets. It's, a lot of people think he's fake and all that. Mm-hmm. I've talked to him plenty offline. He's the same exact way when it's just me and him talking. So
you can attest to this, Mike. Like, when we go to these card shows, everybody there, like, they legitimately know who he is.
He shows a lot of selfies and guys taking. There's 100 times that actually happens at a show with Ryan. It's pretty impressive, and good. Like, he's super gracious about it, and I'm not trying to be a Ryan Johnson apologist here, but that's just what I've observed. I can just tell you what I've seen.
I said earlier, I would pay $20 for a Ryan Johnson.
Yeah. I think $20 is probably the cap on any of those cards.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I think so. I posed the question earlier tonight. I felt like they were a little too short printed. I was like, I feel like it should be one in every couple of boxes. Like, that's enough. That's enough to be like, because I made the video talking about it because I was kind of curious and I kind of knew what would happen. It didn't. I'd be like, all right, what do you guys think? And we had a bunch of people say, oh my God. One guy, though, one of the guys, regular viewer, got it. He goes, I am, it's like, I think it was Dave who's in the chat a lot. He goes, I am irrationally angry. It's like, of course, there's always going to be irrationally angry people. It's like, who cares? Most of you were not buying this product before. You're not going to buy it now. It makes no difference whatsoever. It's not going to change anything for you. Live your lives. It's okay. But people do get upset. People actually created bounties to destroy the card. And I'm like, why would you possibly care that much? I don't care if Jeff Wilson has a complete set of Jeff Wilson cards to himself. Don't buy it. Like, it's not that important. Who cares?
I would love to see an Eric those back pages with him in the vault of tops looking at the 2018 Ginter Wood minis. That would be
a good one.
I'm only interested if it's like a subset where it's him complaining about etching.
Right.
Yeah. But like a word bubble. And it's just talking about etching and like batting poses.
Yes. No pictures. Just eliminate pictures from all sets.
Just don't even bother with it. Just that's all.
And his card is like a SSSP, and it has etching on it. His is the only one in the whole set that has etching.
But I like your idea, Andy. But I want the etching to be on the outside, not the inside.
Oh.
Like, it's an outside picture, and he's actually completely flat. And he's like beside a tree, and the tree is completely etched. Everything is etched except him.
No.
Yes.
He would go ballistic. It would be.
That's
great.
why, Mike.
It would be great.
Mike, I'm going to repeat this. I'm a life troll. Like, I'm not an internet troll. I will troll in real life too. It makes no difference to me. Like, I don't care. But no, this is what I want. I want it's like, this will frustrate you to no end. That's why it's funny.
Oh, I would think it would be hilarious. He would not think it's funny.
No,
which
not
is
at all.
why we would. That's why
correct.
We would.
That is correct. That's what I was like. I'm giving you. It's like the genie who's giving you, like, okay, you asked for this. You didn't think this through fully, did you? Here you go. You got etching. Not the etching you wanted, but you got it.
I want Upper Deck to do a card of Carlos with Mike Madonna hitting a slap shot right right into your midsection or something.
That's always in play. You never know.
Yeah.
The problem is it'll have to be Photoshop because when Mike Medano showed up, he decided to show up in the morning, and I don't do mornings.
Yeah.
I already skipped an autograph signing. I actually had a chance. You haven't heard the story. Brad, who's on here regularly, he actually had arranged for the autograph signing. Medano was at the last Toronto Expo, and he had arranged, and there was a signing, and he had actually arranged some time if I wanted. All I had to do was show up in the morning, and actually I would have had some a chance to chat with Medano, shake his hand, whatever, get him to autograph my thing. But I didn't have to do the line like peasants. So I could have just done that, but I had to get up in the morning, so it was no go. I told him, it's like, it's morning. I'm probably not going to do it. So I stayed in bed.
I've been trying to think about who else would be.
You're a moron.
No, I'm a man with standards.
No,
you accommodate me, not the other way around.
I thought it then. I think it now. You couldn't believe that you passed that up.
I think you're a man who takes pictures with every hockey player in creation. I don't care that much. I have standards.
I did not take a picture with Dave Shaw this morning.
I don't know who that is. Was he the guy without the first 3-pointer in NBA history?
I was very proud of myself.
I'm very happy. I worked at a company that was called Shaw. Like, did he work there?
No.
Did he adjust satellite dishes? Otherwise, I don't care.
No.
The point is that I'm like, he's my favorite hockey player, no doubt. But at the same time, like, I'm not getting up in the morning. You're not that important. I got plenty of autographs. I got an autograph right here, man. Like, I got plenty of autographs. I don't need to get up in the morning to get another one. I'm good.
I already have like a bunch of influencer cards, actually.
Jeez.
Look at that autographed. Check out this one right here. This is a duel.
True. That's the double sided. That's right.
It says by the grade, not the card.
Oh, it's got an inscription too. Yes.
And then you got Maiko on the other side.
That's right.
Let's see. Who else do I have? Oh, here's the Eric right here.
Yeah,
the 71 tops. Share your knowledge.
You should have asked him why it didn't have etching.
There's Victor.
The Victor one, yes.
You have to admit the Keith Shore off takes of those is pretty funny.
True.
There's the Jake. Who else do we got? Oh, we got the Wade Boggs fan here. This is the red auto.
Oh, he's got the red auto, and he signed it.
Yeah, red ink.
Now, did you confirm there's actually 60, or did you just put that on there?
I don't know. I don't know if that's been confirmed. And then here's the JT, the Triple Crown, where he's dressed up as Miggy.
That's right.
See, I already have a bunch of influencer cards. I don't need any of those new ones.
I'm still waiting for you to show an influencer.
Well, it's all hashtag influencers.
I just showed a bunch of them.
All right, real quick, I'll read a couple of these. Who would you get out of bed early for an autograph from? Not at this point. At this point, I don't care about the autographs enough. I'm not getting up early. Sleeping is for teenagers and people who aren't peasants, Hot Yagi. Only peasants get up in the morning to get an autograph. Get a life. Was Dan Shaw on the ice when the legend Peter Klima scored a goal? Possibly. You never know.
Oh, Lord. First of all, it's Dave Shaw, and go screw yourself.
There you go. Is Mike impersonating Nats man? There you go. He may not have any more. It looks entirely too comfortable. You're too at ease, sir.
I have to tell you, I'm waiting for my wife is flying back from Vegas tonight, and I'm waiting up for her. So that's the only reason I was like, okay, I'll go watch Carlos for a while because I got to be up late.
Yeah, you would normally be asleep by now.
I would.
There you go.
I don't take that as a compliment in any sort of way.
He's basically saying you have no life, is what he's saying. I can't disagree.
No, Carlos, you don't do mornings. I don't do late nights.
I'm very much a night owl. That's why I make fun of hockey. I get at it. It's like I'm a night owl, dude. Like I don't do mornings. Screw that. I'll do mornings when they pay me. So to answer the question here, it's like, who would you get out of bed early to an autograph from? I would get up early to get an autograph from my boss on my paycheck. That's what I'll get up early to get an autograph from. That's it. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't care.
And at the moment, you don't have one of those.
Correct. I'm right now in my test retirement. It's going great. I'm enjoying it. What about my hashtag scholar cards? Not so much. Afraid not. Evening Jets. Mike, snort some Ritalin. I love it. We got suggestions. I like it.
I don't recommend that.
I probably wouldn't. Yeah. But that's fair enough. Oh, Mike, since we asked the question of Andy earlier on. All right. So if we have no choice, we're gonna do influencer cards. So we're doing a series 2. Who's in your 5? We already have the 5 that we already did, so we can't do those again. We're doing somebody else. Who's in our next 5?
And I heard Andy's. Well, Eric's in mine.
All right.
Pages is in
Wait,
mine.
with the reverse setching, right? Like he's flat.
Yes.
Just to be clear.
I think that's, and you got to put him in like pajamas, like
Fantastic.
pajama card kind of thing.
That's good.
Who else would? Y'all already said sports card radio, right?
Oh, we thrown that out as a suggestion. Now, would you put both brothers on one card, or would you separate?
Oh
them out?
yeah, definitely both brothers
As a unit. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Golly, there's really not. Would you put like, how about Jab's family having a card?
I've seen that suggestion. I have seen that suggestion. Like, here's the thing: if you go with the original one, Card Collector 2 is a social media presence and also owns a card shop. So we've got that. Jeff Wilson is a social media thing who owns a data tool, whether that means something to you or not. It's basically a business in the hobby. I've seen Rob Vera, Suburbank Cards, that he's somebody who has a bit of a media presence and actually owns a big shop and now runs a card show. So you could put a couple pieces together if that's the direction you want it to go. It's really whatever criteria makes the most sense to you.
Jim Beckett.
Sure. If you want to go some OGs, I think that's fair.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
How many am I at? 3? Shit.
That's 3.
It's too late for me to be using my brain.
I'm just winding down in my 3rd win now, so I'm good.
How about John Newman? Just kidding.
Ooh, Newman. Actually, I would like a John Newman, except the card starts off with the bio, the red up in the back, and it starts off and it just drones on and just kind of keeps going and going and going, and you have to get like 6 different cards to get the entire write up.
And everything is said multiple times.
Yeah, basically. I've enjoyed, here's the thing. I got no issue with John Newman, but I've watched his podcast. I've watched him interview somebody, and I feel like you should, those chess clocks where you do like one side and the other side.
Yeah.
And I would love to use the chess clock with whoever he's interviewing and figure out if the other person reaches a minute in like an hour interview.
And the interesting thing is, like, John's a really nice guy.
Sure.
And he doesn't do that when you're just talking to him. It's like he gets in this mode when he's on an interview, and I don't know.
It's an observation that I've had. I just sit there and I wonder if I ever did an interview with him, I could actually go take a nap and he'll almost be done the question by the time I come back.
Well,
I don't have to sit there and listen to the whole question. I'll just get the gist of it in the first minute, and then I'll go take a nap. I'll come back, and then I'll answer the question when he's finally done talking.
Sometimes he will ask the question, but then also he would
answer the question for himself. Yes. And it's remarkable. I'm sitting there like, okay, look, and I'll get it sometimes for some of the chat. It's like, guys, I understand that I'll be winding. If you want to see a long winding question where the other person never gets to speak, go watch that.
Yeah, he'll. This is a good line of John's. So, Carlos, I have a question for you. Da 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 da. But wait, let me give you my answer first. And he'll literally say that, and you're like, "Well, then why'd you ask me if you're just going to answer it?"
Yep.
Pretty much.
Interviewing 101.
Here's my last influencer piece.
Oh, he's got an influencer piece. Yes, the Nats man falling asleep one. Beautiful. Yeah. That was classic.
Talking about Eric's voice was so sweet, like an old jazz song.
I appreciate that Scott also took like the perfect shot, which also includes the label at the bottom from the StreamYard picture, which is perfect.
Yep.
It's absolutely perfect.
My last one would be Filmington.
Oh, he would really be into that.
Oh my gosh, he'd buy Topps would sell out of the product. Just including Filmington, because he would buy it all.
He could put it in his rookie card explosion boxes. Yeah, he would be all into that.
Yeah. By the way, what do these cards have? Rookie card logos? Technically, they're their rookie cards, right? So
they might be, but they don't have logos. They don't have logos. Well, I guess I'll put it this way, Mike. So, do you want if you have a choice, you have to choose. So, do you want the original version of the card? Bobbles made some Super SP versions, which I preferred.
I saw the Super SPs. I thought they were quite clever. Yes.
I enjoyed them.
Yes.
The one with the little Mike Trout slander, I always appreciate. I think that to me, that's a grail. That right there is like a top tier piece. I'm a big fan of that one. But the thing was that no, they don't have logos as far as I can tell. They're just whatever. They're influencer cards. But I kind of sat there. Although you did miss out since you brought up Filmington when Neo was on earlier tonight and we were chatting about it, and I said I was on a live stream with him and Neo when we did it, and I said, okay, if we do a Filmington one instead of his picture, can we just use the thing from the live stream? And what happened in the live stream is that he had a separate camera that he used for his camera on the thing, but he had messed it up. And what happened is at one point the camera died and the picture actually went away, and all you could see was the stuff around the outside.
Yeah.
So the picture I want of Filmington is actually just of the camera with the little things around the outside. It's like you don't actually see him. It's a variant.
Too funny.
I got references for these guys. I got plenty of, but that goes back to Andy's point earlier tonight. Most of the people in this hobby, most of us know them. We most of us know them or have dealt with them or have at least been in the same circles. That's why it's like, people are just people. Hobby YouTube is weird. Like most of us have at some times maybe crossed paths, at least indirectly, at least in brief, one way or the other, good, bad, or indifferent. I had a full combination of all the above.
Carlos, have you been to a show where people have come up to you and said, "Hey, love your content," or "Good job," or want to shake your hand and all that?
Yeah. My favorite one though was the first one that we did here, just after the post-COVID like little break there. They had their first show, and we were actually still wearing masks in the auditorium, and people recognized us by our voices. So they can't see your face, but they can recognize your voice. So people would walk over, "Hey, are you Carlos?" It's like, "Yep, I recognize your voice." So that was the one we did. So Eric was there for that one, and it was a couple of us that would chat and do this thing, and we were all sitting at the same table just chat. But then they were like, "Wait, you guys literally just talk like this, but like at a table?" It's like, "Yeah, it's the exact same thing." Like, it makes no difference. I'm still gonna make fun of Eric. Like nothing changes at all. It's the same stuff. Consistency has certain value.
No doubt. Yeah. I will be right back. Norman wants out. I'll be right.
Go for it.
My favorite at card shows is every once in a while I'll get somebody that'll come up to me and they'll be like, "I think I've seen you somewhere before, but I don't know where." I'm like, I appreciate that.
You should have been like, "Did you see me from the blog where I bought a card?" "No, I didn't see that one."
No, they didn't see that one.
Oh, that's so sad.
No, I'm like one of those people, like people will see me and they'll be like, "You look familiar, but I don't know who you are."
I like it. And listen, it doesn't happen very often, but down here, when people ask me if I'm me.
Yeah, I'm me.
Yeah, it's like, are you Sanderson or? And I'm yeah, hey, hi, what's going? Oh yeah, I see you on the show. When we go up to the expo, I kind of expect more of it because I think we're probably get more of a audience in Canada because we talk a lot of hockey.
It's kind of been a bit of a mix. It does tend to skew a little bit more Canadian, but we do have some American folks that do hang out in the channel.
But to have people come into the store and ask me if I'm me, or say, I was here on vacation or a business trip, and I know that you've talked about the store, so I thought I'd pop in and see if you were here. It's nice. I mean, everyone we've met is great, and to sit here and just act like a fool on Fridays and have people show up and listen to it, and then are really genuine and nice when you get a chance to meet them. It's a lot of fun. I mean, we're not curing cancer here by any means. We're just killing some time on a Friday night.
Killing brain cells, probably.
Yeah. I try, Andy. I try so hard.
There's a lot of cool people that show up, and this would be nothing without the people who show up and participate. I mean,
there's a reason, Andy. It's a strong beer. It's 7.1. It's like I try to go.
That's pretty good.
I'll have a couple of these tonight.
I couldn't sit here for 4 hours and talk to him. If it wasn't for the fact that the people who watch this are so involved and are so interactive and funny and are in on all the jokes and really kind of push this show along, there's no way that we'd be doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way, Eric. Like like when it comes to doing YouTube stuff anymore, like I've kind of just lost interest in making videos, but I do like to interact on things like this with people just because that's the fun part to me. Like I've kind of like lost interest in making videos and just putting them out on their own. Like, I don't know.
Sure.
It's just,
I think that's a fair point though, but that kind of plays into kind of the stuff that I'm doing now. For me, like I laugh because sometimes people don't get the angle that I take on a lot of the stuff that I do hobby wise is because I have been around long enough that I don't take any of it seriously anymore. Almost all of it's fun for me. That's why I joked the last time that when I had Mike on the last time, I don't take most of this stuff seriously. I like having a fun conversation. I like having a little bit. Now I will poke fun at it if there's a little bit in it. We can have a little fun with that. I think it's enjoyable. That is fun, but none of it is really that serious. None of it requires that much seriousness in it. I do this Friday thing not because it's profitable or because it's the best use of my time ever on a Friday night. No, I just enjoy it. I'll grab a couple of my beers, I'll put them in the fridge, get them cold, and then sit down and drink and talk nonsense for hours.
yeah.
That's what I'm doing. That's it. It's bullshit for hours on a Friday.
And I think a lot of people, they probably wouldn't believe this, but for the most part, these conversations that we all have on these streams like this, they're the same conversations we would have if the camera wasn't on.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Mike?
We do have conversations like this with the camera not on, or with it not hitting live.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah. So that's what I enjoy about it is just, just the interaction.
Well, I think that's true, but I think the old videos were the worst ones because I used to because a lot of folks who are newer like don't know that I say go back in the archive, you're gonna see like 5-6 hour videos and like a 7.5 hour video, and it's like, and then we would chat for another hour plus after. You can go to work and have a shorter shift than the time we'd be spending on this garbage. Like, I don't even know what to say to you at that point. So Bob actually had a question for you, Mike. This one's for you. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Philosophical questions here in the late evening.
It is. There's meat between two pieces of bread. It's a sandwich.
Fair. It's an important philosophical question. I'm glad Bob brought it up. Bob says, you guys get anything cool this week in the mail? I did show the envelopes for a couple of cards. I'll probably make the video in the evening. I've been getting a lot of the wrestling cards, so I did get a couple in the mail, so I got a couple here.
We don't need to ask Andy that question.
So I did buy a card last week, I think.
Could you send yourself empty envelopes just to pretend and go through the motions?
It's funny because the card that I bought, it's actually, the reason it's not here yet is because it's coming from Canada.
Wow.
And it takes longer to get here.
It does take longer, that's true.
Yeah.
Whereabouts in Canada? Whereabouts in Canada is it coming from?
Let me look and see real fast.
All right, sounds good. You get anything in the mail recently, Mike?
Yeah, I did Robert Edward auctions. I got a Reggie Jackson signed rookie.
Nice.
And a Mickey Mantle Great Moments. It's a Dick Perez set, the cabinet T3 looking cards.
Oh yeah, okay.
Nice.
Nice.
So, and a bunch of random stuff I haven't been doing a lot of auction stuff lately. The prices had been just as high on those as everywhere else, but now those are coming. I'm seeing it. I'm finding deals again, I guess is what I'm saying.
Nice.
So this card is coming from Collingwood, Ontario.
Collingwood, Ontario. Yep. All right. I'm familiar with
John.
Evening, John. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. But yeah, I basically have just done this just because after a while I got to be habit forming, and also at the same time I kind of like the consistency of doing it this long because it's been now a couple of years. Every week there's been at least a live shoot, and there's something to be said for consistency. Just trying to make sure you get it. Then people can reasonably rely upon yep, Friday right around this time, gonna do it. Get you Baz, and I like that. And I like that we got the regulars that hang out. So it's one of those things. It's a good sized group of folks that kind of just hang out, and they know a lot of the inside jokes. And I've always joked with a lot of folks that it's episodic, because we'll have storylines that go from episode to episode and just kind of keep chugging along, and little inside jokes that'll carry over from one episode to another.
But
So
again, if it wasn't for those regulars, this wouldn't be any fun. I wouldn't be looking forward to doing it every week, and it wouldn't be 4 hours of content. And if you have the opinion that this is good, it wouldn't be good if it wasn't for the people who tune in every week. That's for sure.
Hey, Carlos, I'm curious. What's your average watch time on your Friday streams?
watch time,
Like
40
on
minutes,
average?
45 minutes, give or take.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would think it's rare you'd have someone in here for the length of the show.
Not as much as you'd think. I think there's about 3 or 4 guys that are almost always here for the duration. At least they're chatting the whole day. So whether they're watching or not, they're making comments, and the comments seem to relate to what's being said. So either, unless there's some magic going on, like I don't know how you're hearing what we're saying and responding to it.
Well, that's impressive.
Yeah, it's not a joke. I used to, like, just since we're later on in the evening here, I'll chat with you guys a little bit. There's been like 2 separate eras of the live stream shows. The earliest days of the live stream shows was I basically would chat with like one person or 1 or 2 people, and it was a little bit more structured because it was new. Like I wasn't doing anything with it. But in the early days, even the Trout and the Brady stuff, I'll still do it. You know, it's still fun for me. But the earlier folks didn't get that it's not that I'm making it up, because I do think both guys are overrated. I do actually think both guys are overrated. But I don't care that much. I'm not giving it any thought on my own time. On my own time, I don't care. But I was come on here, I would literally just poke, and then certain people would get pissed off. And I was like, and they didn't get that the biggest troll in my live stream was the host. So I'd be like, all right, I'm just going to keep poking you. Oh, trust garbage. It's like, no, you have no idea what you're talking about. And they would just get so mad. And it would entertain me more. And then I would keep goading them and go to them. And eventually they get so furious, they'd start losing their minds. And then I'd send them to another realm. I used to like piss people off to the point they lost their mind. And then I'd send them to another realm. At this stage in the game, like when we're hanging out here, it's actually pretty chill. And most of the people here know. They'll bring up Trout. When the World Baseball Classic ended and Trout struck out to Ohtani, one of the messages in the chat was, "Hey Carlos, I just got in here later. Congratulations on the Trout strikeout." And I was like, "Yep, you guys know, you get it." And I had a little video tribute to my good friend Fishboy. I had a good little video tribute off the top of the show.
To talk about baseball real quick, since you brought up the World Baseball Classic,
sure.
Does the enthusiasm of that, as short-lived as it was, does it have any long-term impact on the popularity of baseball?
For the international folks, I feel it was really good. And Japan has always been baseball crazy, but they really got into this one. Like they had a lot of fun with that team. Was really good. I always liked the Japan team because they're so fundamentally sound. They're so good. I made the joke that I'm very much not a guy who is like super like crazy about Ohtani. I respect what he's doing. Obviously now I give him a pass. You know, he struck out Trout, so as far as I'm concerned, now he's good. He was fine before, but now he's good. So I'll give him that.
Carlos is a big fan all of a sudden.
No, Ohtani's fantastic. Like he's great. Now he's great. But the thing is that, yeah, absolutely. For whatever reason, I don't know. For some random reason, I've warmed up to Ohtani. Now I've warmed up to him. But I thought it was a great tournament. I thought it showcased a lot of stars. I thought it showcased a lot of players. It showed players having a lot of fun. And I think that's good for the sport. I actually like a lot of the rule changes to a certain degree to try to speed up the pace of play. But the problem is regular season is regular season. Even as a big baseball fan, I've become more casual as the years gone by. There was a time where I lived and breathed every pitch. Here, the local conglomerate owns a team. So we can watch 162 games in the same network. You can just tune in night after night after night and watch everything. And I've got the streaming package. I can watch every single team in every single market, every single game. And I will still watch. And I've kept it renewed. I've been grandfathered in to where they were on Real Player. I don't know if any of you remember Real Player, and that's when they did like OG early streams. I have been an MLB.TV subscriber since Real Player. That's how long I've been on it, that platform. And I get renewed, so I'm the grandfathered clause plan that's cheaper than the one that's available because I've been on the damn thing over 20 years. It's ridiculous. And I'll watch my games, no doubt. But I'm not living and breathing everything. If they get to the playoffs, playoff baseball, I will hang on every pitch. I'm in. But regular season, I'll watch a little bit here and there, keep an eye on the box score, see what's going on. I do think, though, for some fans, it was really exciting watching players give a shit during the spring training season because I don't care about spring training at this point. But it's awesome that they were playing like games with stakes. That was fun. That's just kind of my take on it. Like, I enjoyed watching games with stakes. I enjoyed watching teams that gave a damn and countries that gave a damn, and the stadiums were full. I was at the World Baseball Classic. I attended the last time around, or the one before that, the Canada USA game. We had 47,000 people at the Dome. They were losing their minds. It was a great atmosphere. It's fantastic.
Andy, what do you think?
It's a long season, so I can see this I can see it sustaining for a little while, but it's the same thing that I'm seeing right now in basketball. Like, it's just such a long season, and that's the big advantage that football has is the short season. Like, people can get ramped up for it, and then it's over relatively quickly. But basketball and baseball, it's just, you have games every day, and it's hard to carry that enthusiasm over the course of a whole season.
Norman, you can't be on this team. So.
There you go. I like some of the comments here. These have been really good. I watched the show in Braille. That's right, Bob Jackson. It has become my highlight of my week. I typically watch the full jam. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Maybe 20 regular fellows. Yeah. Baz here is saying we got 5 to 10 guys who watch the whole show, 3 to 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, probably. Thank you, folks. We're better than the OG days, man. We don't do 6-hour ones anymore. I have one live stream, Mike, that is like permanently banned by YouTube because I put in a wrestling promo when I was explaining it to Bobby, who would come on here all the time, and Yannick, and I was explaining about Hulk Hogan when he was in Memphis, in the Memphis territory, and tried to do a Southern drawl, and his finisher at the time was a Southern squeeze, and Memphis Hogan made me cackle endlessly. I thought it was hilarious. I made the mistake of showing them promo on video, got copyright strike, and same as the old 6-hour live stream, I can't remove it with the YouTube player. I can't remove it from there. I'd have to download it, remove the piece, and upload it again as a new thing. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I think number 53 in my live streams is gone to the ether. I can watch it anytime I want. Nobody else can see it. You had to be there. You literally had to be there. Andrew Jones compares very well to Mike Trout. Trout fans don't want to hear it, though. But Andrew Jones played defense.
I don't think that he does compare very well to Mike Trout.
That's true. Andrew Jones is way better than Trout.
No.
I'm a software developer. You've been communicated by AIBot or review the rebroadcast. There you go. I love it. Yep. We're all fellow trolls at heart. There you go. I thought I was a bigger show. You wish, sir. You wish. Trout is above average, nothing more, at best. Not even the best Angels player. He's not even the best Fish last name Angels player. Tim Salmon, my friends. Tim Salmon. Come on. Yeah, the U.S. no, internationally most likely. I agree with that.
Carlos, in the U.S., the L is silent on salmon.
Ooh.
I know that's probably Canadian pronunciation of salmon.
Could be. Baseball with the pitch clock is more watchable. Watched the full game yesterday. I think anything that helps the pacing is really good. I'm a big fan of that. There was another one I saw here that I wanted to make sure I grabbed that comment. Oh, here we go. What's the most valuable card in collection no one else would give a damn about? My Trout Super Factor. So many paid $4 million for it. I think I got it for like $1.95. It was a good deal. I appreciate it. Does anybody else actually want to give a good answer to this question?
I mean, I probably have a ton of valuable cards that nobody else gives a damn about.
There you go. It's got valuable in quotation marks, so you got some room for interpretation there, Andy.
I don't know.
There you go.
Eric, you didn't answer the WBC question.
Oh,
He's the biggest baseball fan in the world. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I'll give you a serious answer, and then I'll give you my other answer. My serious answer is I honestly believe that Bob Jackson pretty much summed it up correctly. And to sum his comment up, I would say it's already been forgotten about as of yesterday afternoon in the United States. As soon as the first pitch was thrown at whatever the very first game yesterday was, I think the World Baseball Classic was completely forgotten about.
To me, it's kind of like the Olympics. I mean, I love the build up and then the Olympics themselves. The minute it's over, I could give two shakes about it. You know?
I think people I think baseball fans enjoyed it, especially since major leaguers were playing scattered throughout the tournament. It's better than watching preseason baseball, which nobody cares about. And it's the second he struck out, they flipped the channel and waited for yesterday.
The final was the most watched baseball game ever.
I believe it.
That makes sense. I mean, you couldn't have had a better last out. Either way, whether he hit it over the fence and beat Ohtani, or Ohtani strikes him out, you couldn't have asked for anything more. The organizers of that event must have just their heads must have been exploding at that moment. They put on a successful event. It ended in an extremely memorable way. The World Series won't be as exciting as the last out in the World Series this year will not be as exciting as the last out in the World Baseball Classic. You can't beat that. So, but for baseball fans, it's over, it's done, and the season started yesterday, and it's go Yankees or whoever your home team is.
I think the only carryover might be a person who tuned in to that, who hasn't watched baseball for a while, enjoyed the enthusiasm, enjoyed the crowds, enjoyed everything, and might give baseball another chance in the regular season. We'll see. I mean, baseball's been dying on the vine for a long time, popularity-wise.
And that would be more of my sarcastic stuff, where I have not watched a baseball game since 1986. I grew up watching baseball. I was a baseball fan, and the 86 Red Sox broke a little kid's heart here outside of Boston. And I think it's the dumbest freaking sport imaginable. I'd rather watch women's golf or women's bowling.
His bitterness never left him is the important thing, Mike. All the World Series that came after that, his soul was darkened black, and it's done.
You make a 12-year-old cry, you get banned for life. That's it. So
in 1986, you were 112.
112. You make 112-year-old cry, and you'd banned for life. So
more valid.
When you're in that age where athletes are just superstars and are gods, and you're in the World Series, and and for the Red Sox just to crumble like that, I watched people at my grandparents' age. My great grandparents were still alive. They cared, and just to watch everyone in your life, every adult in your life, just be shredded. I was like, screw this. Baseball sucks. I'm never watching this again. And I didn't watch 1 second of any of the Red Sox World Series wins.
So what you're saying is we should have sent you over to the Chicago Cubs fan. They would have gone to first time? You don't know pain.
Well, it was 86 years before they finally won. So, I mean, most people weren't alive between the two championships.
Well, the Cubs is over 100.
Yeah.
So it's you don't know pain.
Nobody was alive. Very few people were alive in between the two championships, in Boston. But no, after 86, I gave up baseball, and I just can't watch it. It bores the ever-living piss out of me.
Fair enough.
And then this year, and then, I may have accidentally been drawn in during the whole, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa interrupting, newscasts and TV to watch their at-bats. I mean, you're sitting there watching a half-hour comedy, and in the bottom right-hand corner, Sammy Sosa's up to bat, and they're showing it. I mean, you got roped in, and then it's like, well, they all cheated, so it's another letdown, right? That what you got into, what excited you about this sport, you found out you were lied to yet again. And then, so that really pissed me off, because it's like it kind of opened the door for me to peek through since 1986, and it's like, no, this is a bunch of bullshit too.
I appreciate that during this entire conversation in the background on these TV is baseball highlights.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like it always works out. It's fantastic. I appreciate it.
And then
Network.
and to sum it up, and then I'll stop talking about baseball because I shouldn't talk about something I don't really like. But you have the new rule changes this year, right? Because actual baseball fans say this game sucks. Do something about it. Corporate sponsorships are saying this game sucks. Do something about it. They have to make changes to it. And one of the changes is outlawing the shift. And why are they outlawing the shift? Because professional batters are upset that guy is over there is standing right where I want to hit the ball and he won't let me hit it. So can you make him stand over there so I can hit it over there, please? Because I know you're paying me $25 million, but I can't hit it over there. I can only hit it there.
So,
And
Mike,
that-
you don't know that you opened
that
Pandora's
man is
box when you
standing
let
in
the
my
man go
way.
off on the damn shift.
I regret opening that
And
door.
this was
I
like
I needed you to experience it so you knew it was happening, and then
so
I
this
was
is
going
like
to let it play out a bit.
absolute pop.
I needed to let it play out for a little bit just so that you could experience it and understand. And I was like, I knew where this was going, and I was like, I need to let it play out just a little bit.
I'm very sorry, Eric. He's got one more point. Let him.
Can you? Is this honestly one more point? One. Go ahead.
So this what I'm going to finish my sentence and then I'm done. This was the absolute final thing in the death nail for this sport with me. When you got to make that man stand over there because I'm not good enough to hit it anywhere else. So it is the worst sport on the planet.
I mean, to be fair, Eric, you said you haven't watched a game in 37 years, so I think they probably lost you.
No, and then they opened the door during the home run stuff. Oh no, you all cheated.
Eric, you watch Boston Bruins hockey. Stop it. Just stop it.
Anytime somebody says that they're like a huge fan of such and such team, it doesn't matter what sport or what team it is. Like, if in my mind, if they're a huge fan, I like to ask them, do you watch this team when they stink? Because if you watch them when they stink, I will believe that you're a true fan of anything.
Well, I've been watching the Cowboys for 20 years, so
You're a Cowboys fan.
Well, it was fun. It was funny because I laugh because, like I said, as the years have gone by, I've become more of a casual baseball fan. I still enjoy it. The playoffs I still get very excited about. That's still my thing. But I have the background of I've been to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games at the Dome. That was the place where I got to watch a ton of games. I was a season ticket holder. I've done a lot of that stuff. That said, I enjoyed that 2015-2016 team because they were really good and they had a legitimate chance. I think the 2015 one probably was the real one that had a real shot at it because everything kind of just came together. And you can kind of tell when something is going on and it's working for them. But what I laughed about when that happened was that team won the division, made the playoffs. But the thing is, when it happened, I just laughed. I was like, 2015. The last time they made the playoffs was 1993 when they won the World Series for the second time. I was 10 years old. Little did I know that this team, I would go into high school, finish high school, start university, finish university, and then be years into my working life. And by the time this team gets the playoffs again, forget about winning anything, gets the playoffs again, I'm in my 30s. And I was like, what the hell happened? I'm not even talking about winning. I'm talking about get to the playoffs, have a playoff game, have meaningful baseball in September. And I had literally a lifetime, an entire generation went by when this team was like, they got no shot. They're not going anywhere. It doesn't matter. It's like, do what you're going to do. 75 to 85 wins. Good enough. They were rarely terrible. They were always just consistently mediocre, right around 75 to 85 wins. Every year for 20 years. And it just went on and on. I was like, so when they finally won, I was like, all right, I guess I'll do this. So I have one of those postseason hats for the 2015. It's like, hey, look, I'll take it. You got there. This is great. So they got to the ALCS. If they had gotten to that World Series, that would have been very expensive for me. That would have been terrible.
I think they beat the Rangers that year in the
They did.
series. series.
Yeah, I think they beat the Rangers the 2 years, 2015 and 2016. They did well against the Rangers,
Yeah.
and they got to the ALCS twice, so they had a shot. The 2015 though one would have been interesting because they played the Royals, and the way what I like, and Mike, you'll appreciate this. What I like about baseball is that sometimes baseball has a weird sense of humor and it has like a circular logic to it. Like certain things will happen that like fit. They played the Royals, and when they played the Royals, it was almost exactly 30 years to the 85 team that played the Royals when they had a shot of the World Series that year. And if they had beaten the Royals this time, they would have got in the World Series. 30 years apart. And the Royals beat them both times. And I was like, wow. And the Royals don't get to the playoffs either very much. They don't do much either. They did win the World Series that year, to their credit. But that's a weird like circular baseball thing. I'm like, 30 years later, the team you have to face is the Royals again, who weren't good the rest of the time. Like they weren't good.
Right.
This is the time they figured it out, and that's the year you have to face the Royals again. They're your nemesis to get over the hump. If the Jays beat the Royals, they get to the World Series. I don't know.
Were you guys like a super fan of a team when you were a kid?
The Jays for like I went to hundreds and like I couldn't afford to go to like expensive seats. In the Jays had the local newspaper, the Toronto Star. They had what was called the Toronto Star season pass, and you could actually buy the pass, and it was like under $100, and you could go to all 81 home games as long as seats were available. Seats were always available. You could walk up to the box office, hand over the pass. They would give you a ticket. You'd be up in the 500 level, but you could go to every single game. I went to dozens and dozens of games per season. I'd walk up with my little pass, hand it over. They give me a ticket, and I go up. I went to hundreds of games at the Dome over the years.
Andy, I was in Toronto in 1999. The Blue Jays and the Orioles are playing. I bought a ticket outside the stadium for $3 Canadian. So that's like 42 cents American. We went in, got these 500, up top, way up. I was with the buddy. He's the one that really wanted to go because I didn't give two shits. Super, super top, way out in the outfield. We're like, yeah, we're not doing that. We ended up sitting 5 rows up from the first baseline because the seats were empty, and I got to watch Cal Ripken play.
Nice.
$3 Canadian to just walk in to Sky Dome and watch the Blue Jays play the Orioles, and I got to see Cal Ripken.
In the late 90s, that was basically what happened. That's why I left when I had 1 year where I bought season tickets. And the year that I bought season tickets, it was the 500 level, but you could be behind home plate. The way the Dome is, 500 level is actually right on top of home plate. It's actually a better seat than a lot of the seats in the lower area. You actually have a better view. You can see you can see everything. It's actually a really good view. I want to say I paid $600 for the season tickets. $600 for the 81 games. They gave you a $100 voucher for food. They gave you a $300 like team jacket that's the same one they would wear in the dugout. And then they kept handing you a bunch of freebies. By the time you were done, they were paying you for season tickets. And I just kind of laughed, and I was like, okay, fine. But when they asked me to renew, I think Rogers took over. And when they asked to renew, they're like, okay, now it's $1,500. I'm like, why on earth would I pay more than triple? You're out of your goddamn mind. I'm not paying triple. Like, why would I pay that? You're crazy. So I still went games after, but yeah, they basically gave away tickets for years. I was at the Dome where I could go down to 100 level. The ushers didn't care. You buy 500 level tickets, you walk down to the 100 level, and I'd be sitting there, and I'd be able to high five the players for like $5. Just walk down. Just stroll over.
Like the most baseball that I ever watched in a season was the 1987 Cubs, because this was when I first started watching baseball as a kid. So I would get home from school and watch them, because they would play, all their games were like afternoon games because they didn't get lights in Wrigley Field until the next year, like 1988. So they would play after, like when I would get home from school all the time. So that's the most baseball I probably ever watched in a year, was the 87 Cubs on WGN.
That was the year that Andre Dawson won the MVP, wasn't it?
Yep, 49 home runs.
I thought so.
And they stunk.
Yep.
But
in the same vein, Mike, in 1987, I was 4 years old, and I was just able to reel that off real quick. Because once upon a time, I was in it constantly. Last year, I couldn't have told you who the hell, like other than the fact that Judge was hitting the most home runs. I can tell you who's leading the league of the damn thing. I have no earthly idea. No clue.
I used
But
to
I
be
can
able
give you
to
the
tell
lineup of the 1993 Toronto Blue Jays if you want.
Yeah, I used to be able to tell you any given day who was top 10 in batting, single, doubles, hits. But those days are long gone.
Yeah.
I track it occasionally. I mean, I look at it, but I don't put it to memory. I have too
It's
much
not that
other
I'm not,
stuff.
but that's why I say the point is that it's not that I'm not interested. Is that I got other stuff going on. I got other stuff that interests me. Now I'm still paying attention. I'll check out the box scores. I'll pay a little bit of. I'm checking out how the standings are going, and I've got the ability to tune into any game anytime I want, anytime I like. I will still watch a little bit, but until we get to the stretch run, you don't have that much of my attention.
I got MLB TV this year for the first time ever.
It's pretty sweet. I like it. I'm a fan.
Well, I only got it because it was free through my T-Mobile. I could get it for free. So I'm going to my first game. My first game will be the 10th, whenever that is. Like a week from Monday, I think, will be my first game this year.
Yep.
So
I can still remember the Cubs lineup from that year.
But that's kind of the way it works, and it's the same thing. I make fun of Eric for the whole hockey thing. It's hilarious that the Americans, the one who's more into hockey than the guy in Canada. I can remember the 98-99 Dallas Star team, all the way down to the Richard Matvichuks and the Benoit Hogues and like the randos in there. Like, but it's like, for the current team, it's like, I can name you a couple of guys.
All right, Andy, I'm gonna try to do this. Shortstop was Sean Dunston in 87. Second base was, of course, Ryan Sandberg.
Yep.
First base was Leon Durham.
Yep, you're right.
Catcher Jody Davis.
Yep.
You had Dawson in right.
Yep.
Jerome Walton wasn't there yet to play center.
Think manager. He's a manager now. The guy that played
Gabe
center.
Kapler. Just kidding.
Gabe Kapler.
He's a manager now.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy? No.
No.
Golly. Actually, the fact that I knew 5 or 6 of the guys.
You should know the left fielder.
Billy Williams. Just kidding.
No, he played for the Rangers later. He didn't play in the
Rafael
outfield.
Palmeiro.
That's
Rafael
right.
Palmeiro.
Rafael Palmeiro.
And I can't think of third base. Although I would know it if you said it. But that was back then, we were watching WGN, TBS, we'd watch the Braves, the Cubs, and
so
the
third
Rangers.
base was Keith Moreland.
They
called him Stone Hands. And then center field was Davey Martinez.
Dave Martinez. Gotcha.
Yeah. So they had a lot of good players, but they stunk.
I think, though, Andy, you're the point that you're making, though, is that there is something to be said for the teams when you're younger and you have the time and energy to devote to it and really be into it to that degree. Like I said, a lot of those teams that I'm talking about, the years that Eric is talking about, when he talked about going to the thing, those late 90s Jays teams were garbage. Literal garbage. But I enjoyed sitting there with dozens of my closest friends when I went down to the Dome and watched Raul Mondesi, Jose Cruz Jr., and do all that. And you know what? It was still fun.
Oh, yeah.
I had a good time. I went down there again. I know nobody's here because this team sucks. They are what they are. But I'd still get a chance to go down and watch the game and enjoy the game. That's why I say I went to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games back then. Hundreds. And it's been years since the last time I've been to the Dome. I can't be bothered. It's much easier to sit and watch it in my house. Yeah, did they have Delgado back then? They did. Yeah. And Carlos was one of the few highlights on what was otherwise. There were players who had, like Raul Mondesi was a fun player. He wasn't a bad player. He's a solid player. But they were just kind of hanging around. They were not really in contention. We had Roy Halladay too. Got to watch Roy Halladay have amazing seasons. Sometimes the pitching would be good. Sometimes the hitting. There was so much young talent. There was a moment in time where we had Delgado, we had Sean Green, who was really good, and we had Shannon Stewart, who was really good. So you had all these young guys who were actually really good. The potential was off the charts. They never put it together. That team was never really in contention.
Andy, have you even been to a game yet at the new Rangers ballpark?
No, not yet.
It's 4 seasons in, but I mean, I know that's not like right around the corner for you, but
Well, the first season they didn't even play there
right.
because it was 2020.
That's the only time a World Series is ever going to be won in that ballpark.
Yeah,
Sadly.
they actually played the World Series there before the Rangers played there.
Yeah,
That's kind of interesting.
terrible.
It is. Oh, by the way, this will be a good one. So, Mike, kind of for the local teams. I didn't realize this, and unfortunately, Bobbles isn't here to pump up his boy Eric. This was a big one. Apparently, Jason Robertson tonight got his 94th point. So now he now has the most points in a season for a Dallas Star ever.
Yeah, he's I'm trying to get his Young Guns card.
4 points.
A Dallas Star. Dallas. I didn't say Minnesota.
Madano broke 100 in Dallas.
Madano was 93. 93 was the record.
Man, I would have come. I mean, come on. I would have come up with.
The year Madano scored 50, he wasn't getting the assists to that same level. He never. Later on, he would get better with the assists, but the goal scoring would come down. So 93 was when it was mostly goals.
Wow.
Yeah, but 94 now. Jason Robertson is now the team leader in single season points.
That's not
Need
good.
to get his Young Guns card. I've been
know.
having.
To have your highest point total in franchise history be 93. That sucks.
Not with the way Dallas played. You got to remember. I don't know if you remember. Dallas in the 90s was defensive. They didn't play an offensive style.
Yeah, they did the same thing that New Jersey did. They had the trap and all that.
And to be honest, Madano's points went down once Ken Hitchcock took over, but that's when the team went to back-to-back Stanley Cups and they were a perennial contender. They decided they were better off with Madano being a two-way player, getting 80 to 85, 86, 87 points, give or take, per season, and scoring 30-ish goals, right thereabouts. And the team would play solid defense consistently. He'd be a two-way player. He'd do both sides, great plus minus, and the team would win. The point was, so do you want to get goals and get points, or do you want the team to win? And that was kind of the decision that was made, and they said, let's win. So he sacrificed. As it is, though, like I think Madano ended up tied in goals with Guy Lafleur. He took the foot off the pedal on the offense and ended up tied with Guy Lafleur, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
So, but either way, impressive. Like for the young guy,
He's a young kid. It's good for him. He's gonna have a good career ahead of him if he can stay healthy. So good for him.
Yeah. So I was like, hey, good for him. I just saw it here on Instagram. I was like, hey, that's awesome. I'm a big fan of the guys breaking records. That's good. First game of the season, I'll attend to get my child sing the national anthem with her high school chorus. Nice, Carlo.
Oh, wonderful.
Nice.
Congratulations. That's great.
Yep. I was able to top singer sing with their elementary school chorus, though. So adorable. Very nice. Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
93 points was a Dallas record. Yeah. No, there wasn't a lot of big point seasons. That wasn't a thing. Defense on first under Hitchcock. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lapper. So he's young gun. I'll be honest though. I'll leave that to Bobbles. I like Robertson, but I'm not going to go around collecting his cards. I like the kid. I might get the Ottinger Young Guns. I've enjoyed Ottinger as well, but I feel like now the Robertson's kind of expensive. And it's one of those things like I think he's going to keep playing well. It's just kind of hard to keep it going, and I'm like, I really don't want to pay that price. Maybe if it starts creeping back down a little bit. I just don't know about paying for it.
Hey, Carlos, I got to get going.
Sounds good. Appreciate you dropping in and hanging out for a bit.
All right. See you guys soon. Y'all keep
See you, Mike.
Easy.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Keep collecting.
I'll
There you
try.
go. Nice. Take it easy. So there you go. A little bonus Mike Baseball Collector coverage. So we're going to start winding her down. I love round numbers, so we crept over the 5-hour mark. So we're going to start winding her down now. So any last comments or anything, guys, feel free to throw them in the chat. By the way, you guys have hung out strong. So appreciate you. It's been really good with the comments, really good with the discussion, really good with the conversation. It's been enjoyable. And we covered a lot of ground, made fun of Beckett a whole heck of a ton tonight.
Just the right amount.
Yeah,
Not too much, just the right amount.
Yeah, now we know what the lineups of influencer cards are, so that's pretty sweet. We got that figured out. That's good. And now Bobbles has something new to pump Jason Robertson for. That's pretty exciting. Not gonna lie. Exactly. Now he's good to go. And then hopefully by next week I'll have my Topps Big League, and I'll probably be able to make a video opening the cards. Come on, Jeff.
Oh,
Let's
we gotta get.
go. Let's
Thank you.
go.
Yes.
Andy, by the way, there is an insert set in that set called Let's Go. So I
mean,
can literally
that's-
say Let's Go, and it's referring to the card.
That's the most appropriate insert set ever. I mean, because that's like the thing now.
That's what I'm
Everybody-
saying. It's pretty good, man.
You go to
Not
these
gonna
card
lie.
shows and everybody's like, "Let's go."
Yeah, but it'll be correct. That's what the card is. It says "Let's go" on it.
It's a time period piece.
It really is. It really is. Like I said, if you don't take this crap seriously, it can be a lot of fun. Like for me, I'm gonna get a kick out of it. Like I said, I'm gonna root for the Bo Jackson. Let's go for the Bo Jackson. That's what I want. I want to see the Bo Jackson. If I get one of the influencer cards, it'll be funny. I'll get a kick out of it. The only thing that would be better though, look, if this is a Topps product, it is Fanatics. Andy, if the fix is in, the correct move. I haven't gotten the box yet. So to whom it may concern, who might be listening, the correct move is to include the Fish Boy 1 of 1 so I can make fun of it without mercy. They'll be like, wait a minute. He got the Fish Boy 1 of 1?
Loaded boxes.
Loaded boxes.
Yes.
And then we definitely see a Vegas Dave.
There's no way you wouldn't torch the 1 of 1.
No, I'd sell that shit on
course.
eBay. That shit would go to eBay. That shit would go to
Of course
eBay.
you would.
It'd go to eBay immediately. Like I'm not leaving money on the table. I'm getting that shit's going to
No,
eBay.
that would be silly.
That shit's going to eBay. Down for a big league stream. Maybe. It might be Bob. Might be. Other Bob. We need Eric opening more product. That breaking tip is great. There you go.
This card sucks. This card sucks. This card sucks.
Yep. That's right. That's right.
That was a good day.
Got to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Andy, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate you popping on.
Yep. Always fun.
Yeah, we'll reach out. We'll reach out and we'll get you on. Like tonight we had the full gamut. We got Neo on earlier tonight. We got Bobbles in giving it his best go with it. We got Andy. We got Mike Baseball Collector. We got YouTube Hall of Famers all over this place. Oh my God, it's a lot, man. Who needs to make collective, man? We got the players over here. We got the big players. That's all I'm saying.
I'm very proud of myself. Actually, I didn't yell or scream or swear once in discussing Beckett tonight. I thought maybe my head was going to explode, but I used my breathing exercises that my therapist taught me, and I powered through.
Seems good. So, folks, we've got a couple more weeks because I think it's April 28th, I want to say. The Goldin Touch. So we got the trailer. We got the trailer in. I might make a video about the trailer. I might have a little fun with the trailer. But then after that, we'll wait. We got some weeks to go. And then maybe we'll maybe some videos of the Goldin Touch as we go week by week. Some content there, I think.
It's only 27 days from now when the hobby will be saved by the Goldin Touch.
I can only hope that Andy, I am so excited. I appreciate Kenny for helping us out with this. I think that's good. Good old Kenny. As once again, he's done it for us yet again.
That's why he's the #1 influencer.
He's always looking out for the hobby.
Yep. Bob Jackson asking the pertinent question: when are we getting 9 1/4s and 9.75s?
Bob, if you remember, I brought this thing up not too long ago on one of my rants that's where the hobby's going. So yet again, Bob, scared as hell, but we're on the same page.
And all you have to do is look at his subheading.
The April Fool.
It doesn't really matter what month it is. So there you go.
But it is April the 1st. It is April the 1st.
You think you're so smart. It doesn't matter what month it is.
Oh, we can change months. It's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll be the May fool.
Tonight,
fool.
But tonight is the night. Tonight is the night. We have it done now. Now it is officially April the 1st. Beckett has hours to. By the way, Beckett has responded to people who said, "This is an April Fool's joke, right?" And they're like, "This is not an April Fool's joke." They've literally responded, "This is not an April Fool's joke." No, really, we're serious. I would double down on that. I might have taken advantage of the loophole. You were throwing a lifeline. You were throwing a loophole by the people.
Yeah, whenever somebody asks you that, you should probably just be like, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
There's still time. They'll let us off the hook.
Yeah.
It's
And they
like,
have all-
take the sign down, Larry. Take the sign down.
Like I said earlier, this company is in such bad shape from the top down, from the owner who's sitting in federal prison right now, all the way to the guy who was in charge of putting the tablecloth over the sign. From the top to the very, very bottom, that entire company is a shit show.
So Andy, we're not doing BGS 10s at the next show, are we?
I don't think so.
This is just kind of sad. Well, on that bombshell, good news, folks. Since it is Saturday, it is April the 1st. Later on tonight will be night one of WrestleMania. So we got that going for us.
Oh, thank God.
I think it's critically important. Eric, this is very important. Like
I would rather watch that than a baseball game.
As you should.
Wrestling is more real than a baseball game.
Well, we've already talked about plenty of fake sports. We talk about hockey all the time. So anyway, the important thing is that we've got night one of WrestleMania, so that's good. And in the undercard, we might have Beckett taking on its dignity in a Hell in a Cell.
It will lose.
Oh, I figured. Yeah.
Calling that.
The good news is there are some sports books that'll take wagers on wrestling. Eric.
What?
If we get odds, this might be an opportunity. They'll take wagers on the wrestling matches. You can bet on the wrestling.
On the wrestling?
On the wrestling.
Ooh.
I'm just saying. Eric can't wait to watch Greg Valentine versus Dick the Bruiser. That's right. Beckett is in a buried alive match. Ha ha! Nice. I heard they're losing. Yeah, probably. In a squash. It'll be very short. It won't take long. Beckett. Anyway. All right, folks. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you for all the participation this evening. If you, on your way out, if you could hit the like button, it is always appreciated. It does help support the channel and support the show. Eric agrees. He cannot, he's shaking his head right now in total agreement. Like, if you look at him right now, he is agreeing. He's saying yes, 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 please. And we do charge Eric for it. So it's as part of the retainer. And also we need to make sure Andy gets his retainer.
Yes.
So we need the like button. We charge Eric, and then the money goes partially to Andy so that it covers his fee.
Right.
So that's very important. Otherwise, folks, enjoy the rest of your weekend. And those of you in the East Coast, you get a little more time. Those of you in the Mint Collective, keep schmoozing. Hedge your bets. If you play your cards right, you too can wind up in Series 2 of the Influencers. Live the dream, my friends. Live the dream. Eric, you still got time. You can live the dream. See? He thinks he's number one. Folks, have yourself a good night. We'll talk in the next one.